See, and like I would hit join WebEx, I wouldn't hit call. It's not gonna break that.
Yeah. I've done it, tried doing it that way before, and
No?
it doesn't connect. Hey. So we're all set.
We can mute this now.
Yep.
Good morning, everybody. Today's date is January 19th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in Albany with video conferencing to New York City and Buffalo. It's also being streamed on the State Liquor Authority's YouTube channel. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, and Commissioner Ford. Staff in attendance is General Counsel Meyerhoff, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Donahue, and myself, Secretary Roper. Next meeting dates are February 2nd and February 16th and March 2nd as well. Please silence your mobile phones while in the meeting room. Take any phone calls or conversations you may be having outside the room. Items will be called in the order they are signed in. First in Buffalo, then in Albany, and starting no earlier than 10:30 a.m. in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium, identify yourself, and representatives should also identify their clients when they approach. Chairman, do you have any other announcements?
I do not.
First item we have in Buffalo is 2022-00184. That's SB Wine and Liquor Inc.
Say that number again?
184.
Good morning, I'm Bob Heil, consultant.
मुख्तियार सिंह
Can you put your names on the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Robert Heil, consultant.
and my name is Mukhtiar Singh.
Okay, go ahead.
Opposition, if I have a good one.
Oh, is there opposition there?
Not that we're aware of.
Not for this.
Yes, there is.
No.
There is no opposition.
All right, go ahead.
We're just here to answer any questions. We're looking to expand the retail and storage space of an existing store.
You just bought this store this year?
Last year, yeah.
It was transferred in 2021, it says in my records.
Right.
Yeah, correct.
Within the
Right.
past 12 months.
Okay, within the past 12 months.
Yes.
And you have a grocery store that was canceled? When was that?
In the May 21.
Why are you moving?
Please
We're
explain.
not
I mean,
moving.
expanding.
We're
Expanding.
looking at additional space. It's a very narrow space that he was in. With COVID and the restrictions and requirements of people, we're looking to just be able to spread the store out a little bit.
Well, assume COVID's not going to be around. Why are you getting more space?
Again, just so we can have a wider display of the product and a little bit more storage.
Well, you're doubling the size of your retail space.
We're adding additional retail space, correct, which allows us to spread the product out, just so that it has a little bit better display. "23 feet is not a wide store, so we're looking to just expand that.
What are you doing at the liquor store to prevent sale to minor? You have a lot of sale to minor on the record, which is actually hard to achieve, believe it or not.
Under this license?
No, not under this license, because you just got it, sir.
Okay.
All the other ones that he has, under all the other AXs, have sale to minor, cigarette violations.
Availing.
At this point, ID is required upon each purchase.
What?
That's how it should be.
He requires ID on each and every purchase. So somebody has to
Well,
produce ID.
so he wasn't taking IDs at his grocery stores?
I'm not saying that, sir. You asked what he's doing now. So what he's doing now is ID is
Well, that's
required on each
not-
and every purchase.
that's really not sufficient.
You have a
I
scanner?
mean, not all of the store, but one store is happened. Then that employee is fired, it's not longer with us. He took like 2 times, and one lady was before that, and the other store is nothing happened. Like in Valley Pro, Care Power, never had a problem. Only one store that, there was employee.
We can add an ID scanner if that's required, if that would be helpful.
I did already over there,
If the liquor store has an ID scanner.
and another store.
So we allowed the transfer to this location, correct? License
Yes,
did.
well, he bought the
Yeah,
store.
that didn't come to us.
Yeah.
It didn't come to us, but nonetheless, we still did allow it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not ready to double, I will be honest, I'm not ready to double the size of your store. I mean, you just have a lot of disciplinary, we just canceled a license, again, less than 12 months ago. I'm not really in a position to give you more right now. I'm gonna go to deny.
Is there some additional stuff that we can add that would make you comfortable?
Look, he's an experienced licensee, so you're coming up here and you're guessing what he's gonna do about sale to minors. That shouldn't be a conversation you're having up here. You may wanna add a scanner, and let's just see how the next year goes. If he comes back with a clean record, maybe we can talk about it then. And we'll be checking in the meantime.
I mean, I'm in business for 20 years, and this happened only in one store,
The members are gonna vote, so Commissioner Ford,
and not other store.
sir,
You do have 4 sales to minors, but nonetheless, your license here was approved. I still don't know that I think the store needs to be expanded to the size that it is, and you're asking for the expansion shortly after you bought it and were licensed to be in there. So that is a concern to the board. So at this point, I'm going to agree with Commissioner Fan and vote to deny at this point. You can try again later.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I think he needs to show us he can operate for a period of time without any problems, and he hasn't done that yet.
Next item, thank you. Next item is 199, that's FER 7420 Inc. Is there anyone in opposition for this one, or is it just the applicant?
Not that we're aware of.
There is no opposition for this application.
Can you put your name on the your names on the record?
Sure. Good morning, Darrell Walker, applicant.
Frank DePisa, co-applicant.
So how are you guys work together at a company?
Yeah, we're both in sales at a, at a company as well, with flexible sales schedules that we have.
Okay, so who's working at the store?
Okay, so the flexibility of our jobs actually allows us to schedule our customer appointments accordingly. So we'll be able to schedule those in a manner where one of us will be at the store at least 95% of the time at some point. And additionally, we both reside in that in the location, in close proximity to the location. Daryl actually lives next door to the space, and I have a home roughly in walking distance as well. And we're both work from home. We have both work from home jobs.
How many entrances, customer entrances are there?
One.
Okay. We did get one protest, just so the record's clear.
And what are the store hours?
It would be, 10 to 7, 10 to 8 Monday through Saturday, and 12 to 4 on Sunday.
All right, since the closest store is 4 miles away and all the surrounding stores are doing increasing numbers, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
You're on Soda's Point, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, that, you really only have business there basically in the summer, boaters, customers like that. And you really are a very community-specific location where you are. So I find for that reason, and that reason alone, I find in your favor for public convenience and advantage, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm gonna vote to approve for the same reason.
All right, you've been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good
You're
day.
welcome.
Next is 181, that's NOVAH Inc.
Good morning.
Sorry, 188?
181. Now, go ahead and please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Neil, Neil Robinson. I'm the attorney for NOVAH. With me is Neil Patel, who's the...
Nilesh Patel.
Nilesh Patel, we call him Neil, who's the sole shareholder and sole officer of NOVAH.
Go ahead.
This application is up for reconsideration. Original application for a...
Whoa, 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 whoa.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not. This is a new app. I mean, he did file another application, but I believe we denied it, right?
You denied an application and then we applied for reconsideration.
Oh, and the recon was granted. All right, so,
This is not before you for reconsideration.
right. So this is up here for, not for reconsideration, it's up here for decision on the license. All right, go ahead.
Okay. The initial denial was based on two items. Number one, the financial disclosure. The board felt the money my client was going to use to start the business was insufficient at $15,000. And also that money was coming from a joint bank account he had with his wife, who was also a licensee in another location. Therefore, my client resubmitted a revised financial application listing the funds used to start would be $70,000 and would come solely from a loan he received from Greater Woodlawn Federal Credit Union, and the loan documents and the revised financial disclosure were submitted, requesting reconsideration.
Where's your wife's store?
The
The life store is in 575 Fairmount Avenue.
It's
575 Fairmount?
Yes.
In Jamestown?
It's town of Ellicott, but we have a mailing address in Jamestown.
It's probably about 5 miles from this location.
Do you work there?
Where?
At your wife's liquor store?
No, I don't.
Why didn't you put down on your application the grocery store license you had with your wife in 2014?
I think that's there. It's listed downtown convenience, or no, 575.
How come it doesn't show on our map either? That's more
It's
towards
up.
Lakewood. It's more towards
Yes.
Lakewood.
Yeah, more
right?
toward Lakewood, yeah.
The location of this is 340 Allen Street. It's a former 7-Eleven, and it is now, one part of it is a downtown.
Can we go back to my question? He had a license with his wife that he didn't put on the application. Why?
Well, I don't think so. I needed so I didn't did it back then.
What part of the question where all licenses that you've had in the past didn't you think you needed to?
I really don't regret that part, sir.
And your wife was on this application. You applied previously, didn't you? And with your wife on the liquor store application?
Yes, we did, but back then we don't know. It's only one person can have only one liquor license.
That was withdrawn.
And we withdraw that application.
So she had a liquor store already and didn't know that she couldn't have two.
At the time, she was a shareholder in the applicant, and that was withdrawn, yes.
Members ready to vote?
What are you doing it? No, I'm not ready. Are you doing anything different than the other liquor stores? There's 4 here within 2.9 miles, and you got 8 stores within 4.8 miles.
Here's the situation.
Which is that you're talking about it's a, Jamestown isn't that big, that they need that many stores.
The need for it is in this area is the Allen Street area. It's old housing, apartments filled with transient tenants. So the area serves as kind of it was a food desert there prior to putting in the convenience store. 85% of their business is walk-in. People don't have cars. There's no public transportation in the city of Jamestown. So although there's another store a little over a mile away, it really isn't convenient for the neighborhood, and feel that there is a need there for it.
All right, Donald, I'm done.
Commissioner Ford?
No.
Commissioner Mann, sorry.
Do you understand that you can't run your store in concert with your wife's store?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Do you understand that you can't commingle the businesses, the 2 liquor store businesses?
Right.
That you have to make orders separately?
Yes,
Even
ma'am, I
though the
understand.
stores are close by, that you have to run separate books, separate orders?
Yes, ma'am, I understand that.
You know what's gonna happen if you do that? If you do start running them together, do you understand what's gonna happen?
Yes,
What?
Lose your license.
well,
You lose your license.
yeah, I lose my license, yeah, I don't gonna
Yeah,
work
not
there.
just yours, but you will lose hers too. Both of the
Yes.
stores will be gone if you do that.
Because I honestly don't believe that is not gonna happen.
No,
Based on the fact that she applied with you already, then when you applied alone, you applied on a joint account that she was on. So everything that you've done so far implies to me that you don't understand that.
no,
My client
I'm not
understands.
looking for an answer. That's what I'm thinking.
okay.
Just, these businesses are run professionally. They have a certified accountant that reviews the books, files the tax returns.
Well, that certified accountant was so good, he let the wife apply on a liquor application when she already had a store? I don't know whether they don't know what they're doing, the accountant doesn't know what they're doing, but the whole thing concerns me, to be honest.
That was probably my fault, to be quite frank with you.
Okay, look, I mean, you just can't make both arguments. You can't say, oh, we were ignorant, we didn't know. And then now, all of a sudden, you know what the law is. It seems impossible to me that that's what's happened.
Well,
But
we
at
do
the
know
same time,
now.
I don't really want to hold your mistakes against you.
I don't either, but the cost of a future one is gonna be a lot larger than this.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get out.
Yeah, my client understands that. He understands where we are and has retained a consultant who's given him advice and helped him. He wants to do things right. That's been his history. And
Who hasn't? All right. Unless you have any questions, we can vote.
With the caveat that we will be checking, I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm looking where you are, and the closest store is pretty far down Route 60 from you on Foot Ave, and the other one's pretty far to the northeast on along 394. I think where you are is kind of conveniently situated on the east side of Jamestown. So keeping in mind what Commissioner Fan has said and the other warnings, I hope that your client has listened to here the past few minutes. I'm willing to approve as well.
I'm going to approve as well. There's 4 stores within 2.9 miles. The sales of 3 of the 4 closest all show increases. As I said, I do have reservations about his conduct just on this application, but as Commissioner Fan pointed out, the penalty will be enormous, and we will be checking. So I'll vote to approve.
Approved. Next is 182.
Thank you.
Thank you. SC and SS Inc. I believe we have opposition for this one, correct?
Yes.
So if the applicant can come up and put their names on the record.
182.
Good morning, Adam Connors is attorney for the applicant. With me are the principals.
My name is Sunil Chan.
And my name is Sukhbir Singh.
And my name is Justin Giuliano. I assisted in the processing of the application for the applicants.
Then I believe we want to hear from the opposition first.
Sure.
Sir.
Yes.
Yep.
Good morning, members of the full board. Why don't I start with here, and then we can go on to it.
My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm an attorney, and I represent Centerview Liquor Mart, Inc. I'm joined by the licensee, Harvey Latimer. The simple reality here is that this application doesn't serve public convenience and advantage. The store is located the proposed location is just a little over 2 miles from my client's store, and within a 2-mile radius of the proposed location, there's already 8 existing stores. It's simply too many for the market to consider. Even with the bump in sales that most stores have experienced through the 2020 pandemic, the reality is that the market will drive one of these businesses out. As I've listed in my submission to the board, many of these stores have been around for decades. These are entrenched stores, and it would be a shame that a glut of new stores in the area would force one of these to close. In addition, it's my understanding that approximately 7,000 square foot or 7,500 square foot store was just approved roughly 2 miles from the proposed location. So there are now 9 stores.
Do you have them? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. There are now 9 stores in the area. This will make 10 within a roughly 2-mile radius. It's simply too many. The town of West Seneca has experienced very, very slow growth. As I put in my submission, it amounts to about 78 new residents a year over the last 10 years. This does not warrant this influx of liquor stores into the market. And the additional reality here is that the town of West Seneca borders Cheektowaga and Buffalo. Within 20 minutes, there is a multitude of liquor stores. I'm not sure what the applicant's going to propose makes them unique, but I'm fairly confident in working with a lot of stores in the Western New York region that there's no product that they're going to be offering that can't be easily found elsewhere. So for all of those reasons and everything else that's included in my submission, we would respectfully ask that the full board deny this application as it does not meet the public convenience and advantage. I know there's others that I don't represent that would also like to speak, so I'll step aside unless the board has any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Brian Downey. I'm the attorney for Cazenovia Liquors, Inc. Cazenovia Liquors, Inc. is a crow flying truck 1 mile from this new location. The driving distance is 1.9 miles, which is about 5 minutes less. My client has made a submittal, and that submittal shows that the sales decreased within the last year by over 9%. The market is saturated, as the previous speaker had mentioned. Have that many, and already showing some effects would hurt the businesses that are there. And then as you look at the demands and costs are increasing and improving, this license would hurt profitability and sustainability for my client as well as the other businesses that are here. And we ask that the board deny the application. Any questions?
Do you do delivery? Does your
I'm sorry?
client store do delivery?
I'm not sure on that. Most of it is walk-in.
Yeah, he does that.
Drizzly.
Brian, are you saying that Cazenovia does?
Drizzly.
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I don't know.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
More?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Oh, no.
No, there's apparently another.
Fine.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Kelly from Best Value Wine and Liquor. We also oppose this expansion into
Wait.
West.
Which store are you from?
Best Value Wine and Liquors.
That's Valley Wine and Liquors.
Not listed here.
And how far are you?
We are 2.2 miles away from this location that's they're proposing.
What is your address?
340 Orchard Park Road. West Seneca.
348. What is it?
340 Orchard Park Road, West Seneca.
West Seneca, New York.
Okay, go ahead.
The other thing that we wanted to just point out, again, not to be redundant with the other lawyers, but with the glut of stores and the basically the most recent store that they announced that's right on the border of West Seneca that's going up as well, plus obviously marijuana legislation and stuff that has been approved in West Seneca, the same town. We are concerned that, it's really just going to actually increase costs as opposed to decrease costs. I've spoken to a couple of the other older stores as well, like Seneca Liquor, who I believe sent something into the board by email. And, they've seen a decrease in 2021 of like 18% over the year prior. So they're already losing business prior to this additional store going in. And I spoke to the town supervisor in West Seneca, and as one of the other gentlemen mentioned, the growth has been, like he mentioned, less than 80 people per year based on the last census, with the most recent additions have already been put in, so there's no future development that's on the books to be, coming in the next X amount of years.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The store that was referenced, you approved it in June, the license has not been issued. From what I can tell quickly, it would be like the 5th or the 5th or 6th, depending on the.
Well, it sounds like there's 8 all within
What's the address of that?
just over 2 miles.
What's the address of that one?
The address is, I just checked the maps here, 2695 Union Road, Chicago.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, without benefit of having seen the submissions of the objectives, I know that Mr. McKenna has filed some information regarding why this location would be unique. I think most significantly is the access via public transport. Noted in Mr. McKenna's letter of January 12th, this is right on Harlem Road. It's available with the bus stop, same side of the road, accessing the plaza. I don't believe any of the other stores that have been indicated have that same benefit. It would offer something unique to the public in that regard for people that don't have access to their own vehicles or transport in that way. I know there was some talk about also unique products. It is the intention of this store to focus on organic as well as product made within New York State. If there's any specific questions, my clients are here.
How do they know each other?
We are both friends, and we both we worked in the airport for last 10 years.
Where, the airport?
Yeah, we were working on the airport taxi since last 10 years.
Oh, okay, okay.
And one of you is funding this venture?
One of you is primarily funding this.
Both.
But you're sharing the business 50-50?
Yes, ma'am.
So how does that work?
We'll work together.
Okay, why are you putting him on the license if you're paying for the whole thing? Is he putting in the sweat equity? Is he the one who's actually running the business?
In terms of the money that was invested to operate the company.
Yeah, that was in my bank.
Yeah, but it is the idea that he's going to be putting more sweat equity.
Yeah.
Working longer hours, et cetera. Is that the idea? I believe that is exactly what the idea is here. So that's my understanding of it.
What, are they doing anything different that the other stores aren't doing? There's 8 stores within 2 miles, one of which hasn't opened yet, which is bigger than all the other stores.
Understood. And again, I believe the uniqueness here is really the location and access via public transportation. I know, regardless of the proximity, there are some very distinct neighborhoods here. In Casanova, South Buffalo is quite distinct from Seneca, despite how close they might be. And again, I believe it's the intention to focus on the organic and New York State made products.
Big Thompson Plaza.
And they are located near other retail big tops market nearby that would offer people a kind of a one-stop opportunity, do the grocery store, stop at the liquor store.
Okay. All right, Don.
Ready to vote?
Yeah.
I just actually wanted to say one thing on the record for council or on this case and anybody else who's listening. I know that when you do these liquor store application submissions, that the temptation is if you see any population increase at all in the area to cite it, to say that's a reason that supports public convenience and advantage. But I went on the internet and I just took a look, and the average birth rate in the United States is 1.2% per year for a community. And the average death rate is 0.8% per year. Which means that if your population isn't growing more than 0.5%, which is attributable to babies who don't drink alcohol, you have a population that's going down. So please be careful in the way in which you characterize population increases. Think about it. Don't just cite some projections and say, this supports my case, because it's just additional material that the members have to wade through to get to the true issues in these cases. And I'm just hoping that the litigants on these matters would think those issues through before making those kinds of arguments. Thanks.
With another store that's yet to open, and intense opposition, and as council said, really no real population growth here. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I agree that the issue of the other store up on Union Road that hasn't opened yet, which is like up near, it's up near Apple Trees. It's still called Apple Tree Business Park?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's a little further away than it looks. And I kind of think where you are, you're located in the Tops Plaza.
Correct.
Yeah. I think that meets public convenience and advantage, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
I'm gonna vote to deny. The store that hasn't even opened yet is 7,000 square feet, which I believe is bigger than all the other surrounding stores. There are 8 stores in approximately just over 2 miles away. And the sales of 2 of the 4 closest stores are flat at best. And as Commissioner Fan pointed out, there is no population growth and no development in the area. So I'm gonna vote to deny. I don't see any public convenience advantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 161, that's BREWERY Wine and Liquor LLC.
Good morning.
Put your name on the record.
Raymond Rivera.
You're going from one bulletproof store to another bulletproof store?
It's going to be enclosed, yes, ma'am.
A 4,000 square foot bulletproof store? Is that what I'm reading correctly?
Yeah.
It is a 4,000 square foot store, sir. But it is not bulletproof.
Well, are the customers permitted to come in and handle the product?
No, sir.
Then it's bulletproof.
Okay,
They're behind a plexiglass window, right?
that is correct. As they are now in our current location.
Right. So why do you need such, you're doubling or more than doubling the size of your store. Why do you need so much more extra storage space?
Due to the increase in sales volume, we do need the extra storage area. The current location is very small at best. And rather than leasing warehouse space, it's a lot more convenient just moving a few storefronts down than
Yeah,
leasing.
but it's not about your convenience, it's about the public's convenience, sir.
And to be honest, your sales did go up about 10% a year, and then in 2020, which pretty much every liquor store in the state showed a significant increase in sales, which I'm sure you did as well. You went up about 600,000. You expect that to continue?
Yes, sir, I do. One reason being, with the bigger location, we'll have a larger selection.
No, I'm asking you if you expect that to continue if you were to stay in this store. Your sales went up, as I said, 17, 18, and 19. They went up, but they weren't explosive. And then in 2020, you showed the same increase pretty much every liquor store in the state showed, except in New York City, because of COVID. It was because the restaurants were closed.
That is true, because of COVID. That's why it shot up that much.
So my point is, you expect that to continue if you were to stay in this store you're in now?
I do not think so, sir.
So then why do we need a bigger store?
To have a larger selection of wine and spirits for our customers.
How would they know? They can't get in and see it.
Well, we have shelving on both ends. We have the counter area, which has glass, which is going to be displaying all the new products that we have.
Okay. There's no protest.
Yeah.
Would they be notified on this?
Yes.
So we would have gone to gross sales.
Yes.
Do you have?
It's a removal.
Yeah, I got it.
It's a removal.
Yeah,
Other than the last
No, I got him,
And there was no protest at all.
Ready to vote?
Yes, I'm not seeing public convenience and advantage in allowing a larger glass box, so I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I gotta go with that as well. I just don't see the need to make a bulletproof superstore. So I'm voting to deny as well.
I'm gonna vote to deny.
Alright. So that was the last item that I had in Buffalo, is that correct, Brian?
Yes.
Alright. So moving on to our items in Albany. First matter is 219A. That's
Donald, can I just take 2 minutes right now?
Yeah, and I need Ms. Marcico, I didn't realize this was gonna be called this early. I need Ms. Marcico available to members while this case is going on. So let me make sure that she.
Let's wait for her.
What number is this?
219A.
All right, yeah, we'll take a break.
All right, we're gonna go on a brief recess. We'll be back. we're back on the record after a brief recess. So again, the first item is 219A. That's BOCA.
Boca Restaurant.
Yeah,
Boca Restaurant.
Boca Restaurant Steakhouse Court. I believe we have, you said you wanted to read this.
Yeah, Ms. Marcico, are you there in New York City?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we'll let you know if we need you. Thank you, please. Stay tuned.
Hi, Margarita.
Hi, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elliot Halleck. I'm with the law firm of Paris Beach. I have the pleasure of representing Boca Restaurant and Steakhouse Corp. And here with me today is Emmanuel Corella. He is the principal of Boca Restaurant and Steakhouse Corp. We're here today because we want to work with the State Liquor Authority. This is exactly the type of operator that the SLA should want. Everyone loses if this restaurant is lost. Boca has been at the forefront of helping the community. When help is needed, Boca and Mr. Corella answer the call. Mr. Corella and Boca were the first restaurant in New York City to set up on-site COVID vaccinations. Mr. Corella went on national television to promote vaccinations, particularly in the Latino and Black communities, which were underserved and there was a lot of vaccine hesitance. They're involved in disaster relief. There was the horrible BRONX building fire a couple weeks ago. Mr. Corella was working with the New York State Latino Restaurant and Bar Lounge Association to help the victims that have been impacted by that tragedy. He's involved in food and toy drives. He asks nothing in return. Mr. Corella is a family man. He's got a 2-year-old daughter. The son rises and sets with his daughter. He knows that the livelihoods of many households depend on him in this restaurant. He has earned the written support of many elected officials, local police departments. Mayor Adams submitted a letter in support of keeping this restaurant open. And in his letter, he says, I encourage the SLA to work with Boca to keep this establishment open and support a good faith partnership to improve their business.
And is the mayor aware that he lied on his application to
The
us?
mayor is aware of the circumstances of this case. He's aware of everything.
The letter didn't indicate that.
The letter does not indicate that, but my understanding is the mayor is aware of this proceeding, and he's aware of Mr. Corella and his character, and he understands that this is a restaurant that is worth saving and keeping because of the benefit that it can provide to the community and its ability to work with the SL.
Did you meet with the mayor yourself?
I did not meet with the mayor.
So the basis of this understanding of what the mayor knows is what?
Just from what I have been told about what the mayor.
By who?
By people that.
Can I have a name?
There are people that are involved with the New York State Latino and Bar Lounge Association that I know have met with the mayor, spoke with the mayor, and the mayor is familiar with this matter again.
Because I gotta be honest with you, and I don't think you were involved in this whole, maybe you were, I don't have no idea. But there was an offer made. First of all, we generally do one reconsideration, that's it. It appears this has now come back here, is this the 3rd time? 5th time?
Well, it hasn't come back here 5 times. 5 offers.
So I'm worried about how many times has it come back
4
here?
reconsiderations have been sent up. This is the 2nd time.
And I don't know whether you were involved in them or not, so I'm not directing this at you.
2nd time the full board.
But there was an initial offer, a substantial offer, for a very, very serious case, one of the most serious ones that I've encountered, and it was rejected. The next several offers, from my information, that came in, one was for 20% of the original offer. The offers went down.
He made the offer.
Yes. And
Can you explain why you thought that was appropriate?
I can, and that's on me. When my firm got retained in this case, I understand there was a prior attorney that was involved that made some offers. My firm got involved. We conducted a very substantial investigation of this matter, and I strongly believe in my client. I believe the circumstances established that these charges should not be sustained at what had previously been recommended by the State Liquor Authority. believe that, and to go into that, really the main issue here is the license granting in the first instance. Mr. Corella was a first-time applicant with regard to the
You haven't explained to me why, when you offered 150,000, your first offer to us was at 25,000.
because I believe that.
But the board didn't agree with you the first time.
Well, we had conducted.
This is old.
Investigation. There was a lot of information that was not available to the board at the time. And
No, we ended up getting more. Now it appears we have a forged lease as well, which I don't think we knew about at the time.
well, let me.
Now, I'm not going to get into the facts of the case because that's really something for the hearing. But this keep coming back and try to make a new deal is just not something that goes on here, and it's also not fair to the other people that we have to prosecute. So this is the end, period, of CNCs, of offers to the board. I don't know what's going to happen, but assuming it doesn't go, then it's going back to hearing. We don't do this, and there's a procedure in place, and for whatever reason, and I probably blame myself because I granted the reconsideration in this instance.
4 weeks ago.
Can we be quiet in New York, please?
Can you
Or just mute them?
mute the line down there, please?
But it just can't go on like this. This has to stop at some point, and the hearing has to start, and I think that's where we are unless this gets accepted.
Okay.
I'm sure your client is charitable. I have no question that that has occurred. My concern, and I don't know where they are, but my concern is that this license never, ever would have been granted in the first place had we known that the people that were involved in it were involved in it. There's absolutely no way that those people would have ever gotten licensed. They knew that. And that's why they weren't on the application. Whether whoever forged the lease, I don't know. I'm not going to get into it, but we were absolutely hoodwinked in granting this license. And then our concern that would have developed had we seen who was involved actually came to fruition after that. So I don't know. I feel like, to be fair to all other applicants and other people that come in front of me, I don't have any choice here but to cancel and bond this. So I'm going to deny the request for recon.
But take me off here.
They can hear you.
I'm Chairman Bradley. I was the one who obtained some of those letters of support on behalf of BOCA, and there's a reason why
Who do you represent?
When you were questioning the authenticity of Mayor Adams' knowledge of what's happening.
I'm asking you who you're representing.
I'm with BOCA.
Do we have a thing for her? Or?
She's not council rep for BOCA.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Chairman Bradley, as you know, the filer on this application is Uriel Guzman, an applicant, filer in 2016 who had a license called Bamboo Restaurant. They had the owner arrested because she gave him a fraudulent all-night permit in Christmas. Your agency let her continue to process applications. He's a new applicant. He did not know. She forged the lease. She forged all the documentation. What you do not know, which your counsel is not offering you information on, that you let this filer continue to file. And Manuel Corella would have never used her if you would have red flagged her, and we wouldn't be here today. She put an applicant in jail. You put that applicant in jail. The police department put that applicant in jail, and it wasn't his fault because he believed in Uriel Guzman, the filer on the BOCA application. Well, counsel Gary Meyer.
I don't know why you're screaming at us.
I gotta be honest.
This is what counsel. Can I finish, Chairman
I have
Bradley?
no idea what you're talking about.
Exactly, that's the problem here. In 2016, an application for Bamboo Restaurant in the Bronx came up with the filer of BOCA's application. Her name is Uriel Guzman. She presented a fraudulent all-night permit to this owner, and the Latino owner went to jail on New Year's Eve because she gave him a license to put on the wall and said that it was from the Liquor Authority. And the Liquor Authority knew this because Mr. Castillo came to the Liquor Authority and told you guys that she gave him that permit. Why is he going to jail? And why are you letting her continue to file applications? You let her continue to file applications until 2018 when BOCA came to the table, and now you're crucifying Emmanuel Carrera from BOCA because you let a fraudulent filer continue to file liquor licenses at the Liquor Authority. She should have been flagged in this application. You're right. Maybe it would have been denied, but had she not filed all those fraudulent, she forged the lease. He didn't even see it. As you know, when I get a license, I'll speak for myself. The applicant does not know what I sent to you. He does not know what I sent to the Liquor Authority. She forged those documents. Emmanuel's signature is not even on the. She took the application that he signed and signed her signature, signed the lease, and sent it to the Liquor Authority. And I don't know what she did behind the scenes in your agency, which is something that you need to look at. But this application should not be. This offer of $200,000 is unheard of. We are capitulating, giving an offer when we're not at fault here. It's you. You permitted her to continue to file application. And Gary Meyerhofer has been hiding it because he doesn't want you to see it. He's been a model citizen. And you know why we're here today? Because he was enforcing the mask mandate and somebody didn't want to put on their mask in the restaurant. That's what we're enforcing, the very mandate that you brought to the table. So I think that either we put this on hold and you look at the facts on this matter and Gary presents them like he's supposed to because he is your counsel.
Miss Taveras. No, you don't. No. Ms. Taveras, you of all people, having been here on numerous occasions, knows full well that we do not go into the facts of the cases on CNCs. That's not something.
Somebody went into jail, Chairman Bradley.
I
just
gave you 2 minutes to talk. You're now going to listen to me. We do not go into the facts of a case. If he wants the facts, you go to hearing. That's the choice. The facts come out at the hearing, then they come to us, and then we review the facts. You know that as well as I do. Probably better than I do.
We did not want these facts to go to hearing because we didn't want to embarrass your agency.
May I address the board for a moment? I'm happy to do so. The bottom line here is that there was never any intention by Mr. Corella to defraud the SLA.
But the bottom line is we were defrauded.
By a filer.
Can I be heard, please?
No, we're gonna I want to get through this.
Yeah, may I continue for just very briefly here? Okay, Mr. Corella was a first-time applicant who hired people that he thought were experts. That was his biggest mistake. He was told this was the way it needed to be done. He put his trust in them, he put his faith in them, and unfortunately, he was led down a bad path. Mr. Corella had always intended to be the sole owner and operator of BOCA Restaurant, is the sole owner and operator of BOCA Restaurant. Aside from one bad night, which is what got us here, and as Mr. Vera said, you know, sadly happened when they were actually trying to enforce a mask mandate. Look, they've done a ton of good with this community. They are a friend of ours.
How we caught the misrepresentations in the application, which are many, is not really relevant.
I do need to speak. I apologize to the board, but I've been accused by somebody who's not even a council rep in this case of hiding something from the board. I haven't hidden anything from the board. In fact, I violated our usual practice of not allowing a fifth reconsideration request to go to the board, just so that no one like Ms. Tavares could make that accusation of it. And yet she makes it anyway. I will say this. Mr. Hollick just said because of one bad night. We did not receive this referral out of the blue. The police department told us that this place was a focal point for police attention. We saw a video of Mr. Corella's partner hitting a patron inside the location. We started to look into it and we found out that Mr. Santos, a convicted felon, was an owner of this premise when the license was issued. Under these circumstances, whether Mr. Corella knew that he was being defrauded, that he was part of a fraud or not, on the question of whether or not there's a false material statement is irrelevant. If the license could not have been granted if you knew the truth, his intent does not matter as a matter of law. We have case law on this, and the case law makes sense. If Mr. Corella, for example, put in an application saying there was no church within 200 feet of this location, and that turned out not to be true, would the board say, okay, we'll keep the license there because Mr. Corella didn't know that his representative hadn't told the truth about that? No, you couldn't do that. Same thing with a convicted felon as his partner, or an availer. And that's just on the merits of whether or not the board should consider this in considering a CMC. As to whether or not Mr. Corella actually did know that there was a fraud being perpetrated on the board, that is a matter for the hearing. And I don't know what hearing will take place. I assume that Mr. Halak is a professional and he will try to put in whatever evidence he thinks supports his case. I don't know whether that evidence is material. In fact, I think that's the one thing that you can't use prior backup acts for. It's an impermissible inference to say that because...
All right, we're getting far afield.
But I just want to make this clear on the record that there's two issues here. There's what's going to happen at the hearing and there's what the board needs to do. And I really do resent the notion that anybody would accuse me of doing anything wrong here when I bent over backwards to violate rules that have been in place since long before I got here and get this CNC to the board.
So before we go forward, sorry, Mr. Bears, if you could please put a mask on. Thank you.
If I may, we're not here to accuse anybody. We're here to explain that, again, there was no intention to defraud. And if you actually look at the facts are that Mr. Santos was never intending to go into business with Mr. Santos. He was buying a business from Mr. Santos. He hired somebody who he thought was an expert. He put his faith in her. He trusted her to do what she did. Unfortunately, she led him down a bad path. He has not himself done anything other than trust the wrong people here. And if you look at everything that was done over the past several years, and you heard Mr. Meyerhoff talk about law enforcement, the reality is we have a letter of support from Captain Joseph Tompkins that we submitted to the SLA, who's the commanding officer of the local precinct. They consider BOCA a friend. When they have problems emanating from the local
We have all the letters. We don't need to go through them. The point remains that this license never, ever would have been granted had the application been accurate, and it wasn't. And there were blatant misrepresentations on it. Now, why they're there is not really a concern of mine, because the rep may have done it. I don't know. He may have done it. But the bottom line is he's a business owner, and his obligation is to know what's being handed in. And if he didn't know that, that's on him. But this was a complete misrepresentation of a very large restaurant that we never would have granted because of the history of the people involved. And as I said, that's proven to be accurate. So I get that you don't agree with the charges. I understand that. Then go to hearing, in my view. And then if you want mitigation after the hearing, then come back and ask for mitigation if they get sustained. If they don't get sustained, then you move forward with your life. But
and I don't mean to interrupt you. I think the appropriate thing here, when you have somebody that was inexperienced and trusted the wrong people, and you look at them being a friend of the community for years after, I think the fine that we are proposing today reflects the seriousness of the charges, and the appropriate thing is to look forward, allow this restaurant to continue to operate, allow all these families to continue to earn a livelihood, allow us to work forward and be a friend and a partner of the SLA, instead of saying something happened 3 years ago because Mr. Corella hired somebody that he trusted and thought was an expert that did something wrong, and now we're going to go ahead 3 years later, 4 years down the road, shut down a restaurant, put all these people out of business, prevent Mr. Corella from doing all the good things that he's doing now and trying to promote vaccinations in a hesitant community, help people out that are victims
so
of...
then let me ask you this question. What do I tell the several hundred restaurants that I canceled for doing less than he did? That I closed their businesses, put their families out of work, and sent them home because they did less than he did. Not what he did, they did less. Is that fair to them?
It wasn't
That's not what I
fair.
asked you. I mean, no, you've had your say. That's not what I asked you. Is it fair to them?
You asked what you should say, and I think the response is that Mr. Corella is a law-abiding citizen. He has never had...
Is it fair to them?
It is fair to them because...
In my mind, it is not.
Mr. Corella is the victim of somebody else who he trusted And that is what got him here. That is why we're here today, not because Mr. Corella did anything wrong.
We're now repeating ourselves.
Well, no, if you would have flagged Uriel Guzman, we would be here today, Chairman Bradley. If you would have flagged that filer, you have your hand in it too. If you would have flagged that filer, we would not be here today. That is the reality of it. That's why $200,000. Does the governor know we're offering $200,000?
The members of the need to vote on the.
I just need to say one thing.
No, she's now accusing me, so you don't have to respond to that.
The defense that's being offered today, whether legitimate or not, has not been proven.
Okay.
And it's
We all understand that.
So now, it's ready to vote.
Yeah.
Not to accept the, I believe, like, grant denying the reconsideration instead of the 200,000. Commissioner Van.
It's very hard to decide when I really don't have the facts completely clear, and now a lot of things have been said, and
This is a man who genuinely wants to work with the.
Sir, we're voting. She's not asking a question.
you've come back so many times. I just want to end this drama at some point, so I'm going to accept.
Granted, and CNC.
If we deny this, what's the next step here?
Wednesday hearing on the 25th.
I'm gonna, excuse me, I'm going to grant reconsideration, but I'm going to deny the offer so it can go to hearing and maybe some of these issues can be cleaned up and maybe we can make a decision later. So
And you're denying, you can't, you either have to deny the recon on the penalty, then it goes to hearing.
Oh.
If you grant reconsideration, you're accepting the penalty.
Or proposing it.
An alternate penalty.
Yeah, the current board offer is a counter offer of canceling bond for life.
And canceling bond. Denying recon, canceling bond.
Yeah, I'm denying as well. I think I was at revoke actually. Correct, Tom?
Yeah, I voted for vote.
I'm denying the recon. Thank you.
Next item is 160, that's DOLSONTOWN Liquors Inc.
Sorry, what number?
160.
Good morning to the board, Mayor Tory, for the applicants to my left. I believe there's opposition, so I don't know if you guys want to go first.
Is the opposition present?
Yeah, we'll let them go first. Thank you.
yourself for the record.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, my name is Babini Patel. I'm from the Hudson Valley Wines and Liquors on Dawson Avenue in Middletown.
Okay, go ahead.
And
What's your address?
I'm sorry?
What's your address?
125 Dawson Avenue.
Okay.
And I'm here to oppose the proposed license for the Dolsontown Avenue. My store is located within the 2 months radius of the current proposed store. I feel like, we don't need any other more liquor stores. The population of Middletown is almost the same. Our sales has been pretty much steady, except the 2020, which is an exceptional year for everyone. We are one-stop shop store into the grocery, close to the grocery stores in a shopping plaza. It's convenient location for the Middletown population. And I feel like there is no need to have any more liquor stores. We already have about 6 to 7 liquor stores within the 2 months radius. And they serve enough the requirements of the Middletown population.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Rory Jacob, and this is my wife, Nish Jacob. I'm the owner of United Malt Corporation, PTA Malt and Liquors, located at 130 Dawson Avenue, Middletown, New York. I'm one of the closest stores under 2 miles, and I'm here to oppose 2 stores because one is coming next. There's 2 stores are the same.
Just talk about the one that's in front of us. Tell me your address again.
130 Dawson Avenue.
Okay. Okay.
There are 11 liquor stores in Middletown right now, just in Middletown, and 8 of them are within the 3-mile radius of the proposed location. And the population in Middletown in 2010 was 28,086, and it is decreased to 27,963 in 2019, and slightly steady right now in 2020. And this area is it's a span area of 5.14 square miles with a very low population density, and it's clear evidence that the rural nature of this area. This area is extremely rural with the farmland adorning the countryside, and the city of Middletown is already saturated with the existing 11 liquor stores. The board recently denied one liquor license for Liquor Heaven Inc. serial number 2224353, located at 609 Road 211, Middletown, New York, shows that Middletown is already saturated with enough liquor stores and no need of another new store, in fact, jeopardizing the existing stores. My store and the across the street, Hudson Valley, and most of the stores are located in a shopping center, a large little supermarket, grocery stores, and all other stores. And also, the sale of my store, except 2020, is pretty steady or declining. 2020 is an exceptional case of COVID-19. We did more business. Public convenience or advantage is not being served by licensing this application in this rural area. For these reasons, I respectfully request a denial of this license application.
Thank you.
And also, sir, 2 more things. One is, there is 5 other, I don't know if you have it in the record, there is 5 more stores sent the email before the 14th, but unfortunately, they all sent the deficiency.sla.gov, and we found out later that it has to be a free supplemental. So they resent it yesterday, but I have 3 of them. Hope if you accept it, I have it.
Yeah, we'll take it. How many copies of those do you have?
I have 1 copy.
Okay, just hand them to me. You want to see, who's representing the applicant?
And one more.
Hold on, who's representing the applicant? All right, I'll let you look at these when we're done.
And one more point, sir, the last point. Because in the last August, one of my good friends, he's opening a gas station in the same plaza. He approached me and he told me he is getting this liquor store for $50,000. I told him the license is not approved yet. So he said they already made the deal. If the license is approved, he is getting that store, he's buying that store. So that means I have a strong intention that the applicant don't have no intention to run this place. Once he got the license, he wanted to sell to a third party. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to address you. My name is Joseph Alonzo. I'm the owner of Anton's Wine and Liquor located at 360 Route 211 East, Middletown, New York, 10940. My store is located approximately 2.9 miles from the proposed store. To not repeat myself, I just wanted to address, I was going to address several of the facts that the prior people had, but there's no need to repeat there.
Thank you.
As far as the convenience and benefit to the community, there's a glut of stores in Middletown. People have plenty of opportunity to shop in different types of stores. There's probably close to 30,000 square feet of liquor store retail space in the Middletown-Walkville area at the moment. Also, all of the stores, I won't say all, but 3/4 of the stores offer delivery. So people do not have access to get to the store. My store, we deliver through Drizzly, DoorDash, our website, and our app. So people can get delivery of product if they don't have an ability to get to the stores. Also, Middletown and Walkville have a very good public transportation system. There are also several cab companies in the area that people can use. So from what they said, and also from the delivery point of view of getting product into people's hands, we certainly do have options. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Here, do you want to read these, or just 3 nearby liquor stores? Thank you. Just make sure we get them back, because they have to go on the record. Thank you. This is on the phone.
So just a couple points to respond to the opposition. According to our data, Chairman, from 2000 to 2010, the rate of population increase was on average of 10.6%. From 2010 to 2020, went from 28 to 30,000, and that was from the demographics of this Middletown, straight from Middletown. So it's been an average upswing of 10% plus over every 10 years. And you know, Middletown has 6 high capacity complexes around this location. The applicant is a part owner on this new $2.5 million construction site. They obtained financing from a local bank which saw the potential of Middletown and the increase of population to fund this site. And their location, even though it's Dolson Road, which is different than Dolson Avenue, it's the only liquor store on that road. His store has 10 rentable areas. It's going to be definitely a public convenience and advantage. People come to this new location. There's going to be a variety of other stores that are going to be there. So it would, you know, definitely give a public convenience advantage to the local community. And again, the statistics stand for themselves. The population has increased tremendously from what I'm gathering.
Where are you getting those numbers from?
So right from the demographics of the city of Middletown, it gives you
10% over what period of time?
So from 2000 to 2010, it went from 25,000 to 28,000, showed a 10.6%.
So that's 1% a year.
And then from 2010 to 2020, it showed it went from 20.
So that's about 200 people a year. Okay.
So the population is increasing. You know, this local bank definitely wouldn't lend the money to a $2.5 million investment if they didn't, you know, feel confident in that area and what's going on in that area, and with the values of properties increasing and population increasing, it's a 1,500 square foot store, and it would be perfect for this 10 storefront location. It's nothing that's gonna overburden the area. It would be perfect for people who come to that new location. And
So, and before you go on, I should have mentioned this up top. It appears from our records, he had 3 other licenses previously that he never put on his application.
All with disciplinary history.
All with history, but they were under another name. Did he change his name at some point?
he has 2 locations now that are currently licensed.
No. Did he change his name at some point? So do we have the right guy?
Well, if it's not the right person, somebody with his social security number and same date of birth is using his identity to open up convenience stores.
Did you formally have 3 other licenses?
I just had my last name and I couldn't say that. Maybe that's what it is.
When he became a citizen, you changed the last name?
Gurpreet Singh.
Oh, they had to add a last name?
Yeah, you had 3 licenses under Gurpreet Singh, which you didn't put in your application.
Why didn't you put those in the application? You had adverse history in those licenses.
I did 2 of them. Had the same name. And when I have a conversation, they had to add my last name.
You got the question. What did you put those licenses on application? He had a representative help him fill out the application, so, I wouldn't be able to answer that, Chairman. But
I mean, that's why, and I know you know this, but that's why we ask for the history, because we need to know what, if you've been licensed before, what your behavior was when you had those licenses, and yours, while not the worst behavior ever, but you had some disciplinary history with us, including cigarettes and avail.
But you had a representative help with this? Because you didn't disclose that either on your initial application.
Yeah, he had a person help him fill out the application. He had a medical procedure in the last 2 days, so he's done with that.
Okay.
I don't know
I think we're ready. Anything else? You want to add anything else, or?
Just Chairman, again, this location is a brand new site, and just to emphasize that, this location is definitely would be a convenience advantage to the population. It's a 10 storefront location, and so it would help whoever goes to that location just to have the convenience of having a 1,500 square foot liquor store there.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Mann, you ready to vote?
Yep. From what I can see, the existing stores are actually on the shopping strip and you're not. So I don't see public convenience advantage. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I think the closest stores, looks like they were all doing steady, but they did do a 2020 bump like everybody in the world did, right? The location of the store is a little bit east. It's kind of outside the urban pocket. I don't really see any significant population there, albeit it is on a highway. I don't know how busy it is, but I'm not convinced of the need at a location right now. So I'm going to vote to deny as well. Sorry.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's 8 stores within approximately 3 miles, and sales are variable in the 4 closest. So I'm going to vote to deny. Thank you.
Next is 152, that's CJS Liquors Inc.
Good morning.
Are you other store who's talking about?
I think they have all.
We're the other store, yes.
But if you could introduce yourselves on the record, and then we'll hear from all.
Yes, I'm resident GITANO, here for the applicant.
My name is Fozia Shah.
If you guys want to come back up.
There you go.
Oh, the same stores or opposition?
Opposition, so.
Again, my name is Roy Jacob. I'm the owner of United Farm Corporation. I'm one of the closest store proposed CG's wine and liquor.
Go ahead.
This particular West Town, it's definitely a rural area, and the population is only 3,281 people in the town. There's 4 liquor stores currently serving that area. Myself, Shamrock, Pine Island, and Hudson Valley. And the population density is 167 people per square mile. And usually, like in that area, like average 2 acre needed for a house. And the Western, it's a clear evidence of rural nature of the hamlet. This area is extremely rural with the farmland, abounding the countryside of the city of the Middletown, and already saturated with existing liquor stores. The fact that the liquor license is technically in Westtown, it's an attempt to convince the board that the jurisdiction is not in Middletown, when it is obviously attempting to draw the customers from the Middletown market. The population of Westtown is already very low, and there's other 3-4 stores already serving the same area. I don't think any public convenience or advantage is serving for allowing this liquor license. So I humbly request the board to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
You say they're attempting to, I don't want to use the word deceive, but to distract, that they're in West Town, that they're really in Middletown, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the existing customers from the West Town, they're coming to our plaza because there's no grocery store, there's no supermarket in West Town. They're coming to our plaza to do the grocery shopping, and they're doing the liquor and wine, shopping also in our plaza.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, actually, they are our customers. So if the store is allowed, definitely it's going to affect our stores.
I just don't see anywhere that I could agree with you that they're attempting to distract us with an address, if that's their address. That's all I'm getting at. But thank you.
Thank you.
Any other opposition? What?
It's Pavini Patel from Hudson Valley Wines and Liquors in Middletown, New York, 125 Dawson Avenue. Westtown is a very rural area with our population is around 3,200. As Roy mentioned, I think I'm in support of those same points. I don't want to waste time here saying repeating the same thing. One thing only I want to add is my store also delivers, like we do the delivery service through the Uber. So if the requirements, if the needs of the population in Westtown, I think they can use the Uber apps and we can deliver there. So with the support, and the same points with the Roy's proposed points, I will also request.
How do you check customer ID if you make deliveries through Uber?
So it's an Uber's responsibility.
It's Uber's responsibility?
Yes, Uber checks. It's so Uber. A lot of times.
Uber Eats.
Uber Eats, and they do have products back when they don't see the proper ID, and so that's the authenticity right there.
So let me ask you this: the 4 closest stores, 2 of them are 9 miles away, which to me is not convenient. That's a half hour drive round trip.
So the only, Westtown doesn't have any grocery stores. So most of the population has to come to the Middletown area to do the groceries and the other requirements, the daily necessities.
So what if they don't want to do any grocery shopping, but they just want to go buy a bottle of liquor?
I believe that it's a very 3,200 population. I'm not sure if that's enough to support a liquor store.
But in the same sense, it would be convenient, at least to those 3,200 people.
Just for the liquor store purpose, sir, I understand, but how many customers just are only looking to go to get the liquor store?
That's a
out of
good
the
question.
3,200 population.
True.
So which one you're one of the ones that's 9 miles away?
I'm at the 125 Dawson Avenue on.
So you're not, okay, exactly not. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So did you want to speak again, or? No, okay.
Okay.
And
is actually, to their point, so Westtown, just to explain a little bit, Westtown is a hamlet, it's a zip code. The town is actually Minisink. There's no other liquor stores in the entire town of Minisink. The town is growing. Just a minute down the road, the same group, from the applicant, they are putting a Dollar General store in. They have put the foundation already. It's going to be there this spring. The other note is that, and just to let the board already knows, but the applicant owns 2 convenience stores where she has the grocery license, absolutely no negative history. But one of the convenience stores is in the same plaza that they're putting this, that she is putting this liquor store in. So the plaza has a convenience store on one end. In the middle, there's a restaurant. It's a pizzeria restaurant, and then this vacant space that they're going to use for the liquor store. As far as
Wait, say that again. She's a pizza place and what?
She doesn't own the pizza place. She doesn't own the plaza either. So it's just the convenience store that she has a grocery. They call it a grocery little convenience store deli. There's a pizza place in the middle between the two, and then the other end is vacant, which is where this one's going. So as the opposition actually stated, there aren't any large grocery stores in Minisink. They're all small convenience stores. So if somebody doesn't want to drive all the way to Middletown, they do use these convenience stores as their grocery store, the applicant's convenience store being one of those main convenience stores that they use. It's convenient. The next closest store is close to 5 miles away from here. And then the Middletown stores are over 9 miles away. Now, I think it's a difficult comparison that a store in the city-ish area of Middletown be compared to this small store in Minisink. So those are the main points. There is a growth in population that I did find between the last 2 censuses. It is roughly 3%. However, there are some developments going in the area. There's one more of a high-end development, but it is about a 5-minute drive from here. And there are some developments coming up. But like I said, the main point is that these little convenience stores in Minisink are their grocery stores because there aren't any large ones. So it is a public convenience to have like this mini plaza there where very few exist for the local population.
How big is your store?
It's going to be 620 square feet.
Who runs these businesses with you?
Just myself, and I have a lot of people working with me for 6-7 years.
How many convenience stores do you own? You own the one in this plaza that you're going?
Yes.
And how many others?
The other one is just 5-minute drive. It's in the Fortress, in Greenville.
She has no history here. Which one of you guys is Shamrock?
They didn't.
That's you? Are you?
I'm Hudson Valley Wines and Liquors.
Yeah, no.
Shamrock is not.
Not here,
No.
okay.
We were talking earlier, she does use the scan at her convenience store. She plans to use the same ID scanning at the liquor store.
She has no history, so
No. She's very
whatever she's doing right.
What will be your hours at the store? What are the store's hours?
Well, I'm just gonna open. Now I'm gonna be 10 to 5 over there.
10 to 5. And the convenience store is open the same hours?
No, the convenience store open at 7 o'clock. 7 to 9.
Why wouldn't you also close at 9?
The convenience store,
No, the liquor store.
I'm gonna see how it's gonna go. Because nobody knows we're gonna have that store, so it's gonna take time till people know. And for winter, when the weather is not good, they close down a lot earlier.
Okay. I mean, I understand it costs money to staff, et cetera, but if you really want to provide convenience, you're making the argument that people are coming to buy groceries, then maybe you should try to make the hours more mirroring so that people don't have to oh, I'm gonna go buy liquor, I gotta get there before 5. That's quite early. So,
And she plans on being there until 5. She does have employees that she could use to stay later.
okay, but you hear what I'm saying, just, if you're gonna provide mirroring service, it should be a mirroring service.
So you want to stay open the hours that you're allowed to stay?
Since it's such a small store and it is a very rural area that perhaps there will be public convenience advantage, I'm gonna vote to approve.
I find that it meets the public convenience and advantage standard, serving the hamlet of, what is it? It's Westtown, and
Westtown.
that's
The
in
town of
Menacing?
Menacing.
Yes. Yeah. I'm gonna vote to approve as well.
I'm gonna vote to approve. Good luck.
Alright, so, next is 143, that's NKC Liquors LLC.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Sin, Jennifer King, appearing on behalf of NKC Liquors with respect to agenda item 143. With me are principal applicant, Andrew Bliss, and the manager of the store, Nick Pascal. NKC Liquors is applying for a liquor store license for premises located at 105 Town Drive in Fayetteville, within the Town Center Shopping Plaza. We submitted additional materials last week, so I won't reiterate everything there. I'll just stress that this location has been operated as a liquor store for many years. NKC Liquors purchased the business as a going concern in 2021, when the prior license is retired. Premises are located within a growing shopping plaza that supports the.
Can I just stop you here I got a question for my staff. Why is this here?
Okay, so this really isn't a transfer, right? The applicant is buying the existing business, but expanding it. So it's a new store, okay? Licensing.
But they ended up with a 10.
That was a mistake.
Okay.
Okay, because and
This has no bearing on your
and this was
application.
not
I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
And this was not something that was, not disclosed by the applicant. It should never have been
I
processed.
got it, okay. All right, that's why my
It gets a public
antenna was
convenience-
going on.
It gets a public convenience test because they're expanding the store.
Got it,
It's not a
okay.
pure transfer.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
I take it we have no protests here.
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. We did get one written letter, but they're not here. Okay.
Yeah, so it's located within a growing shopping plaza. Both the principal and the store manager have prior experience in the liquor store industry. Fayetteville is a thriving suburb of Syracuse, and we believe it has the population to support the continued operation of the liquor store within this plaza.
And husband and wife, I take it?
Yeah, correct.
So what was the size of the store that they purchased? If you know.
I believe it was 2,400 square feet. It was fine.
Okay.
It's going from 24 to 10,000?
Yes. The adjoining lot within the shopping center, they won't open around the same time, so.
And how long have you been open?
In July?
No problems or anything?
No, it's been great.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
All right, Commissioner Knapp.
You can vote first.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote to approve. There's a store there already. We have one protest. 3 of the 4 closest stores show an increase in sales. They did increase the size of the store, but they also are on a temporary license and have shown that they, or temporary permit, and have shown that they can operate for the past 6 months.
All right. I'll vote to approve.
And Commissioner Ford.
That's the site of former Fayetteville Mall, which is now Fayetteville Strip Mall, if you want to call it that. Tremendously, massively busy shopping center. At the corner of Route 5 and Town Line Road, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so And you're,
We quiz him on geography of New York State before every hearing.
and I know it really well at the back of my hand.
Yes, he does.
So, the store that protested is in Manlius, which is a world away from Fayetteville. So, I'm gonna vote to approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Next is 154, that's a VASUDEVA.
Good morning, members.
What was that?
154.
Good morning.
Glenn Kabiston for the applicant. With me is Viva Patel, the primary principal, and her husband, Jitu Patel, who will manage the store. A new application, a very active service plaza that houses the post office for Bardonia, and then also adjacent to the Infinity Credit Union and CVS, and other ancillary small stores for people who come into the plaza. Mrs. Patel also owns the convenience store alongside of the proposed liquor store.
Are they familiar with the nearby stores? Because we didn't get, well, first of all, there's no protest, so there is no opposition. But we didn't get responses from the two closest stores. Are they, do you know if they're open? They are open? City Liquor is open? And New Ace Liquor and Wine is open? Okay.
I'd also like to add, I'm sure it's before you, we have support from the legislator of the county and also from the supervisor of the town, and a nice letter from the president of the Chamber of Commerce.
That was my next question. Are they, I assume this is in his legislative district? He didn't really make that clear. Sometimes we get letters from elected officials and the stores aren't in their district, which is convenient. Okay. Why a liquor store?
They tell them it would be nice to have a little.
They can let Mr. Kabista, they can answer me.
Okay, fine.
It's very good, convenient location for people and an excellent shopping center.
And you have the convenience store?
Yes.
And who's gonna run the liquor store? Both of you or one of you or?
My husband and
You have other licenses?
No.
Okay.
But they're both, you're both on this license, correct?
No.
Oh, just you?
She's on the manager.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Fang?
Since the two closest store did not respond and there's no protest and there's support from your local electeds, I'm gonna find public convenience advantage and vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
And for the record, you have support from Christopher Carey, the Rockland County legislator, George Horman, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correct, Clarkstown Town Supervisor, and also Jerry Kirkman, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, President of the Greater Nanuet Chamber of Commerce. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
I'm gonna vote to approve as well. The two closest stores did not respond to our request for sales, so I'm gonna assume their sales are certainly healthy. The next closest store is doing $11 million in sales, so I don't think they're gonna be affected by anybody. And you have support from your local electeds who clearly think there's a need for another store, so I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Next is 151, and that's NESH Wine and Liquor.
Morning again.
Okay.
For the record, Mayor from Corey for NESH Wine and Liquor, the applicant, same initial, is to my left. I don't know if there's any opposition.
I don't either. I don't see any. We did get one protest letter, just for the record. Unless this is opposition, no. Go ahead.
So we're here to answer any questions and maybe just give a brief description of the location. Being a resident of Wappingers, when he first asked me to appear today, I figured, you know, the location of the store and being the only application and if approved liquor store in the village of Wappingers, because it's technically in the village of Wappingers, although it's on Route 9. The traffic light that ends where this plaza is the actual road that goes into the village. It's a very diverse mall that it's in. It's got an AutoZone, Dunkin' Donuts, and the various food restaurants and smokes for less. So we definitely, you know, believe that this would be an asset to the community, given this location, being the only liquor store in the village, walkable from the village. If you take Main Street and come up the hill, granted, you do have to cross Route 9, but there is a traffic light directly in front of this plaza. I know there's another liquor store in the Hannaford Plaza, which is about 4 traffic lights away. It's kind of unique because if I'm traveling south, I'd have to go all the way down, loop around, come back to this liquor store. So every liquor store on around this location, it's in its own unique way has, you know, its own clientele. The closest liquor store again is in the Hannaford Plaza, so they got a lot of foot traffic there.
What's in his plaza?
So it's about 10 or 12 store plaza. It's got a Dunkin' Donuts, it's got a AutoZone, it's got a gyro food restaurant, smoke for less. It's got a another one, a Chinese restaurant. So it's very diverse.
You live in that town?
I live in the town of Wappingers, yes. I live about maybe 7 minutes from this location.
You gonna go to his store?
I think I'm gonna have to. But Mr. Nesh right here actually is he has a car service and he's getting older and he wants to do something that's more just in one location. Believe it or not, he actually owned a liquor store overseas in Jordan for 15 years when he lived over there. So he's always had a passion for this profession and so he wants to.
Do they make you go through this whole process in Jordan to get the license?
Yeah.
Is it worse than this or the same?
Too hard when you get that license.
Yeah.
Too hard. And your son is giving you the money to do this?
What?
Your son?
Yeah.
Your son's letting me take the money too.
Yeah, I have money and my son, he gives me
And what does he do?
engineering.
Engineering.
Yeah, both my sons engineering.
Both your sons are
Yeah,
engineers?
one live in Wappingers, another one live in White Plains.
Amazing, okay. But they're not gonna be involved, just you?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have their own professions and it would be Mr. Neshwat's primary source of business. He would actually, if approved, he's actually going to sell his route, his business for his car service and just focus on this as a full-time.
How far, so he's on Route 9 and so is that Viscount Wine and Liquors on Route 9?
Yes, Viscount is
huge, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So I know where this, all right, I know where this is. Okay. All right, Donald, I'm ready. Yeah.
Chairman will vote.
I'm gonna vote to approve. I think there is a public convenience and advantage being this close to the village. There is a store nearby that's 2 miles away, but it's an enormous 40,000 square foot store that is in Wappingers Falls. And I think this is not gonna affect their sales. They're doing 14 million in sales. So I think someone that doesn't want to go into that vast store would certainly benefit from a smaller store nearby. So I'm going to vote to approve.
And I'll approve as well.
There's another store a little to the south of you which didn't even respond. You're a little further north going towards, was it South Hills Mall? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Well, they may have responded, but they just got transferred. So that,
yeah.
I don't know if that's why did they respond, Tom, and they just had no information? Or did they just ignore
We didn't get a response.
it? Okay, so you're right.
Yeah, so I'm going to vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you. Happy New Year to the board.
Same to
Take
you.
care.
Happy New Year.
Good luck. Thank you.
So that's the last items that are for Zone 2.
Who are these guys?
Everyone else is in New York City.
Oh, they're for New York City?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So just want to go back over, so for the people in New York City, please when you come up to the podium, introduce yourselves. Representatives, introduce your clients as well. Silence your cell phones. And if you need to take any phone calls or have any conversations, please take them outside. please keep masks on at all times. And also, I believe we're still going to go on with this presentation time. It's limited to 5 minutes per side. If there's support and oppositions, please split the 5 minutes amongst yourselves. We'll be keeping track of that. So first thing, we have an interpreter in New York City. So I'm calling 125, that's HLS Restaurant Inc.
$125, you said?
125.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. This is Gene Anton representing the applicant on this matter. I have Ms. Sandra Cruz, the president of the restaurant with us, and a Spanish interpreter.
Augusto Beres, the interpreter, my honor.
Now, this was put over for the rep to finish submission of some material, is that correct?
Yes, I prepared a memo and provided letters of support, I'm sorry?
Yes, it was in a supplemental, correct?
Yes.
I'm just stating it for the record.
Right. So in my letter, in my memo, I delineate the issues that were found by the 500 hearing officer, and I believe we addressed all of those. And if you have any questions for Mrs. Cruz. So she currently has another restaurant with a partner? Yes. Yes.
Yes, my honor.
And she has stipulations with the community board, right?
Yes, and we provided the fully executed stipulations. And this is just a restaurant, or what really is the proposed method of operation here? It's a restaurant, full menu, chef at all times. Do you really need DJ and live music? Well, the live music is an acoustic guitar, create ambiance, and an experience for the customers. And the DJ is for Sunday brunch, and we outlined that to it in our memo, and she will agree to accept those terms. So Sunday brunch only. Okay. Or, I'm sorry, Saturday and Sunday brunch. What are the hours of her current restaurant?
12 to 12, 12 de 12 a 12.
From 12 to 12.
The other restaurant.
The first one,
Just to clarify, her other restaurant, correct? Yes. Yes.
nosotros abrimos de 9 de la mañana a
From 9 a.m.
to 12 de la noche.
to 12 a.m., my honor.
Okay. But you want 4 a.m. in this one? No. In this. No. Where did you say that? In the stipulations, it states 12 to 12 daily, and on Friday and Saturday to 2 a.m. Okay. Are you going to have security guards? We don't believe there's a need for security guards. It's a restaurant, it's a family restaurant. Well, family restaurants are not open until 2 a.m. That's on Saturday and Sunday. Friday and Saturday. But you just said to me that you're going to have DJ Boozy lunch. That doesn't sound to me like a family restaurant, sir. Well, I'm
Saturday
sorry?
and Sunday mornings for brunch.
Are you expecting the kids to come in when you're doing the DJ Boozy lunch? Well, I'm not sure the characterization of a boozy lunch, but it is a family restaurant. You can anticipate that families will be there, especially after service, church service, and things of that nature. The community board is in full support of this restaurant. There's a local community that's in full support of it. She has signatures, many signatures in the petition. They're in support of the restaurant.
All she asked you was whether you think it's a good idea if she has security. She's not She's basically gonna give you security as needed.
Guardia de seguridad, si cree que tiene necesidad de tener guardia de seguridad.
Yo creo que no, porque
I
solamente
think that, no, my honor.
No, but we'll take security as needed,
Pero
if needed.
Okay. Vamos a tomar la seguridad.
What about manager? Who's managing?
¿Quién es el manager ahí?
Juan Lee.
¿Oh?
Juan Lee.
Juan Rick, my honor.
Who is he?
Juan Rick.
Is he a relation of hers?
¿Qué tiene relación con usted?
No, es el manager.
I think it was
No.
a previous employee, an employee of the restaurant beforehand. And she's carrying him as a manager.
Okay.
All right.
All right, I'm ready to vote. Given the licensee's clean history with the agency, I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions.
Votar para aprobar esta licencia.
Can you just keep it down a little bit so we can hear the commission?
He's the translator.
He's a translator.
He's interpreting to her.
I know, but
Okay, so Sunday to Thursday, 12 midnight, Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m.
Noche, viernes, sábado.
Recorded music, live acoustic music,
Grabar música en
and
vivo.
DJ on weekends only.
Y DJ solamente el fin de semana.
You're required to have a manager,
Se requiere que tenga un manager, ¿no?
and you will hire security guards as needed.
Y va a contratar guardia de seguridad si es necesario.
I strongly encourage you, if you're going to do these brunch events, to really have security,
Yeah.
because we've seen
Yeah.
this kind of
Eventos.
situation get
Yeah.
out of hand, unintended by the person who runs the business, but
De la mano, ¿no?
I will tell you that your customers will get rowdy, and you don't want people throwing up all over the street, and then it really becomes a problem. So stay in front of the issue. You have a clean record, you don't want to mess it up.
Este tiene un limpio.
For brunches, you said
On the
Friday and
weekend.
Saturdays, we wanna make it for Friday and Saturday brunch only, just so that we don't end up with a late night DJs. That's just,
Yeah, that's what she asked for, so let's do it that way.
All right, and I will adjust DJ during weekend brunches only. I'm not gonna limit it to Sunday, but I will, daytime DJs only.
Horario del día diurno, ¿no?
Thank you.
I'm going to approve on the same conditions, and
Aprobar en mismas condiciones.
I think, sir, you, as translator, I think you did a nice job keeping her informed. We didn't have to tell you to tell her what we're saying, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my honor. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm gonna vote to approve under the same conditions.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Suerte.
Back here in Albany, next is 174 and 175, that's RSVP Hospitality LLC.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Lucas. I'm here on behalf of RSVP Hospitality LLC. I believe that my law partner submitted a CDC engagement statement submitted. The licensee understands the seriousness of the charges that are involved. What I can say is that the license we focused for the last 24 months certainly on operating an Indian restaurant. There were some reviews that were included with the submission. There have been no incidents that I'm aware of in the last 2 years since these incidents took place. The licensee has developed a good working relationship with NYPD. There's a letter of support there from one of the...
What number is this?
This is 174, 175.
So who are you working for, sir? Not who's your client, what firm? Oh, you are with Corngut, okay.
Yes.
So
I don't have any letter here, unless something came in later, regarding mitigation. Oh, I see, I do have it, I'm sorry. This, because something, the letter didn't make sense to me. I don't know if it made sense to you guys. But there was this idea that this all was a mistake. And that she didn't understand what her obligations were. And I don't know whether you guys talked to her or not, but I would recommend that you do talk to her beforehand.
You know, I think the issue was that when she was told at the scene, by one of our investigators, that she wasn't allowed to have live music, she said she was unaware of the restrictions, which seems odd because she signed a stipulation herself with the community board, so.
Well, not just live music, DJ and live
Et
music.
cetera, yeah. So she didn't do herself any favors by saying something that seemed like, well, it is what it is.
That discussion has been had, Chairman, Council, we've had those discussions. The licensee acknowledges that this operation was outside the approved method of operation. Right?
And they had, so the first thing was an NYPD inspection on Halloween, when presumably she was made aware that all these things were illegal or no? Because they went back again in November and it was still going on. Okay.
What I can say is that since then we have discussed in some detail the obligations arising from stipulations under the method of operation that's been approved, and that we believe our client understands that it has to operate within those restrictions.
Okay. All right, Don.
All right, so Commissioner
I was gonna go out, but since you're here, I'm gonna really tell you that she cannot have concerts. If she wants to do that, she just needs to come back to change her method of operation. And I trust that your office know what you're doing, so I'm gonna accept, but no more concerts at an Indian restaurant.
Are you proposing that as a counter offer then?
What, the no more concerts?
Yeah.
No, she has no live music. She can't
No,
have
she
concerts.
didn't have it in the
It's a
first
warning.
place. It's a warning.
Yeah, we don't want any bans.
Last chance.
I'll accept as well.
I was gonna go to 10,000, so I'm gonna stick with 10,000, but the 7,500, good luck.
Donald, I just need 2 minutes.
Yes, okay. We're gonna go into a brief recess. We'll be back in a bit.
How many more cases do you have?
We're back on the record after a brief recess. Next is 205 and 206, that's BRONX Brewery, Last Village LLC.
Good afternoon again. Mike Kalutis on behalf of BRONX Brewery Village LLC. I'm joined today by Damien Brown. Damien is the brewery's managing member, also the founder of the brewery. Applications to license these premises were disapproved in December of 2020 due to concerns surrounding the financial disclosure. We refiled the applications in first quarter of 2021. And with those applications made a full disclosure of both the corporate structure and the financing involved in the project.
So what, it says security for ticketed events. What kind of ticketed events do you have?
I imagine we would be having Oktoberfests, beer release events. I can't imagine them being ticketed, but we would have security as needed.
So it's not like concerts or something?
No, it's a very small thing. It's a small restaurant.
And how much, you're not going to be making a lot of beer there? It sounds like it's...
Pilot system.
And how much, what's the maximum on that?
2 1-barrel tanks.
So you're going to be selling the stuff from the Bronx primarily?
Very
and others?
Very limited wine.
Okay. Hours are 12 during the week and then 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday?
Correct.
And DJ once a week, what day is that, Fridays?
The stipulation just said one day a week.
Oh, that's from the community board, okay.
Yeah.
So you're good with all of these steps?
Excuse me?
You're good with all of these stipulations?
I am, correct.
All right. We ready to vote? Any questions?
Ready to vote?
Yes. I'm not sure why your first time around you didn't disclose all the financial information, but I'm glad that now we have it all cleared up and that you also gained the support of the community board, which is a big deal. And so I am going to vote to approve with the following conditions. 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday. You will not have any outdoor areas. You will have security guards during ticketed events. You will close all front or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. or when there's amplified music being played. "24 private parties per year is allowed. No happy hours, no pub crawl, no party buses, no unlimited drink special, no lines waiting outside, and that you will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints. And I'm going to add no promoters. I think there's some reference in here about promoted events, but I just want to make it clear, no promoters. And I'm going to limit your DJ to Friday or Saturday or Sunday or federal holidays."
I approve under the same conditions as Commissioner Fan.
I approve as well under the same conditions. Good luck.
Next is 198, that's 2122 BEEKMAN Bar, LLC.
$198?
198.
My gosh. Someone was killed in the outdoor dining area?
So Commissioner, Yes.
They had nothing to do with the premise, licensed premises or not?
Correct. The perpetrator of the crime was never inside the licensed premises, was not served any food or drink by the licensee, and it is my understanding that the perpetrator walked off of the street and into an open dining, open restaurant structure.
And the customer like, punched him though?
I'm sorry, the outdoor dining area is part of the restaurant or not part of the restaurant?
Well, it was, right? It was an open restaurant structure.
Yeah, I know, but you're telling me that it's not part of the licensed premise. In my mind, open restaurant service area is, in theory.
Well, as a legal matter, it's not really part of the licensed premises because
Really?
you didn't license that area.
That's insane.
Well, but we had a separate, we issued guidance.
Right.
In connection with the executive order that said that as long as the structure was in a certain place, we would treat it as part of the licensed premises. But now the executive orders have been lifted. So I guess at that time, you could argue that based on our guidance, it was part of the licensed premises. But the moral of the story is it was their obligation to supervise that area.
For sure.
Yes.
Commissioner, I wasn't trying to overemphasize that aspect. I certainly, it was the licensee's obligation to supervise the open restaurant structure. I wasn't suggesting otherwise. I think what I wanted to focus more on was the fact that the person that walked into the open restaurant structure hadn't been seated in that area, hadn't been served any food or drink from this licensee, and it's my understanding that it happened fairly quickly after his arrival. So it wasn't that.
And the victim wasn't a customer either?
That is my understanding, Jim.
The victim was not a customer either?
I'm sorry, no.
The victim was eating there.
Was in fact a customer.
And this is a
I
targeted
see,
hit?
I
This was a targeted hit, or they got into a fight and
They got,
you don't know?
They got into a hit, the perpetrator approached the victim. They got into some kind of argument, and the victim is the one who punched, he threw first punch. And the perpetrator responded and shot him.
So, I mean, I see how that's a problem, but, I mean, uncontrollable, but the bigger issue for me is the focal point.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we didn't charge this particular event as suffering and permitting disorder because
It was
we didn't have a record that it was suffering and permitting, but it's not an accident that this happened, apparently, because this place has been a repeat problem and has become a focal point for police attention, and that is why it's a serious charge that warranted an offer at this level from our perspective.
Yep.
Council office.
Okay. Did they ever catch the guy?
I believe they did. Police reports, it looks like they did apprehend, Chairman.
Which means what?
Well, that's good.
Commissioner Fanning, yourself, Commissioner Ford.
You have support from State Senator Zellner, Myrie, Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, others. So I'm going to vote to accept as well.
I'm going to vote to accept.
Thank you all.
Well,
Alright, so I've been informed that there's a matter in New York City that needs an interpreter, and our interpreter is still down there. That's 178, the old POSTO, TRATTORIA, RUSTICA, CORP.
178, you said?
Yeah, 178.
Ms. Tavares, I gotta ask you to keep the mask on. That's not my rule, it's somebody else's. But
Even while I speak, Chairman Bradley?
yeah, and I didn't make the rules, but I gotta follow them.
All right.
If you notice, Mr. Tavares, we have to keep him on too.
Good morning, members of the authority. I'm here on the license application for POSTO, TRATTORIA, RUSTICA Corp, DBA Taboo. They're located on 229 Dykeman Street. I'm here with Silvia Chévere and Carlota. Her nickname is Silvia Carlota Chévere and Yancy Espinal, co-owners of Taboo, wishing to first change their class. We actually have multiple applications at once. Change their class. They had an endorsement application and an alteration application. The corporate change was already approved. They're requesting a change in class because on the Dykeman Strip, they're suffering severe economic challenges. After COVID, they've been economically limited, and the competitiveness of the market is requiring an upgrade to evolve with the changing customer climate and needs. She needs a better assortment of alcoholic beverages and foods to keep up with the changing environment and to obviously to maintain her competitiveness. The community she serves is requesting mixed drinks, and just for the record, she requested this change in class because when on the Dykeman Strip, they historically they've come to the Liquor Authority with any type of change that happens to any of the restaurants on that area for over now it's been like 10 years. She's requesting this change in class because when she applied for a liquor license in 2013, she applied for a wine and beer with the understanding that she would apply for a change in class on a probationary period. I think 7 years without a disciplinary has been, or we're on now on 9 years without a disciplinary, speaks to her exceptional operations and management skills as an operator or manager at this location. She had one COVID violation, and that would be because it was during the summer where somebody lowered some of the division between the restaurants. But other than that, she has an exemplary record with the Liquor Authority. She's been a good neighbor, no disciplinaries, no noise complaints, or quality of life issues. The community board supports this application fully. She has all of the support of the elected officials in the area, and we recommend that the Liquor Authority approve this change in class because we have a good operator.
What's your actual address? Is it 227 or 229?
Or 225?
No, was 225, and then there was an issue with the building, and they changed to 229 because was several stores in the same area.
They changed the address of the building? So then where does 227 come from?
It merged. What the city did, it reissued addresses, which we submitted to the members of the authority in a letter from the city, stating why they just changed the addresses, and we had to follow suit.
Or is that because she went into the neighboring space?
Correct. But they also changed the
No,
address.
she already did. So the alteration you're asking for, permission for, you've already done.
Yes.
Yes, but we've not used. They've not used that other side. We were waiting until you approved it. It's closed, that side. We were waiting until you approved it, Chairman Bradley.
Is that the information we have?
I think so.
Tom, do you know?
As far as, are they using that space currently? I don't know if they're using it currently. I know that there was a alteration application for the wine license that was disapproved because we found that they were using it. They already started.
Oh, so they have used this space that now they're asking us to okay.
So
No.
this application for the liquor license includes the expanded space. So it's not just a class change of the existing licensed premises. It's a class change for a liquor license for a larger premises.
I see.
So if this gets denied,
They're
they
closed.
have to go back to their smaller space because the alteration application was also denied.
And for the record,
And that was denied because they were using the space before they ever came to.
Or they at least started making
Construction.
renovations. Yeah.
they never used the space, Chairman Bradley. They started construction, and then I told them that I had a prior filer on this, and what we did was we removed the filer and we did this properly because I
Do they
instructed
have
them.
do they have do they have live DJ and jukebox and karaoke permission now, or is that new that they're asking for?
They've had it the whole time.
Do they have that, Tom?
No.
¿Tú no tenías
It's recorded.
No, no, I'm sorry,
We
no.
never do karaoke.
Okay, Mr. Veras.
I'm asking Tom, if I have a question for you or your client, I will ask you.
Okay.
He has a computer in front of him and knows what we have approved previously. I can't tell by what you handed in.
But I had it noted in the memo to you, the wine license is approved for recorded music only.
So all this other stuff is being asked for. So it's a method of operation change and alteration as well as a class change.
It's not a method of change. The new place has a different method of
All
operation.
right, I got it. Okay.
I am still not sure about why the current license is at 227, and this application changes the address.
The lease is different address.
It's all over the place here. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't.
Before we go, can we have a moment with council, please?
Sure.
We're gonna go on a brief recess conference.
We gotta go somewhere, but not there, maybe over there.
I'm gonna ask.
We're back on the record after a brief conference with council. You ready to vote?
I am, I guess.
So there is some confusion here about what the real address really is. Just in our records, it's showing 3 different addresses, so I'm not really comfortable moving forward until we really clear that up, because you just need to clean that up. So I'm gonna hold this over to February 2nd, and you can send me a letter explaining why the prior license is at 227, but you're saying that it should be 225, but now the application says 229.
And the lease says one of the 3.
Yeah,
And there's a letter there from the Department of Buildings. That's why we had to change the address, Commissioner Fan. We wanted to be consistent with what the Department of Buildings, they rezoned that whole little building. And,
yeah, but that
not
doesn't
rezoned,
explain
but
why your prior license was at 227. That
I
doesn't
didn't-
explain that at all.
I didn't do that application, but I will say that.
Well, you can explain it because she's your client now, so go ahead and.
Commissioner Ford,
Over to what date?
February 2nd.
220. 220.
Yeah, you said 220, I was gonna wait.
22, sorry.
22.
Okay, Febrero 2nd, so.
Okay, clear.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll push it over.
Mr. Harris, for Mr. Harris, for February 2nd meeting, please send an email to Secretary's office requesting an interpreter. We need it next time, just so we can know. And thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 204. That's GRUPO, GITANO LLC, and GITANO NIC LLC. I believe there's people in New York City for this.
So did you guys know that Deborah Glick sent us a letter?
We have opposition to this. Okay, why don't you sit down, or you can stay standing, whatever you want to do. We're going to hear from the opposition. Put your name on, oh, I'm sorry, Guy. Put your name on the record first. Mr. Bernstein, you can put your name on the record.
Yes. Donald Bernstein, on behalf of the licensee, it would be James Gardner.
Okay.
Mr. Bernstein, I'm going to give you this.
Go ahead, ma'am. Put your name on the record and tell us whatever you came to tell us.
Okay. My name is Donna Raftery. I am co-chair of Community Board 2's SLA committee, and I'm here to introduce myself to you and present the board's resolution denying this application. The committee was shown compelling video and other evidence regarding the method of operation in October. I believe this was also submitted to you. The committee voted to deny this application, but granted the applicant reconsideration. We heard from the applicant and the community again in November, and again voted to deny the application. In 2017, when the board supported the initial application, it was in part due to the 2-year temporary nature of the seasonal license, in addition to the agreed upon stipulations and the then unique nature of the outdoor dining experience. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
What was your name again? I'm sorry.
Donna Raftery.
Thank you.
And who else
is there? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Darlene Lutz, and speaking in opposition to this renewal on behalf of myself and a number of my neighbors, Catherine Schubert, Carol Cruz, Jacob Sardik, and others. We are all longtime residents of 80 Varick Street, a mixed-use converted loft building adjacent to Gitano. The entire of my home for over the last 40 years sits above and directly across from Gitano. I'm invested financially and emotionally in my home, and I take great pride in it. Gitano, an all-outdoor venue, arrived 4 years ago for a promised 2-year-only run. The supplemental material I submitted contains hyperlinks to a video I created, Gitano Season 4, and I take credit, and as well as various videos of the burlesque, stripper night, drag shows, jungle brunches, etc., and night after night of hosted DJs events. Entertainment volume level music is the standard. The past 4 years, Gitano has severely and negatively impacted my life. This isn't only a matter of being able to sleep, it's the waking hours that have been robbed. Like COVID, it is time for Gitano to exit, and I hope you reach that conclusion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else there?
Yes.
Hello, Carter Booth. I'm now a member of CB2. I'm no longer the chair. I'm no longer chair of the Liquor Licensing Committee. Two things. I've testified before you, as I'm sure you remember. I'm going to keep it brief.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you where you've been. I don't think I've seen you in a year.
2 years. Maybe 2, right. So 2 seasons was a key component of the original application on this. It was the original attorney, Robert Bookman, was very clear when he presented this to the community board. This is 2 years, maybe an additional year. And Mr. Gardner had both spoken to that. The term sheet that was provided to us originally was for 2 years. The lease would terminate on April 30th, 2020, and at that point it would go to a month-to-month lease. So just wanted to address that. A couple of things have happened within the last week or 2 weeks, which were discussed at Community Board 2's Executive Committee meeting last night, and the updates from the Department of Parks and Recreation were that the Grand Canal Court basketball courts across the street from Gitano were going to be removed at some point soon because the MTA is going to be building a new substation. The Juan Pablo Duarte Square, which is next door to Gitano, is also going to be under construction soon. The DEP is now considering installing a new pump station under the DMAP Sullivan Street. Last week, the Vestry of Trinity Church announced that they had elected a new rector for the church, and and CB2 has been engaged with Trinity and the Conic partners for quite some time regarding the development of the school, but now there's an opportunity for us to perhaps begin discussing some other uses on this vacant lot other than a restaurant, which would perhaps be providing a substitute for the displaced basketball courts, which are going to be under development for 4 years in the interim before any building may be built there. I think Chairman Bradley, you'd mentioned this last time, development in New York City is very uncertain. I don't think there's a risk of this being an empty vacant lot for years and years. There are plenty of other uses that can happen here, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you.
The opposition has 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Steve Nishimoto, and I've been a resident of 80 Varick for 20 years now. I live on the F line on the 3rd floor, which directly faces the restaurant. I'm in support of Gitano. I've attended 2 community board meetings. I feel confident that Gitano has created a positive impact in the neighborhood in what would be an empty unused space.
Comments and support.
That's fine. Keep going.
If I look out of my windows towards Tribeca, I see beautiful palm trees. I always notice passersby taking photographs and selfies. Also, during the pandemic, Gitano was really a one-of-a-kind outdoor dining experience. Over the years, I've seen the building grow in support of the restaurant, some 80% or more, and couldn't make it today due to work and concerns over COVID. I've had no problems with the restaurant, quite the opposite, quite fond of it. I don't hear any noise. I've allowed sound engineers to come in and measure the sound, as long with maybe like a handful of other units in the building is let that as well. 80% of the building is in support. I have no problems. And I just want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Natalie Rivera, and I've been a resident of 80 Varick Street, apartment 3A, for over 10 years. I've been very supportive of Gitano Restaurant since the beginning, and I've written many letters and attended numerous community board meetings to show my support. It's been great to have an outdoor restaurant in our neighborhood, especially since in our area we don't get that much foot traffic, so Gitano actually helps other businesses with the foot traffic. Gitano became even more significant during the pandemic as an outdoor restaurant that provided a safe dining experience for our neighborhood. Our neighborhood permanently lost many restaurants and delis with only a few reopening. So that makes Gitano even more relevant in our neighborhood. They have a vast majority of support from our building and have been proactive in making sure if we have any issues, they will deal with it. I was very surprised on how Community Board 2 ignored and discounted the vast majority of tenants, especially after we waited multiple hours on 2 separate occasions to air our opinion. In this pandemic, where the end is not in sight, the vast majority of tenants in our building would like GITANO to remain instead of an empty lot. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
I think that's it, Mr. Bernstein.
Okay. Thank you, and it's nice to see you in person after so many years.
Yeah, thank you for driving up.
Crazy. I'm here on this application for GITANO, which is a modern outdoor Mexican restaurant at 76 Barrack, founded by Grand Canal and Sullivan Streets in a former vacant lot. The seasonal license was initially issued in 2018, and the owner of the property gave GITANO only a 2-year lease at that time. It came to the community board and the authority with the understanding that it would likely have a 2-year license, but clearly was aware that there may be an opportunity for an extension.
No. Their stuff that was handed into us said 2 years with perhaps an additional year, or there was no implication that this was going to be a permanent situation. Hold on. That was said to me because I remember it, and I just reviewed the paperwork, and it's clear. And it wasn't even sold to us that it was because the lease was 2 years. It was sold to us, and I believe to the community board as well, that it was because something was going to be constructed on the property, which clearly did not happen.
Yes.
And maybe that's going to happen, maybe it isn't, I have no idea. But there's no question in my mind, and I can't speak for the other commissioners, that I considered this, at worst, a 3-year proposition.
And if I gave the impression that it could have been permanent, that I did not mean to give that impression. That is not at all what I'm saying. But when the original stipulation was negotiated with the community board, it was specifically stated that if additional years would be requested, there was a process to do that. So I'm not saying that it was contemplated there would be another 5 years or 10 years it would be permanent, just that the 2 years was not an absolute fixed number of years.
No, but I got to be honest with you, 5 years was never in my realm of possibility.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't think it was in my client's either. I don't think there was ever an expectation that the school that was going to be built would not happen. I think that the expectation was 2 years, maybe we would get a 3rd year, because we didn't think there would be an opportunity for that.
Are you representing him in the lease negotiation as well?
No.
Who is representing him on that?
I negotiate that directly with Trinity. It's a year-to-year until the school development starts. They're currently planning end of this current year. Their development was delayed by COVID.
All right, why don't you go get a letter from the landlord that says that? Because I can't.
I don't even need the letter. I'm not doing it again.
Okay.
But if you want a letter, we can get the letter. I don't know where you are, but this was not what I contemplated. And not only that, the other stuff that they brought to the forefront, which I believe is against the method of operation, is all accurate. They have live entertainment, which you want, whatever you want to call a burlesque show, it is live entertainment, it's dancing. There are clearly, you call them music curators. That to me is a DJ.
There is no DJ.
Then what's a music curator?
Pre-recorded playlist.
It's not a live.
I mean, you see, the problem is it's a popular place. So there are videos all over the internet. There are pictures all over the internet of the burlesque. Nobody signed on for that. And this was supposed to be a restaurant with a meditation garden, with this, with that, and I'm sure that's all there. But the minute you throw burlesque into a situation, it's now borderline, I don't want to call it a club because I'm not going to say it's that bad, but it is borderline a club. And your other locations are clubs.
So, shall I speak?
Go ahead, you can speak.
If I can address.
Well, he can speak if he wants to. Go ahead.
If I can present first, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So there is no live curator of music.
Correct.
Everything is pre-recorded. So there is no DJ.
Absolutely.
We have the right to have live music, but never have had live music. We do not have live music. The situation with the burlesque dancer was an unfortunate incident.
It happens every week.
It happened last season. Just on Monday nights. On Monday nights, I think at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock at night,
10 minutes.
for a 10-minute period, they have burlesque. It has been discontinued. I told my client this was probably ill-advised, even if it wasn't a breach of the stipulation, it's probably a breach of the intent of the stipulation. It shouldn't have happened. It's been discontinued. It will not happen again. The only music and the only entertainment is recorded music, and that is all that goes on. This is seated.
And you think that we're gonna, I mean, I don't know if I can trust you. I mean, every time we set conditions, he's basically gone and do something completely different.
But Commissioner Phantom, I don't know what those...
We said background music only, and it's super loud.
It is not. Please, let me address that, because this is a critical issue. That we had Alan Firestein from Acoustalog, retained him, and he came back. So he set the original system back in 2018. And it was agreed that there would be a specific decibel level, I think it was 82 or 83 decibels, because once the sound travels set at that level, it would not be heard in the apartments. And I would note that there is a line of apartments directly across from us at 60 Valley. That's the only building that's really impacted. The F line faces us. There are 10 floors and 10 apartments in the F line. 9 out of 10 of those apartments in the F line have submitted letters to you in support of this application. 1 or 2 of them spoke here today. A number of them came to the community board.
I know, but what's your, and I read all the letters, and he did too, and maybe those people aren't being bothered, but clearly other people are. I don't believe they're lying. But the other point I want to make, which I really think is the biggest issue in all of this, is that the community board entered into stipulations with you, or your client, and I probably wouldn't have granted this license had they not. And I think that they did that in good faith, and I think you believe they did it in good faith, but I also believe 100% they did it with the expectation that this place would not be there forever. And 5 years in New York, even as a restaurant, is a lifetime. Most restaurants don't make it to 3.
I understand, Mr. Chairman, if I can.
But why should, like, my suggestion, and what I'm thinking as I'm reading all of this, is that I viewed this as a temporary situation myself. And it clearly is not now. So I would like another go-around. And I would like the renewal to be denied, and you reapply, because we do have all year to do it, and you go through the community board process again, and then come back to us again. Because I did not sign on for this.
Well, with respect to that, I think we're going to be, if we do that, we're going to get the same result.
No, you're not. I bet you don't get any stipulations this time. But
we're going to be back with the same. I think that, and the reason why I brought these apartments, because you're talking about sound and music, is that these people, these 10 units, these 9 out of the 10 units that live and face us are not bothered by sound. They are not bothered by noise. They've submitted letters saying they don't hear the music. They are okay with this. They want it. There's a difference between the community board and the community. The community, 80% of the residents in this building want GITANO to continue.
Then they need to get on their community board.
90% of the apartments that face us want GITANO to continue. If I may just come back to the sound. So this video that you heard on a phone is a faulty, defective video. And we had Alan Firestein explain that to us. And what he explained very clearly, and it's in his report. Let me just finish. He came to our place right after the community board meeting. He confirmed that the equipment was properly set. He checked everything and actually put locks on the system so that the decibel level could not be turned up. He went to the apartments across the street and conducted sound tests and confirmed that the sound was not audible in those apartments. With respect to this video that you were probably provided, he said that a cell phone, first of all, this cell phone was hung out the window. It was not in the apartment. It was outside the window. And a cell phone has an audio recording function called automatic gain control that is designed to increase the volume of lower level sound, decrease the volume of louder sound, to create an artificial level. Commissioner Ford, maybe you're aware of that, being in the music industry.
I'm available about
And it
compression.
is not an accurate depiction of sound, and he made that very clear in his report. He also said that the way it is stored on the cell phone compresses the dynamic range of the sound, making low sounds artificially louder. You have to use an uncompressed .wave file in order to keep an accurate record. So this cell phone is not a recording, is not an accurate depiction.
And that's fine. I'm not, as I said, I'm not even telling you that it's too loud. I'm telling you that this is not what I signed on for. They're clearly having promoted events, whether it be a DJ or a music curator. They are advertising the music curator, who happens to be a DJ, by the way. I looked him up. Alex Laudertain, who they had, is a DJ who gets paid to be a DJ. Yes, all his stuff may be pre-recorded and slid in, but he's there. He's there to attract people because that's what he does for a living. Fine. Then you have other people that are hosts of brunch who are there. They're relatively famous people, I believe. I don't know any of them, but I looked them up and they seem to have some kind of following. And they're there to attract people, which to me becomes a promoted event. Not a restaurant, a promoted event. Then you have burlesque, another promoted event. It's not a nightclub, but it's something not what it said it was going to be. And it was supposed to be 2 years. The last time we were here, I said last time. I don't speak for them. She wants a letter from the landlord. I will put it over for that if it would make you more comfortable.
I don't know. Commissioner Ford, where are you?
We've approved this, how many times now, Gary? 4?
This is initially 2, and then there were 2 similar meetings. I think I was at both of them.
Yeah.
2 extensions.
Where it was one more summer because the school's coming. Now it's one more summer because the school's coming.
Do you guys have anything to do with the building of the school?
So Trinity is the landlord and is building the school.
Right.
Is working with developers to build the school. Our agreement with them is to be there until, obviously only with your permission, until the school starts.
You lease from Trinity.
Lease from Trinity, correct.
Cancellation option.
Correct. There's a 90-day cancel clause. So if, as and when the school starts, even if it's this year and you approve us, we would have to vacate within 90 days. So we're not delaying the school development.
So you don't have the lease that runs the length of the license that's going to be issued?
No, it does.
We have a lease, but
then you have a lease that can be terminated before the end.
Which has always been the case if the school development starts.
Well, now we'll deal with that issue later if we ever get there.
So we have been providing an important service of outdoor dining. Our team has worked hard to follow stipulations in the letter that you've received.
No, you haven't. You've planned all these events that are completely in violation of what we told you could do.
They're certainly in violation of the spirit of it, as Mr. Bernstein said. We've never defined what a DJ is. So is it a DJ when you take a tape of a DJ and put it in, and the DJ happens to be there but doesn't do anything?
An advertiser's name.
Yeah, I think that's a DJ, but maybe, I'm sure a court would probably disagree with me. I don't know.
So maybe if I could, the way we have managed that is we follow the stipulations carefully. We have always had pre-recorded music. We've tried to be creative marketing-wise, but we've always had pre-recorded music. When these allegations were made by the one neighbor who was opposed to since the beginning, we took them very, very seriously. We called it out back in 4, this is very important to be clear on, 4 of the apartments, 3F, 2F, 5F, 7F. So the 4F apartment is the one that's opposed us since the beginning. The only neighbor who's opposed us since the beginning and spoke today. Steve is directly under the resident who just spoke of 4F, and the resident Michelle Keane above 4F is a mother. She has spent 3-4 hours on each community board supporting us. She just received personal news that she can't be here today because of COVID. She's written 2 letters, they're in your pack. They believe strongly that the community board and the one neighbor is very unfairly representing how we operate. If we were operating in the way that you are perceiving that we are, we would not have their support. Actually, the opposite, they would also be complaining about us. They don't hear our music. We made a mistake. The one mistake that we made was the Monday night, 10 minutes at 8 a.m. and 10 minutes at 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. We would never do that again. When it was presented to me as an idea, I wasn't sure, and I honestly, really, we should not have done that. That's the one. It wasn't against the stipulations, because there was no music component, but the spirit of the stipulations. So we have not broken stipulations. We want to follow them. If there are other things we need to go on the record to say to have another season providing outdoor dining while COVID pandemic is still an issue, we would be very, very grateful.
So we have no record of any 911 or 311 calls against you?
We've had no violation. You guys came and inspected us multiple times during COVID, the mayor's office, the police department. We have never had any.
And I think we do have one complaint.
We have a series of complaints from 1 week in the summer of 2020, all from the same person, who is the tenant that he's referring to.
Which were investigated, and
we didn't investigate them because they came, I suspect, because they came in right in the midst of the height of the pandemic when we were doing patrols for COVID-related.
Oh, they were COVID-related.
So we did not investigate, but we also received no further complaints that summer, and we have no complaints from the summer of 2021.
Okay. The one neighbor has called every agency frequently. They've come, they've looked. The DP, they said you're good. The DOB, they've said you're good. The police department, they've said you're good. Everyone that is called multiple times by Department 4F. And I also want to go on the record saying I personally have tried to meet the resident of 4F to see if there's anything we can do personally with her to help alleviate the specific issues she had. And she has not wanted to meet with us. So we have formed open dialogue and communication with all the neighbors. If they ever had an issue with sound or anything else, they have direct lines to the management team, to myself. And we are very good neighbors. We've offered this coming year to clean Duarte Square Public Park in addition to our property, because it's quite often not kept so clean. The children will be coming back. We taught over 3,000 public school kids in years 1 and 2. We stopped at COVID. Meditation has carried on every single year, even during COVID. The public school student education will return this year. And we do a lot of good for the community. We have very strong community support, although community board, I understand, it doesn't like our operation. I understand it.
okay.
Ready to vote?
I don't know. Did you want to get the letter or no?
I mean, I just want to know if this is going to keep going on, because at some point, you're betraying the trust of the community.
Right.
Because they're expecting the school to come in, and they feel like, okay, we'll just put up with this for 2 years, and then we'll get the school. And it's gone on for many years. And I understand you run a business, but to what end do you keep bothering your neighbors? I mean, really, even if they're coming in support, like, to what end do you make money off of the backs of these people?
Can I read, I just want to read the stat so we're on the same page.
So,
really important. There are 56 apartments next to GITANO. There's nothing else, only 56 apartments. Of the 56, 44 have signed the petition in support. There are only two opposed officially in the last meeting. One is on the call now, the other had issue with another location, and others have chosen to remain neutral or we weren't able to reach. So that's 80% of our closest neighbor supporters. They spent many hours on community board calls and not been listened to. So we're really appealing to you guys to listen to what they're saying. A number of them wanted to come today, but with COVID and it's a daytime meeting, it's harder to get them here. Steve and Natalie were so grateful they were able to come and support the others in the building, but there's very strong support for us to continue from the community, even if not the community board. We understand the issues you've raised, and we will do whatever you need us to sign to make sure these don't occur.
I just want to add that I spoke with some of the supporters in the building across the street, and some of them were frustrated because they felt that they are the community. They support this, and they felt that the community board was not receptive to them wanting to have.
But and I can't believe I'm saying this, in defense of the community board, we got just as many letters And we got just as many support letters, I'm not denying that, but we got just as many letters from people that aren't on the community board who are against it. So I don't know that this is just a community board problem. Now, granted, I take you at your word that 80% of the building is in support of you, and I'm not disputing that, but there is a lot going both ways on this one. There's no question about that.
I mean, the most important obviously are the people who live directly by the restaurant and the property, and to have been able to gather that level of support is a testament to how well our team is running the operations and the food and the service we're giving. We really are appealing to you to allow us to continue doing good for the community, which we are. And we're sorry that the community board doesn't like our operation, but we do work hard and we give a good service to the community.
Yeah, but everything you do is not what we said you could do. I mean, are you going to continue to advertise gypsy disco? Because that to me is dancing and partying. Jungle sunsets, I mean, all of it, it's not what we said. That's not a restaurant.
They were marketing ideas. If the agreement to continue for another year is absolutely that, none of those can happen. I mean, they're not against the stipulation, perhaps the spirit. We will agree to not continue that kind of marketing. Absolutely. We provide a great food and beverage service. More than 50% of our sales are from food. It's seated only. It's family friendly. It's a lovely restaurant that we would love to be able to come back this summer.
Bradley, would it be okay if I added?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, one of the things we were assured over and over, none of these things would be an issue in the beginning. And the only reason, and this is, Chairman, to your point, the authority does not hear renewals unless, there's adjudicated issues in the interim. The reason that's in the stipulation was to make sure that we'd have an opportunity to come back to speak on this. It was not to continue extending this. It was to make sure that there was a backstop to have a continuing conversation. And, each time we have promises of correcting things, every time. And, what was most shocking to us, or one of the most shocking things, is that Mr. Firestein, who originally was a part of the application, never came up to set up the sound system here. He only provided a recommendation, and then he was no longer engaged in this process. And so at the very end, when over and over they've heard their issues, they finally brought him back in. And this is the continuing story over and over and over each season. We've worked very hard to work with the applicant. You saw that from the stipulations that we worked out. The first time they came back, I believe it was in 2020, for the 2 times ago that this was before you. We worked out stipulations, understanding all of these issues, but there's a point where it ends. And, there can be other uses at this space. The school is not the end-all be-all. There's other opportunities here, and I'll leave it at that. But I just wanted to respond to why this renewal process is included here, and that was so that it would not go as a standard stamped renewal as it moves forward.
I just want to add that when Mr. Firestein came back, he confirmed, and this is in his report, that everything was set properly, that it was locked, that the decibel level was set in accordance with his recommendations. And then he further went to the apartments, inside the apartments, to take tests and confirms in his report that sound set as he required is not audible in those apartments.
So, I mean, again, in terms of the neighbors and the neighbor support, it is very, very important, because if they were upset, not only would they not be supporting us, but they would also be complaining. 9 out of the 10 apartments that overlook us, they're the only apartments that overlook the restaurant, have signed the petition for us to continue. 4 of them attended 2 community board meetings. 2 of them are here now. And we have very strong support to stay one single neighbor as opposed to since the beginning and opposes everything on that lot.
And the alternative here is a vacant lot. Which
I'm
some of the
just-
residents who signed the letters said they don't want a vacant lot. They don't want homelessness. They don't want it dark there. They don't feel that that's safe. We've added to safety in the neighborhood. One of them wrote about before GITANO people were defecating in the lot. So that's the alternative.
And I'm sure that's quite possibly a risk. There's no question about that. Just so that, in case they're watching, we do have a letter from Assemblymember Glick, who is opposed.
Could I comment on that letter, please?
Sure.
So at the bottom of the letter, there's a very important list. There are many misstatements and full statements in the community board resolution, including in that letter.
The former manager of Greenhouse.
So in 2018, when we first started, June 2018, and I went on the record with you and community board, the team that was hired, there were issues with the very first team. We had a manager for 2 to 3 weeks only that was a wrong hire. We made a mistake in June 2018, was let go and quickly replaced. We've had a fantastic management team for the last 3 years.
So the one in 2018 was the manager from Greenhouse?
It's mentioned there in the community board resolution to deny. They say that that person was managing this season and caused significant issues. We didn't have any significant issues. This person was only on property for 3 weeks in June 2018. Has never returned. They were fired and they never returned. So that was one of many misstatements in the community board 2 resolution to deny us, which is also concerning.
Okay.
Ready to vote?
And just to be clear, you're voting on two things. One is to allow licensing to act on the renewal for next year only, and then a change in the method of operation.
Yeah, if I could just address that so you know what it is. The hours for 2020 was midnight, 1 a.m. close. And in 2021, those were reduced by 1 hour. The reason why they were reduced is because under the executive order, everybody else that had outdoor space had closed by 11:12. So we agreed with the community board to close at 11:12. Actually, when we appeared before you last year, you would agree to allow us to stay open until midnight. Notwithstanding that, we honored our agreement with the community board and maintained closing hours of 11 and 12.
And did you actually close at 11 and 12, or you just had those hours?
And now that the executive order doesn't exist anymore, we'd like to go back to the 2020 hours of it's a change in method of operation.
I mean, this is once again one of those very difficult set of facts here. I feel like I'm voting against this giant elephant in the room, which is a 25,000 square foot vacant lot that may go dark and may have real issues if we have nothing there. I know this area really well, and there is really just one apartment building. And with 80% of the support, I feel like I should vote in your favor, but I am not sure. You knew you were here and we gave you stipulations. I feel like creatively you bent the rules.
You follow very carefully, but I understand the point you're making.
Advertising Gypsy Disco is not following the rules, I'm sorry. I mean, I want you to have a restaurant there. Obviously, an outdoor restaurant is in the public's interest right now in New York City. That, you know, it's rooftops and outdoor spaces. That's what everybody is looking for.
Would it help if we agree, when we say no DJ, means no recorded DJ as well, so that we don't have that problem? And in terms of no promoters, it doesn't just mean no promoters taking over the space, but other than general marketing, you might use names, promoters.
I would agree to that, yeah.
To make sure that there's no blurred or gray lines on this, we want to be very clear. And no entertainment, period.
Let's see how it goes. I'm going to approve restaurant only, really clean restaurant only, low volume music. And I'm going to ask you to offer that one resident to pay to change her windows so that she does not hear it.
They won't let them in, I don't.
I know. That's up to her, but I'm gonna say that you're gonna pay to change her windows if she'll let you change her windows. If she's really, she said she's emotionally invested and financially invested in her property, and so I can't force her to change her windows, but.
Please.
We would agree to that.
And I'm going to do.
I keep getting lied and talked about. I need to.
Just ask.
Sure.
Oh, may I comment since excuse me, board, I just had to briefly come in because I am the resident in 4F who has been severely impacted by this operation for the last 4 years, and I have been vocal about it. But it is not true that I deny access to my apartment or anything else. I have tried to work with them, but I'll stop there because I can't argue with people who are lying. But please rest assured, I am cooperative. This is where I live. They're invested in it.
Yes.
We fully believe that.
And
thank you. Thank you very much.
And so would you let them change your windows, ma'am? If this noise is a problem? I'm trying to come up with a solution that will work for everyone, ma'am. We live in a democracy. They've created record that you are in the minority. And but because of this seasonal situation, because this has been, they're changing their business model over and over again, I'm trying to protect you while they run this last season. So would that be helpful?
I greatly appreciate that. As the building is 100 years old, it is not landmarked. There are all sorts of reasons that some things cannot be done. Interior-wise, if a second set of windows would be needed to be put on, then a new air conditioning system would be needed to be installed. It gets into quite a bit of expansive renovation, just not windows. Also, to the fact that Mr. Firestein will tell you, and I listened to many of his talks on sound, that the bass tone can come through, bounces in cement. So it's not just the windows, it's coming through the cement as well. So, basically I would have to have something of like a little house inside my loft to get out of, to keep from, getting the noise that's coming in from there. So, but, I don't know what else to offer. I mean, I had intent, in my head, it was 2 years. I powered through that. I powered through another 2 years. I'm vice president of the First Precinct Community Council. I am in constant contact with my precinct. They just chilled me out in the last year saying, just let's get through this, COVID ended, 2022 will be a new year. And this is what my new year is starting
unfortunately, as we are all sitting here with masks on, COVID is still around.
Yes,
and
it
so
is.
my consideration has to be for the greater good, for,
And
the larger public,
yes.
that if this were just a restaurant and operated as such.
Yes, and as you know the area you all know the area very well. We have a lot of outdoor eateries here now, a lot in our, and some of them aren't doing well. The brick and mortars, they can all, get a little bit more of that attention. There is a Mexican restaurant a block away that serves fine Mexican food. And it is, Latino owned, as this is not. So, there are food choices. There are plenty of outdoor food choices in the area. Thank you.
But would you really prefer a huge vacant lot, like out your window? I mean,
I appreciate that question.
I think there are a lot of risks involved in that.
I appreciate that question. This lot is owned by Trinity Church Wall Street. I have lived across from that lot, and it wasn't a lot. There were buildings there until 2006 when they were demoed to make way for a high-rise office tower that Trinity had thought that they were going to build. That project went under in 2008. It was vacant. It has been vacant. The only time it's really been breached was when Occupy Wall Street tried to, when they were tossed out of Zuccotti Square, they came up, including the bishop from Trinity Church, and tried to breach the fence. But Trinity does not mess around with how it keeps the property. In the years that I've lived there, when there were buildings there, there was not any graffiti on, including the 80s, because it was removed. They sometimes have their own security. There's never been a security risk with with the lot being vacant. There have been a number of pop-up events that have come there. Now that Nike has its own flagship in Soho, that stopped. But as a community, and I've talked with one of the other applicants that I showed up to pose, actually, which was the James Hotel, which is now the Modern House, which is right across the street. I've been talking with the principals, Mr. Joe Sitz and his son Jack Sitz, about using the Trinity lot, the vacant, what should be a vacant lot, as more of a community, outdoor use space. The community is willing to work on this, so we can have a bit more outdoor space and bring some real community life to that area until the school, which was not only a school, but a 50-story high-rise building on top of the school that is going to be built eventually, as soon as that financing comes through. So I don't mind a vacant lot, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My turn?
Yes.
Yeah, did you finish your statement?
I'm gonna do midnight across the board. And 2 security guards, hired manager.
You have security now?
We have security.
Yeah, they have security.
Okay, 4.
Well, we've listened to a lot today, and I'm, like Commissioner Fan, looking for something that can work for everyone here. These are difficult decisions for us. I know they are for me personally. I understand how people live across the street and have to, for lack of a better phrase, put up with an environment that annoys them and disturbs them. So I'm really going to lay it down on you to make sure that that doesn't happen. I mean, I'm willing to go with what Commissioner Fan said, 12 a.m. across the board, not giving you the extension. background recorded music only. When I say background, I mean background. I mean, I don't want to hear it across the street, on the street. Background. No live, no promoters, nothing like that. You have a DBX compressor limiter in your system, correct? You can also spend some money on an equalizer and roll off 100 hertz on down. So there is no bass. There's no bass that has to, that she needs new windows for or whatever, because as she said, bass goes through walls. It doesn't need windows. You can't keep it out with better windows. It's going to still penetrate. I'm a bass player, I know. I count on that, right? But as far as the resonant goes, we don't want that disturbing her. So you have to make sure there is no bass. So from 100 hertz on down, shelve it. I will know what that means, and he should be able to do that. I think you can keep your meditation areas. I can't imagine if they create any noise, right? Probably a pretty quiet area. So I guess what we're telling you is you have to be a restaurant and freaking act like one. You know, we don't want to be the police. You know what you need to do. You understand their concerns and complaints. Act like a restaurant. Keep it within focus and limit it. And one last thing, if I'm here next year, I promise you, I guarantee you, I swear on whatever, on my laptop here, I will not give you an extension. So this is it. So I don't need a letter. I'm just telling you right now, I will not approve it. This is it. I'm done.
Trying to figure out how I feel about that. I'm voting to deny for the reasons I said. This isn't any reflection really on you. It's the fact that when this came in my mind, I knew the community board wasn't a big fan of it, but I figured 2 years, empty lot. Obviously, COVID was not an issue then. Maybe worse, 3 years. I did not sign on for 5. I don't believe they signed on for 5. And in my mind, it was supposed to be temporary, and once you get past the 3, it's not temporary anymore. So I'm voting to deny. Good luck.
Just so we can make sure.
Not both, I'm denying both.
I understand, but just for Commissioner Fan and Commissioner Ford, so we're clear about what the condition is for music. So we're staying with 12 a.m., but it's going to be, you mentioned low volume. Is it background?
Background recorded only, no DJs.
Right.
No live music.
Right. But do you want the language in there about the bass and everything else, or
yes.
just an expectation?
Yes.
It is all in there. He's done very detailed stipulations to make background.
But the commissioner is
yep.
maybe modifying.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I want there to be an equalizer to roll off the bass at 100 hertz on down.
You want him to repeat that?
I got it. I'll have my son explain.
100 megahertz on down.
Thank you. And I'm going to be looking, please, no promoted events, nothing on the schedule about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and just run a restaurant. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Well,
luck.
you can have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday if it's meditation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Who's what are you, another lawyer with Mr. Bernstein?
Yeah.
Who's the guy in the back?
Yeah, he
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even see it.
Thank you, everyone.
The masks.
So for the next item, it's going to be 124, BOCA LLC. This is the one that I request that we take a brief recess.
Yes, okay. Go ahead.
We're going to go on a brief recess. We'll be back in a bit. All right, back on the record after a brief recess. Again, the next item is 124, that's BEAUPIERRE LLC. Everyone in New York City.
Bob Romano, opposition. All right, hold on, let them put their name on. Yep, okay, gentlemen. No, let the applicant put their name on.
Apologize.
Hi, Elsie Hoffman, I'm a representative for the applicant BOCA. With me, Heidi Turzan, the principal, and John Benjamin, the proposed manager.
You guys can sit down. It looks like there's going to be a couple people speaking. Go ahead, Mr. Romano.
Okay, I'd like everybody to come up and get their name on the record. That's okay.
Jeremy Kaplan, manager, Veritas Studio Wines.
That's the second closest store.
Costas Rodriguez, owner of Grace Wine and Spirits.
That's the third closest store.
Chris Papacristodoulo, owner of Grand Cru Wine and Spirits.
That's the seventh.
Justin Pinder, manager at Cellar 53.
I'm going to let one or two, several of these gentlemen behind me speak, but I just want to point out that I anticipate this applicant to be
Hold on, Mr. Romano, are you representing all these guys?
I represent Grand Cru, Veritas, and Grace.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I will begin with that. In November of 2021, this board approved the store. It granted it's the eighth closest store, but it is 1,525 feet away. It's not that far away on 42nd Street at 424 West 42 Wine and Spirits. It's a very large store, which certainly does have some impact on every one of the stores as represented behind me. There are 5 stores located just 1,003 feet away from this proposed location. I will point out we have no issues, or I personally have no issues with the character and fitness and knowledge of these applicants, of this applicant. I believe they are in the top of the wine world. They're well known. However, that doesn't change the place. The site of their proposed application, their proposed space is simply too close to the other stores. For example, Veritas Studios, which is 2 blocks away, 644 feet away, is a 300 square foot store that Mr. Kaplan will explain sells it does a very, very similar business model to what's you're going to hear, I believe. And Adriatic is also 618 feet away. It's a block and a half away. Again, it's not the place, it's not the people, it's the place. But if Jeremy would like to start.
Sure, I'm going to read my statement. Thank you,
Sure.
Chairman. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Jeremy Kaplan, manager of Veritas Studio Wines, located just 644 feet from the proposed store. Currently in our 7th year of operation, we have worked hard to serve the community many know as Hell's Kitchen. We're a small shop, a mere 300 square feet. Over the years, we have earned the respect and support of our neighborhood, receiving 5-star ratings from Yelp, Google, Facebook, and 2 years running favorite wine shop as voted by the readers of West 42nd Street magazine. It has not been easy opening a shop and competing against larger, better situated wine shops around the hood, but we've managed to survive. In 2021, we experienced a drop in gross sales of over 11%. In fact, 2021 was also below 2019. So like others in the neighborhood, we have seen our sales flatten or decrease. As mentioned by our attorney, Robert Romano, Hell's Kitchen is home to an abundance of wine and spirit shops. Comparing Hell's Kitchen to the Upper West Side, for example, there's one wine shop every 0.057 square miles, whereas in Hell's Kitchen, there's one wine shop every 0.026 miles, essentially twice as many shops. But the situation we face is much more about population as it is about proximity. Hell's Kitchen has a relatively small population and yet has nearly as many wine shops as both the Upper West Side to the north and Hudson Yards, Chelsea to the south. In Hell's Kitchen, there is one wine shop for every 1,710 residents, Compared to the Upper West Side, one wine shop for every 5,790 residents. That's a difference of over 300%. And it only gets worse. As you see from my exhibit, which I hope you received, individual sales transactions at Veritas have decreased, most strikingly in the last year, dropping a formidable 19%. As a result of COVID-19 pandemic, major cities across the United States have seen a high rates of negative residential migration, AKA people moving out. New York City was
Opposition has 1 minute left.
New York City was not immune to this ranking, number 2 nationally behind San Francisco, with a negative 10.85 New Yorkers leaving the city for every 1,000 residents. But looking at 10036 zip code, specifically, where all of us are located, we had the highest negative resident migration rate in New York City, 84.5, the highest in the New York City, 8 times the rate of the rest of New York. Add to this a source of customers, offices. Offices remain partially staffed or completely empty, as we have seen 2 major employers within 2 blocks of Veritas, Mother New York City, and Ad Agency, and Ogilvy and Mather, both completely abandoned the neighborhood, 2,000 staffers with them. Though I like to consider myself an optimist, I don't see these trends reversing anytime soon. The only certainty in 2022 is uncertainty. The addition of a new competitor owned by what one industry insider described as wine royalty will only make things harder for all of us and likely have the greatest impact on us, Veritas, due to our similar size and our mutual desire to bring unique, curated, sometimes hard-to-get wines to our customers. I have provided you with trends and hard data for the neighborhood, but I believe if this license is awarded, neither BEAUPIERRE nor Veritas will thrive, and it's likely only one will survive, with Hell's Kitchen losing a neighborhood favorite. As essential workers serving our neighborhood during COVID-19, the hard work and risk we take to continue to support our community, I am opposed to the opening of this new shop.
Thank you. Next, Hi, Costas Regas from Grace Wine and Spirits. We've been open since 2009. We're a full-service store. My revenues, you can look at and verify what's going on. I'm here to oppose it. Not only is our neighborhood saturated with stores, it's oversaturated when you count the amount of non-neighborhood stores delivering to the area. If you plug my address into Drizzly alone, I did it for an Amarone, 41 stores are delivering this Amarone to our neighborhood, 41 stores at very low prices. I don't even carry it anymore because I'm not going to compete that way. And your own research will show that when competition is fierce like this and prices are this low, abusive practices will grow. I'll give you a small example. There's plenty of off-the-books drivers delivering alcohol to our neighborhood. Why do I know this? Because they come into our stores and ask us if they can do it for us. I will not use them because I'm not going to trust the check and ID. And we constantly get customers calling us and complaining that we're too strict and they're going to go somewhere else. All right? We won't even leave it with a doorman for a first-time customer because you don't know who's on the other side of that order. It could be a minor. We've got to know the customer. All right? So the point here is that all cost of goods are going up, and our general administrative expenses are just keep going up every year, and yet we're having a hard time raising prices. Now this is another storefront we're talking about. All right, this will take. It doesn't matter if they're just hitting a segment of our business. We all do the same. We all do the same thing, and if they want to build an internet model, we all do it. And shipping will become even more difficult in the years ahead as others face these looming budget deficits. They're going to get, I believe, they'll get stricter about protecting their own stores. You know, so I don't buy a model that's going to be completely different than what we do. All right. A new applicant also has a competitive advantage over us because there are sweet deals on rent out there that we can't. I'm not going to move. But we can't renegotiate with our landlords because they're busy renegotiating with restaurants and other tenants that had to close during the pandemic. So we didn't get a break. My rent's still going up.
I also understand that credentials are important because in my former world as a finance guy, I got them. I was a CPA. I worked for a major bank, got my credit training, always had a passion for wine, but I wanted to get my financial background before I opened up a business. But you know what? Everybody knows there's nothing that beats experience, and amongst us, we have years and years of experience, not only with ourselves, but our workers, all right? And they're very respected in the neighborhood. And we do the same thing. We all look for great wines that we can sell, premium wines too, and we advertise them, and we get our customers to buy them, all right? So, I understand credentials are important, but the history of package stores has always, what's been wonderful about them is they give the opportunity for almost anybody to enter it. The barriers are low, and it gives so many people the chance to become their own entrepreneur. And that's what's been great about it, without credentials. And I don't think there should be an exception made just on the basis alone of an applicant having the credentials. Because I think that's...
They can sell the store.
They can sell the store. Exactly. They can move it.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to move along. We got other people that got to talk.
All right.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Anybody? No, you don't. I think you'd like to say one.
Yeah, hi, my name is Chris Paxadulo. I'm the owner of Grand Cru. As the previous people said, that way too many stores in the area. Yes, there are people, but not everybody drink wine. And many people move out. I'm there every single day. I see trucks moving people beginning and middle of the month. And every day I see, I don't see too many new places, too many new faces. So there are people moving out. It's getting hard. And everything's going up. We have to pay extra our employees because they are afraid to work during COVID. So everything's going up. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And again, just to take that point at home again, that there is no restrictive covenant that I'm aware of that this board can do to restrict this applicant, the individuals, from selling the premise in a year from now to someone without that knowledge. So that's all. Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, so I'm Justin Pinder. I'm really opposed. I've been working for the store. I'm the manager there, and business has been really down for this past year or two. With the delivery services that we get, it's not that many anymore, and having another store coming in, having a delivery is going to affect us big. And I don't see any use for another store so close by. And that's it.
Thank you.
Mr. Romano, do you have a sense of how many stores have been denied in the area?
Well, I can tell you there was one denied on 11th Avenue, and where was it? Which I had.
2019.
That was 2019, 2020 on 11th Avenue. That was a larger store, in fairness, but it was denied. And again, you just granted one 2 months ago, not 8.5 weeks ago, 1,525 feet away.
And that store is not open yet?
No, it is open. It's large and it's operating and it's...
It's open? That's the one on 42nd Street?
Correct.
Okay.
You said how far away? 1,525 feet.
Okay. And there's the one in Hudson York.
You all set?
Yes. Thank you very much for hearing us.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. With me again are Heidi and Yannick, who are going to own and operate BOCA. BOCA is, in the interest of public convenience, is something that is very different. It is the only store, would be the only store in Hell's Kitchen that is fully ADA accessible and not just the entrance. It is the only store in the area, but also in New York City, that is really designed to support and accommodate persons with all sorts of disabilities. Obviously, wheelchair accessible, but also everything within the layout of the space, lower tables, instant language assistance to help people who might need sign language or other assistance, a fully trained staff designed to really make this a welcoming place for persons who have trouble accessing stores. In addition to the focus on accommodating persons with disabilities, it also is still a unique store. It is a 400 square foot store with 300 square feet of retail space. It is a specialty store. Ms. Turson is sommelier, and she has specifically looked at all of the inventory, and one of the materials in your packages proposed inventory showing zero overlap with the inventory in any of the existing stores. Zero. That is, she has reputation for finding unique wines. The educational program is far greater than what is offered in any of these stores with short form seminars and long form seminars. In short,
Where are they going to do that in a 300 square foot store?
In the back, there is a portable table, and we'll be holding small educational classes there.
So that's, the back is 100 square feet?
The back, the entire space is 300 square feet, so we'll use the space that we have, and we have a portable table for that reason as well.
Okay.
Your floor plan looks like you actually have, you have more floor space than you have shelf space, right? It's a long, narrow, so I was looking at it, and there's no way you could have it be wheelchair accessible and have shelves in the middle. They have to be on both walls. Is that how you set it up?
And that is outside.
And that table is at the rear of the store, near the office area. Okay. So, is there there's a door that comes in off the street, and then you go past the sales counter. Is there another door there? Am I just not reading the?
There's not another door there.
Okay. It looks like something opens up. Is that a cabinet or something like that?
All the way in the back, that's the wheelchair accessible bathroom, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm looking at, you want to come up for a second and look at this and tell me what I'm looking at? That right there. This right here, what is that?
Oh, that's just, it comes out, when you walk in, it opens here, and then it gets a little, it comes in a little there, so it's a narrower pathway, and then it opens back up. So it's just the way it's built.
All right, thank you for explaining that.
And the package includes sort of informational material about the accessibility of the closest store. Adria is a major sort of curtain store doing regularly open Veritas. The entrance is on the ground floor, but the accessing the retail floor is up a staircase. Grace has there's a few steps down, and while there is a ramp, my clients have gone several times to take pictures, and the ramp has always been blocked off and have storage. So just, those sorts of ones are not accessible.
So you're saying BEAUPIERRE would be fully wheelchair accessible. You say that, where is what I'm looking for?
Heidi and Yannick are involved with Contento in Harlem,
Okay.
which has sort of set the standard among restaurants for being accessible. There's some of the articles about Contento have been included in your package as well. So there's proven commitment towards accessibility. They did in the New York Times for creating this amazing accessible restaurant with lower tables. The staff, there's a mentorship program to encourage disabled persons to get involved in the hospitality industry, and all of that ethos would carry through to BOCA.
It says here that they will not carry any of the products carried by Adriatic, not carry any of the products carried by Veritas, will not carry any of the products sold at Grace, and will not overlap any with 9th Avenue. What does that leave you to sell?
We're specializing in small producers, interesting wines from around the world, and I'm also going to be highlighted New York State wines. We believe in sustainable local products. So with that, with the research with the stores, there is a very low percentage that they have New York State products. Veritas has 2 spirits that are represented in the state, and 9th Avenue has about 8, I believe. So that will be our main focus. That we included in the package our opening inventory list, our opening sheet,
Yep.
and that will be our start. There will be we can't know what their inventory will be moving forward, but our style will be as presented in the package. So right now, there's absolutely no overlap, and that is we are different in styles.
And you think that the disabled community that you're catering to don't want to buy the brand name spirits and all of that? Because I would be surprised by that.
I'm sorry, thank you. We are really blessed that we have such a strong following, and our outreach goes well over 55,000 people. And I know for a fact that more so than ever, people will and come support us. I'm proud, born and raised in Hell's Kitchen, and it's given me so much. I'm born and raised in this industry, and I know that people are looking for wines that are well researched, wines that have integrity, wines that practice social sustainability as well as environmental sustainability.
Okay.
And I know that that's where it's at through my experience and through our following. And not only that, but we're going to provide a service where we're going to provide a service to individuals in the disability community that just want to go into the wine store and be treated with respect and dignity that they deserve. We have proven that model.
Yes.
And we want to continue that.
I get that, but you have 300 square feet, so it's just, in my mind, if you're really serving a wheelchair access location, people should be allowed to turn around. There should be aisles going up and down. It's not just like, oh, well, we're big enough to meet the ADA circle. I mean, you know, look, you're here with all the support, but I'm looking at this document. She's the one who's on the license. I don't even have a personal questionnaire for him. You're arguing that he's the intended manager. In all her documents, she said that she's working there 70 hours a week. I'm not seeing it. I don't see a personal questionnaire from the lender. Who is Pierre Benjamin, who's giving you $200,000 to start this business?
In the application, this wasn't included.
Okay, but I don't have that.
No, we didn't get it, but they did send
So
one
they
in.
don't have that. So you have that, but I don't
We'd
see
be
it.
happy to give one for the manager, of course, we were not yet asked to provide one.
Yeah, but you're making this whole argument. You're giving me articles about him, but he's not part of the record, man. You brought all these people here, but he's not even supposed to be managing, as far as I am concerned here.
What do you do now? I'm sorry.
They run the restaurant. I'm just
What do
saying.
you do now, sir?
I'm the beverage director and
Oh, that's what you still do? Okay.
It's an uphill battle, man, because there are just so many stores. If this were not catered to the community that you're talking about, there is no chance that you'll get it.
Even with your background, which is obviously perfect.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you guys can't have a store, but with a 300 square foot location, it's hard for me to think that you're actually going to be able to serve the community that you're serving, and you're not even selling the most obvious labels that I think an average person would want to buy. You're talking about unique products. And I don't see anything in here about how many disabled people there are in the community that'll be convenient for them. You know, like, are
We have some visitors here from the community, from the disabled community. And this store is not designed to just attract disabled only in the middle of Hell's Kitchen. It is an area with, it's one of the areas with increased population, or with that is also population increase of persons with disabilities. But this will also clearly attract people with disabilities from other parts of the city. There's a letter in the package from the New York City Mayor's Office of Disabilities. We also received another letter from the Department of Small Businesses. This is something that is a destination store for the community as well.
I know, but all the stores are doing like 20% down. Like, business is terrible. And we just opened a store. There's going to be another store, you know, a little bit further downtown. There are a lot of stores.
As one of the gentlemen from Brent, when Grace's pointed out, there are people getting deliveries from outside of the area because there is a demand for specialty fine wines, and spirits. So people are demanding that. The sales for Veritas is actually up. The number for the population growth in the area of Hell's Kitchen, if you see the maps here, Hell's Kitchen is District 4, and some of the popular areas over there is well-known areas such as the Garden District, Flower District, the Mile Shopping District, Chelsea Historical District, the Theater District, Restaurant Row, the Highland, the Vessel, Bella Park, the Shed, the Intrepid Space Museum, Circus Line, the Javits Center, Chelsea Art Gallery, Columbus Circle, Pier 56 to 99, the new Penn Station, Lincoln Tunnel, and Port Authority, and Hudson River Park, a portion of that. The population growth has now jumped to 27.72% for this district, number 4 district. This was taken in 2020. And this is
I'm sorry, 27% growth from what?
27.2%.
2010 and 2020 census. In Community Board 4.
In Community Board 4?
In District 4, which Hell's Kitchen is a part.
I know, Community Board 4 is giant though. I mean,
And if you were
if everybody moved to Chelsea, Hell's Kitchen, that's not a legitimate data. Is there anything about Hell's Kitchen?
Well, certainly
Because they're saying that Hell's Kitchen has had no growth. I mean, their numbers are showing
their numbers come from what
significant drops.
Well, there's still, obviously the far west developments are bringing larger developments, and there are a couple of newer buildings in the immediate vicinity ready to open. There's a Target, a large food emporium is in the area. Between Manhattan West and Hudson Yards, there's a lot more traffic still, coming to the west side.
In addition to the 22.8% growth in new housing units.
So who's Pierre Benjamin again?
I'm Pierre Benjamin is Jan's father. I'm borrowing the money and paying it back with interest.
And you guys want to do this because your mother lived in the building. I mean, is there another reason? Just
We're both born proud New Yorkers. That area is very close to our hearts. That's where we spend a good amount of our time. All of our family and friends are there.
Oh, you're from Hell's Kitchen as well?
No, I'm from New York.
Okay.
Jan is born and raised in this exact area. In 2003, he had a car accident, which changed his life completely, obviously. He could no longer continue living in this area for reasons of practicality and accessibility. Therefore, he went on to move to other areas that were more accessible. Now, 20 years later, this opportunity to come back to this neighborhood that's so beloved to him is in front of us, and to bring what we have studied our entire careers doing and our passion for wine and spirits and bring it back to the
no, I don't doubt that at all. I just don't know if this is the right location for it.
I have pictures here if it will be helpful about how different we will be. You'll see in some of these pictures that just alone you can see the overlap in some of these mass-produced bulk wines. You'll see items like Yellowtail, Woodbridge, Behringer. These are really not fine wines. We're looking to represent fine wines.
When you say you have a following of 50,000, is that what you said?
55,000, yes, sir.
Is that based on what, your social media or?
That's based on the MailChimp list that I have. That's based on Instagram. And
Through your job, both of your jobs as being sommelier. Okay.
I've worked for the last 8.5 years at the University Club, and I've developed very strong relationships with companies and people that live in Midtown.
We're not allowed in there.
Oh.
No government workers. No, I'm kidding.
How many of those 55,000 live in Hell's Kitchen?
How many? I would say at least 20% for sure.
20% of the 55,000 live in Hell's Kitchen?
Yes, I know. I'm born and raised there. I go back there regularly. I'm there all the time.
We have many support letters.
I talk about it all the time.
Can the additional?
They all can, no, they all can, have them come up.
Everyone get on record, please.
I wanted to just point out, we have local businesses, over 40 letters from local businesses that support us, and we also just received one from the Department of Small Business from New York City.
You can hand that up if you want. And then they don't have to get up, if they just speak loudly, they can certainly, we can hear them.
Thank you. Small business store.
Kevin, Kim?
No, no.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Peter Slayton. I'm a consumer of wine, and also I work in hospitality as a consultant in the hospitality business on accessibility and disability. I'm also an award-winning journalist in the world of commercial real estate, ran a magazine and a newsletter, and written a lot for the New York Times, Wall Street Journal about commercial real estate in New York City. Just want to add that, yes, this is a tough time in that neighborhood and all over the city. Of course, liquor stores, as you know probably better than anyone, things were looking up last year when people like me turned to liquor stores instead of restaurants for our beverages. And so naturally, as things evened out this year, earlier, sales went down. At the same time, one of the reasons Hell's Kitchen has seen a lot of emptying out, so to speak, has to do with Broadway, which has been shuttered. It's where actors and all the people involved in Broadway spend an enormous amount of their time and do an enormous amount of their consuming, of their purchasing, and that's not going to stay shuttered forever. And this kind of store, which is a destination wine store for people who prefer and appreciate the unique effort that Mr. Benjamin and the whole team put into curating the wines there from destinations, from locations that are not available, certainly not in the neighborhood, and probably not in many places in New York City at large. So I'm here to support that effort. I believe that it is not only needed by our community, the community of people with disabilities, but it's also something that's wanted in a neighborhood like Hell's Kitchen.
Where do you live? Do you live in Hell's Kitchen?
No, but I travel wherever I need to go to get the products I need that serve me, that make me happy. And my friends do as well. My friends who are my blind friends, my wheelchair using friends, my deaf friends. We are very, very motivated to go where we feel appreciated and welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I honestly just like to second that and saying that, a lot of people in our community don't have a lot of spaces.
Can you just raise your voice because the people in New York need to hear you?
Yeah, so I'd like to second that by saying a lot of people in our community have literally no options in actually finding places that they can congregate to find good wines, and find good people that teach us about these wines. Much more in a place to congregate at all. So I, like our friend over here, would travel. I live in Harlem, and I would honestly travel to go spend time in this place, and so would 10 of us.
What is your name, sir, for the record?
Stefan.
Thank you.
I'd like to add that on many countless occasions, when I try to purchase at specialty wine shops, it's not accessible for me to go in and be able to go through the aisles. Many times they have to come out to me and ask me what I want, so I can't get the experience of actually being able to pick my own wine and have the same experience that able-bodied consumers may have. Also, the aspect of the educational aspect of it, that's how I met Yannick and Heidi through tasting classes that they enrolled. It's what's made me an avid wine connoisseur now. And being able to teach people about wine, I think that's something special and very exciting about the site. Lastly, with what they've done with Consenso, making it an all wheelchair accessible space, people in this community flock there. I live in the North Bronx, and I will go down to Consenso before I go to another restaurant because I know that they're going to accommodate me, and there's ample space. The bathroom is accessible because many places say that they're accessible. But if I can't get into the bathroom, it's really not truly accessible to me. They provide you with specialty dining. They have menus in Braille. They go far above and beyond to accommodate this community. So I know the way that people are flocking to Consenso, the same will happen there.
Thank you very much. Could you put your name on the record up front?
My name is Natalia Mendez.
Okay. It's hard, a little hard to hear you. Yes, just want to make sure we got it. Thank you.
We have one more?
One more.
Yes, I would also just like to add to everything that everyone has already mentioned. It's more than just the accessibility of being able to go into the location. That this place will happen. It would be a unique white place where people with disabilities, and it's something that's much needed, and it might need something small for the people with disability community. It's going to be something big for us.
May I just say one last statement?
Sure.
I just want to point out, I'm hearing about the customer gravity that they have to pull in customers from all over based on their reputation, what they'll be serving. And if they do have that, then I feel go somewhere where you're not infringing on other stores. And it's relative. It sounds easier said than done, and it probably is easier said than done. But there are many locations that they could go that are not, 5 stores in 1,000 feet, and the 8th store just granted. And again, I hit that point home again that they can sell the store a year from now to somebody who turns it into a normal everyday liquor store. There's no prohibition that I'm aware that they would be forced to keep them.
That is true, but
I mean, this is a liquor store application and needs to be looked at as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Is that all? I thought there were more people here.
What did you want to say? That's right.
No, I just thought there were more people back here.
Teresa was a member.
Oh, okay.
Various applications.
Okay.
I wanted to point
Hold
out.
that. Who is this?
Yeah, Costas Rodriguez, again, I have to dispute something that was said. We have wheelchair customers. We have them. We went to a portable ramp, which is laid out quickly because we had to block our wheelchair ramp.
I don't think they didn't say you never had them. They just said that you had a step in front of your location.
Yeah, right. And we have a portable ramp that we use to get
All right.
wheelchairs down. We blocked the actual ramp because of
That's
shoplifting.
understood. That's
All right.
understood. I get it.
All right.
Here
And I
they
want-
wouldn't need to.
That's all right.
Thank
you.
I guess, just for my concluding words, I think this is a small, unique store. I'm presenting a product list to you that shows zero overlap with any of the existing stores. It would be the only store that is fully accessible, both inside and out, and creates a community for disabled persons. It's a benefit to the city, to Hell's Kitchen, and you have letters of support and customers here. People from outside the neighborhood who confirm that they would travel here for a store of this nature. I think that is definitely in the interest of public convenience and advantage.
How wide is your aisle?
We're just using the walls for the wine. In the diagram, it shows the width there.
You don't know the width of your store?
There's a diagram in the supplemental.
What does it say?
I also want to point out that the community board for District 4, the House Kitchen, one of their top priorities for development for 2023, to be up to 2023 fiscal year, is increasing the services to seniors and people with disabilities.
Page 93,
Yeah, I got it.
yes.
I can't read it, that's why I don't know.
Oh.
This is also in addition to the elderly and people that have trouble getting around and moving.
Yeah, but you're making an argument that you're going to offer classes, perhaps for a group of your intended customers that are going to be in wheelchairs. I see 2 ADA circles here. That's for one wheelchair to go around. That's what that means to me. I don't see how your space can serve the business plan that you're talking about. That's my disconnect. You guys are obviously qualified, and you deserve to have an opportunity to serve your community, who have shown up today for you, but I'm not sure if this is the space that is gonna do that. Like, you can't have a bunch of wheelchairs parked here for people to be in class together. I mean, if in the end you're doing Zoom classes, then do you understand what I'm saying?
Commissioner Vance, I'm with, my days are spent with people with disabilities, particularly with wheelchairs. And I know it's hard for you to, understand. I just want to give you a perspective that you really know how to maneuver and get around. And to me, the most important thing is comfort. And I can assure you that when Ariani and when Stefan and when Natalia, when we set up a class, it is going to be comfortable and they're going to love it, and there's going to be a culture of welcoming. And that's going to go a long way. And they know that, and they understand it. Other people understand it. Advocates. I mean, this is not something that this is a priority of ours.
So how many wheelchairs can actually park within one ADA circle here? You tell me.
The circumference are you referring to? I would say with the long, easily 6. 100%. And the classes have always been meant to be very intimate as well. Very hands-on.
Okay, Donald.
If you're ready to
Today
vote,
was a,
Commissioner Kenta.
I said today we
My
had a
head
bunch
is
of tough ones. All right, go ahead.
Commissioner Fan.
What would happen if within a year you realize that this is not gonna work out? That the customers that you intend are not really showing up?
It's not gonna not happen, we're committed to it, we're committed to the law, it's a close to our hearts. This is about inclusivity and representation.
Well, they're concerned that you will use this to get the store and then maybe sell it to someone else. So, I need a commitment from the two of you, because right now I don't even have a personal questionnaire for you. So,
100%. I have no intent. I love this industry. I've dedicated myself to the world of hospitality and wine. I mean.
so if this location doesn't work out, you guys will come back and you will move it somewhere else, right? Like, you're not gonna just sell the store?
Absolutely not.
Well, I'm saying to you that I'd rather you move somewhere else than sell the store to another person, because you're getting the store because of the community that you intend to serve, and we are in total support of that. But if you then sell it and then it turns into just one of those same other stores, that wouldn't be.
I understand. You're 100%.
So if this location doesn't work and you feel like, oh, maybe we need more space, the two of you are going to then come back and say, we're going to move somewhere else, right? In the event that.
You understand what she's saying? She doesn't want you to sell this to somebody else 2 years from now. So if the business isn't going well, then you want to go try it somewhere else, which you're allowed to do. You can come back and ask us to move it.
You can move the store, not just turn this into a regular store.
Right. Correct. We are 100% committed to this, we are not looking to sell the store. This
Not in
is,
the business plan.
this.
No, I understand.
No, but business plans change.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that if you get this liquor store license, I'll hold on to it with dear life, because you're the only people who are serving this community. So we're putting our trust in you to serve your community. If you violate that, then, all right.
Is that enforceable? Is that even enforceable in any way?
It's not, but they're
giving me.
they're here looking me in the eye, giving me their word. That's the best I can do, sir.
Okay.
I try my best.
I know you do.
Sometimes people violate that trust, And every time that happens, it breaks my heart. But,
And they pay.
and then, well, I don't know. This, and I don't know if they'll pay.
No, they won't.
But I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
You do have the support from the Mayor's Office of Disabilities, but then again, I would expect that you would, any place that you would open a store such as this in New York City. It's a very small footprint. You're targeting a very specific audience. And you have stated here that you will not be carrying products that are available in the other stores. Is that what you're committing to here? 100%, you're committing to that. So normally I would never approve this, but I think for those specific reasons, you do meet the public convenience and advantage standards, so I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Chairman Brown.
I'm going to vote to approve as well, but for somewhat different, well, not really different reasons, the same reasons. One, you're obviously committed to, and I believe you are committed to serving a particular community, but the other aspect of this, which I think has gone, or not spoken about enough, is the background that you both have in your field, which, at least in my experience with two of you, is unprecedented. And I believe you do have 52,000 followers, and a good portion of them would come to get your expertise, both of you, or one or the other, on whatever they feel like they want to drink. So I don't see you really denting the other stores, because they're not carrying what I think you are going to carry. And the reason I believe that is because it would mean your life really went a different direction if you started carrying Yellowtail. I think that all the work you did, obviously, you would have thrown away, and I don't see that happening. So that, with the fact that you are catering to a community that not many people are devoted to catering to, I'm going to vote to approve as well. And also, given the small size, and your closest store is a Bulletproof store, which is 0.1 miles away, and did not respond to our sales letter, but they clearly are not going to be in conflict with you. I know the other ones are close by. I'm going to vote to approve.
And I'm going to ask Ms. Hoffman to submit a personal questionnaire for Mr. Benjamin.
We have it. You can get it from.
No, we don't have it.
Oh, for you. Okay. Yeah.
Just for clarifications, so that store won't be able to sell Kettle One, Sky Vodka, Jack Daniels?
No, nothing, no
Right.
overlap at all.
Okay, I just wanted to, thank you.
That's by their commitment, and we're going to hold them to it.
Thank you very much.
That's not,
All right,
that's
good
not
luck.
my understanding of, we need to clarify that. That creates issues for us. So what is the restriction on what they can sell, and how are we going to?
It's usually just as of the day we make this determination, they do not overlap. They have a list, and they do not sell what they sell as of today.
They could be disputes about what's in the list.
Well, we deal with them later.
Would you
We're
like
not
us
gonna
to
go-
get it on the record?
It's good faith.
It's not going to go on, we're not going to continue checking lists, is what she's saying. It's-
It's
It's
as of
as of
today.
today.
They can send a list of what they have. They'll look at it.
I'm
They're all
sure,
professionals.
I'm sure
They
if you
work it
guys,
out.
I'm sure, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I'm sure if you guys are selling something that the other stores are selling after we've just had this conversation, I think they probably let us know within like 2 minutes.
Right, and that'll end up on my desk, and I'll need to understand what the board intended, and that's why I'm asking for it to be clarified.
Well, they will send a list of what they're selling.
Would you like us to do
That
that?
record. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And who is that coming to?
Going to
Send it to Secretary's office, and we'll keep it on file and licensing.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, good luck.
And you guys can write to them to access that list so that you know as of today what they're selling, and you cannot have that. Thanks for coming.
Okay.
Yeah, you can take a break.
All right, we're going to do a brief recess. We'll be right back. So we're back on record after a brief recess. Next is 210. That's a request for declaratory ruling, wine and movie theaters.
Want me to say what this is for the record?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a request for a declaratory ruling on whether or not wine and beer can be sold, whether we can grant licenses for wine and beer in movie theaters in New York State. The legal argument that's been presented that such licensing would be appropriate. And I'll let the presenters continue, I suppose.
Good afternoon, Therese Russo, Shanker Russo and Clark, representing the National Association of Theater Owners. I'm joined by Joe Masher, who's the president of NATO, as well as the chief operating officer of Bowtie Cinemas. Before you today is a request for a declaratory ruling authorizing the issuance of beer and wine licenses to movie theaters under Section 81. Over the years, the authority has granted various licenses under Section 81 to premises such as hair salons, art studios, retail stores, and other offices. A plain reading of Section 81 would allow the authority to issue beer and wine licenses to movie theaters that do not meet the definition of restaurants. A movie theater, the wine is not intended to be incidental. It's not the primary source of the revenue for the movie theaters. So we believe that it fits squarely within Section 81.
How do you deal with the fact that the other statute expressly, correct me if I'm wrong, the other statute explicitly says no to theaters, correct?
Yes, 64A explicitly says no to movie theaters. However, Section 81 was amended in 1987, expanded who could apply for liquor licenses.
So you
and
think
it did not carry over the prohibition.
So you think the intent that they specifically didn't, what's the word I'm looking for? Explicitly did not include movie theaters as not being able to.
We believe so.
Also, I would note that 64A is for full liquor licenses, and it's the special license. So it would be full liquor license, it's not a restaurant.
Right.
So this is the premise here is that this is because it's a wine license, wine and beer license, that would not apply.
And how, are you proposing any limits on the, like how do we establish or make sure that it's only incidental to the movies? I know what the purpose of the movies are, but what I'm thinking about is revenue.
I think it would be just like any other business that's licensed under this statute. That's just not the primary purpose of the licensee's business model. It would be the movies and the popcorn and the concessions. It wouldn't be the alcohol.
So you're not suggesting limiting the amount?
I'm not. And I can also have Joe speak to, he's run movie theaters with restaurants and concession stands throughout the country. I can have him speak a little bit to what the business model would look like.
Yeah, in New York State right now, movie theaters can sell alcohol under a restaurant license or under a tavern permit, which I have at 2 of my theaters here in the Capital Region, where beer and wine and cider can be consumed in a special area in the lobby. What we're asking for this ruling is to allow customers to take it in and enjoy it during their show. People don't go to the movie theater to get drunk. They're coming in, and adults may buy a beverage and take it in and enjoy it during the show. Right now, they're having to consume it very quickly in the lobby, which is not a good thing. And just from my experience in other states as well, where we have liquor licenses and sell full alcohol, people aren't coming out during the movie. They don't want to come out to use the restroom, let alone come out and get another drink. So we've never had an issue in any of our theaters. I've had tavern licenses here, like I said, in Schenectady now for going on 15 years, and 7 years in Saratoga Springs, not a single incident. Our ushers are specially trained to make sure that people don't pass off drinks in the dark. We serve with their cups. We do limit the transaction where people can only buy 1 drink per ID. So husband and wife come in, they can each get 1 drink and that's it. And nobody can come up and buy 6 drinks and take it in. So that's how we control it.
I would also point out to the members that, like any license, if a movie theater is applying for one of these licenses, they would have to describe their method of operation, and they would hopefully be conscious of what the standard is here, that it's not the primary source of income, and that they meet the food requirement. That's that information that the licensing.
And the food requirement is the equivalent of a tavern. Soups and sandwiches at a minimum.
Quantities as to satisfy the liquor authority.
Yeah, it's a little vaguer than the tavern standard, but that.
Yeah. It's the requirement would just be, they have to have food, but there is no specific provision.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Most
I'll
of
tell
the
you.
others
I'm trying.
Hate to do this. Can I have a moment to confer with council? I have a couple questions.
We're gonna take a brief recess, to conference with council. We're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
All right, I disagree with the categorization that this is going to be a small part of your business. There are actually lots of hotels that only make profit because of the alcohol sales. And so I actually also hope that that becomes perhaps helpful to your industry. And with that, I am going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I wholeheartedly vote to approve as well.
I'm gonna vote to approve. The only thing I'm gonna ask for though is in the application that there is a statement, in affidavit form from whoever's on the license that this is incidental.
Okay.
That you're absolutely sure this will be incidental to the overall business, which is showing movies and.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
So, that's it for people that are here in Albany. Next is 185, that's Punjab 47 LLC.
Good afternoon, everybody. Robert Romano again. I'm here with Rajbir Kaur, who is the sole principal of the applicant entity, Punjab 47 LLC, and I think there may be some opposition. I know there was on paper.
Yeah, is there any, they'd be there with you. We don't have anybody here.
Yeah, there's opposition.
How you doing? I'm Giuseppe Fondati. I'm with Sunshine Square Liquor in Medford, New York.
Hi, how are you? I'm presenting Southpaw Wine Liquor.
We did have a couple others that couldn't make it because of Corona. They're quarantining, so we would have 4 different stores here, but they weren't able to come.
We got letters from 4 stores.
Okay, yeah, but they were going to come. They couldn't come because they're quarantining.
Okay.
Anyway, as you can see with the gross sales, Sunshine Liquor has been flat up until, I'm sure you know, 2020, Corona. I don't want to get into that. We went over it many times today already. 2021, I'm already down almost 10%, so the spike is starting to dwindle back down. There is about 8 stores within a 3.9-mile radius of my liquor store. The area is saturated. The numbers, the gross sales are not going up. The rent just keeps going up. We're losing a lot of sales to the Drizzly, DoorDash, all that type of stuff. You've heard a lot of this today already. I'm sorry to repeat it. The other interesting part I want to make note of, the way the SLA regulates new stores, you have to notify the adjoining stores that you have the intent of opening up. I did not get notified. I was notified by another store that was more than 3.5 miles away. So I feel that the applicant, and I could be wrong, misrepresented because he knew of the saturation of the stores. I had to find out from another liquor store. I called the SLA and let them know that I was not notified. So also during the investigation of seeing who is notified and who's next to me, one of the stores is related to the applicant. And they don't want to come, obviously, there's a conflict.
Which one?
So, Parma's. They said they can't come because it's a conflict, which I get it.
Which store?
Carbons.
Parma's with a P. P-A-R-M-A-R-S.
Oh, so it's not one of the 4 closest. Okay, thank you.
It should be, but it's not. But that's what I'm saying. A lot of the process in notifying the adjoining stores the way it's supposed to be was not the way it's supposed to be. I almost did not get notified, and I'm one of the closest stores. So somebody knows something and figured, let me notify the farthest away stores, and maybe we could skirt the system, if you know what I mean.
No, I mean, the 4 closest stores all gave us sales letters, so they all got notified.
Okay,
Yeah, but yes, sir.
Sir,
You're right,
hold on
but
for a second. Sir?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's not the applicant, okay? The authority sends out a letter to the 4 closest stores based on our location system, right? So it's not the applicant. We don't rely on what the applicant tells us. We have our own system. We use that list. and we notified what that list says are the 4 closest.
I'm sorry, you know, I'm the first guy get the email, you know, says there's a new package liquor store over there. Then I called around, but their time.
Sir, can I stop you there? The first guy's not done yet. We don't even know your name.
Okay,
You're going to get a chance to go.
All right.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
anyway, basically based on the gross sales, you know, I can barely pay the rent to make do with what's going on. The sales are dwindling down 10% for 2021 compared to 2020. We all know why the spike is because of Corona. So everyone's sales were up. But there's 8 stores within 3.7 miles of my store. There's 1 or 2 stores within 2 miles. There's stores within 1.1 mile, 2.8 miles. There's just not enough business to go around for everyone to make it.
All right, thank you.
All right. Hi, how are you? My name is Fang. I'm presenting Southpaw Wine Liquor. I'm the manager there for more than 6 years. Then the new owner just bought the store 4 months ago, which is the last end of August, around 4 months before the holidays. And you know, we played the last 4 years from the old owner. Looks the number, the first year was okay, second year was up, but the third year it go down. You know, that's some problem because I'm in the shopping center. There's so many empty stores there right now. At least, even right now, they still have 2 empty stores. So, you know, right now, the retailer is so difficult. And another way, Drizzly, you know, delivery, online sales, it's hurt us a lot. That's why the number is going down. You can see over there, I think you can see the people over there. And also, like I said before, I'm the first guy get email from the authority, you know, says, oh, there's a new package liquor store applying for 70 house block loan. But I called around, nobody knows anything, the foreclosed store. Then after I called, even, you know, Mr. Joe knows after I told. And also I found, I Googled. I found Google the distance online. The first one is called MK Wine Liquor, which is 1.1 miles away. Second one, which is Mr. Joe's Sunshine Liquor, 2.8 miles away. Then the third one is called CNH Wine Liquor, which is 3.3 miles away. Then the number 4, the fourth one, which is called Palmer's, which is related to the applicant. I think it's her father, which is 3.4 miles away. And me, I'm the guy which is 3.4 miles away. I got the notice. Then there's another one which is almost 4 miles away.
Sir, can I stop you there? If you didn't get the notice, it's on us. It's not on the applicant.
No, I just let you know. You should. I know that. So you should send the.
Why don't we focus on you and how this store is not publicly convenient and get off of the notice?
All right.
I'll just.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the public convenience aspect of it.
No, sir, you're. Oh, Jesus. Jonathan, are you doing anything there, please?
No, I'm good. Thank you. I'm good.
All right, who's next?
Could I just state one more thing?
Yes.
Now, the public convenience, there's so many stores around, it's just saturated, and it's just not gonna, everyone's gross sales is just gonna go down. Just not good for the environment.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Robert Romano, again, I'm here with Rajbir Kaur, who is the sole principal in the applicant entity, which is Punjab 47 LLC. We have submitted I submitted a letter of support, which I believe you have. Just to point out further, this is the store, of the 4 closest stores, including this store, this would be the only one in the northeast quadrant of William Floyd Parkway and Sunrise Highway. It is, as the gentleman before me just correctly pointed out, it is 1.1 miles away. However, it is through, you have to go across the Sunrise Highway and I believe the William Floyd Parkway to get to. And his numbers are spot on, and they were exactly what I submitted. I even said 2.7 miles for the second store. He mentioned 2.8. Anyway, so you do have, they are spread out. And this is not obviously a 646 feet away like some other cases. This is over a mile. And you do have in the town, in the hamlet of Yaphank, there are 0 liquor stores currently. It is a population currently of 6,300 people, and in that hamlet, there is not one liquor store. Ms. Cower would be the first to open one up in there. I would point out Ms. Cower will tell you that she is working at a bank, is now the assistant manager, has spent the last 10 years at the bank. If this is granted, she will commit, she will stipulate, whatever you'd like, she will leave that job promptly to take over this store. Her father does have a store. I want to address that. Her father has a store located approximately 5 miles away. This store would be her store and her store only. It is with her money and her knowledge, her management skills, that she will be opening this store. Will she ask her father for advice? I would expect her to. But there will be no commingling of the stores whatsoever. It's a small store. It's only 1,010 feet of retail space and an additional 712 of storage. And you do have letters of support, I believe, from Suffolk County Legislator Mr. Mazzarella, as well as Town Council of Brookhaven member Neil Foley. And if you have any questions, Ms. Cower is here to answer them.
Why are you leaving the bank for a liquor store? It would seem like the bank has more upward mobility.
In the past 10 years, the bank has merged twice, and a lot of people's jobs are at stake. We are in the middle of a merger again, which has not happened yet, but it's set to do this summer. And again, jobs are not guaranteed come this summer.
How far do you live from this place?
About 10 minutes.
Do you work at your father's store?
I do not.
Have you ever?
I've helped in the past one time when he wasn't feeling well during holidays. Other than that, I have never worked.
All right, Donald.
And just to point out, they mentioned 8 stores and 3.9 miles. My records are indicating 4 stores.
I got 6.
Okay.
Within 5 miles. But I could be wrong.
Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
Yeah, I have one more thing.
They're voting.
Can we add something or no?
Can we add it?
Do you want to listen to the opposition again?
No.
All right, so the members are about to vote. Commissioner Van?
I mean, given that the closest store is doing healthy numbers and then the next store is almost 3 miles away, I'm going to find public convenience advantage and vote to approve.
I'm looking at the area, the ruralness of it all. And I'm not sure that there needs to be another store a mile away from the closest one, so I think their numbers were kind of, the numbers of the other store, the closest store are, they're kind of just maintaining. 18, 2, 3, 4. They went up to 2020, dropped down, getting close to where they were before that. So I'm gonna vote to deny.
I'm gonna vote to approve if the closest stores, Commissioner Pham pointed out, has shown a steady increase in sales even past the COVID spike that we've seen. The county legislature supports the additional store in this community, as does the town councilman. So I'm going to say that they believe there's public convenience and advantage, so do I.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is 126, that's CAMAP Properties LLC.
126?
126.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Frank Nalaveco, the representative. I'm here with the applicant, January Figuera, and her husband.
Nancy Perez.
So this matter was held over from December meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Thomas Berg from the law office of Stacy Weiss. I know I spoke in opposition before, but that was 4 weeks ago. I'd just like 60 seconds to recap, to refresh your memories. Okay, so the applicant wants to open a store in the village.
Well, first it was held over to investigate a 200-foot wall.
Yeah, that's not an issue anymore.
No, that's not an issue anymore. Okay? No, that's gone. Okay. So he wants to open a store in a village of Tuxedo Park, New York. Tuxedo Park, New York has a population of 598 people. 22% of those are under 21. The population decreased by 14.8% between 2000 and 2010. The population decreased 3.7% between 2010 and 2019. The larger area around it is the town of Tuxedo Park, which has a population of 3,536 people. The population between 2010 and 2018 decreased by 2.6%. Okay? There is a store on the same road, that's Route 17, 1.6 miles away in the village of Tuxedo Park. It's a 2-minute drive from the proposed location. There's another store along that route. It's a 12-minute drive away. There is no new development in the area, and there isn't likely to be any because the area is surrounded by 75,000 acres of parkland. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Everything that was just stated is completely false.
Let's start.
Can I just stop you for a second?
There's no parkland
Sure.
there? Is that?
Plenty of parkland, but there's a lot of new development.
I need
Go
to
ahead.
stop you for a
Go
second. Okay, since you were here the last time, you've now put in a supplemental submission that said that you now want to open in a different location within the same mall, correct?
That was depending on the outcome of the 200-foot rule, which it seems to me that the 200-foot rule is not being called into question.
It's up to the board, but we have evidence that hasn't been contradicted that that's not the sole use of that building, so therefore it would not be a 200-foot issue. So what you're saying is you would still have the right to go to the premises that you applied for?
Correct. We prefer staying in that location, but we do have an option to move the storefront.
Okay. All right. Please proceed.
Okay. So as to population numbers, we show from 2018 a slight increase in the overall population for the town and the general area. That comes from New York demographics.com. The larger population centers, they all lie to the south of Tuxedo. Ramapo, which borders Sloatsburg, has a population of 136,000. Suffern, 11,400. As to the new development, Town of Sloatsburg just completed construction on a 385-unit apartment complex. The bigger development is in the town of Tuxedo. This is, it's called Tuxedo Farms. It's been on the planning stages for years. They just broke ground. They're in phase 1 of building, which is 1,600 units of housing. The final number at the end of the project will be 3,200 units. Okay, this all can be confirmed to the town supervisor, who we've spoken with. Last was January 12th.
That's not in your village, so how far is it from this store?
Well, again, that was another erroneous statement. We're not in the village, we're in the town of Tuxedo. So the closest store is in the village.
Let's go back to what I asked. How close is that development to this store?
Probably 2 miles. So we're to the north of that development. So who's going to gain the greater advantage on new customers would be the existing store in the village, which will be 3/4 of a mile from the development. Now,
then who? Well, you're arguing against yourself. Then how is it publicly convenient for any of those people for you to put another store here?
Well, I haven't finished everything, but we're located in the only shopping area within miles of anyone. Right now, it's a public convenience for those shoppers that are there. They're asking for the store to be located within that shopping center. So, again, we're relying on other revenue sources. We're looking for the traffic that's on Route 17, and to the towns north of our store, which is Monroe, has a population of 21,000. We're not looking to take away the business from the southern stores. They're going to gain the advantage of that housing project before we do. Now, those people that come into the area will want to shop in our shopping center. They will come into the store. Everyone will gain from this. So we're not concerned about those stores. They will continue. They have their existing customers who are not going to travel north to our store. We're not looking to take
What's her relation to a store in New York City? Does she have a relative that runs a store in New York City?
She does.
My husband.
Her husband here, he's the owner. He's had it for 11 years. If you'd like to have an introduction.
Is that on the application?
Yes, it is, and I sent the letter to that effect, explaining that he is the owner, gave the serial number.
I saw one of the opposition mention it. I did not see that on the stuff we had. Where is the store?
It's located in 4474 Broadway, Uptown, New York, around 192nd Street.
Does she work there?
I've worked there, yes.
No, she doesn't.
Not right now, but I've
She's-
worked there before.
In the past, she has worked there. She gained her knowledge through that store. Since she is a co-owner in a restaurant in that area, which she's looking to leave, they're going to maybe sell the business, or they might have to close the business. So now the opportunity has presented itself for the liquor store. She resides in the area in the town of Monroe, which is a shorter commute than commuting to Manhattan. So that's basically the reason for it. And if I can also add, the town supervisor in Tuxedo, he's in favor of the store. The town board members from Monroe in favor. The residents that shop at Duck Cedar Plaza, where the store is located, they're in favor. The Jewish communities in the area.
What's in this plaza? What other stores?
So you have, you've got there's a restaurant in American Country Style. There's a high-end cooking oil store that hosts classes and exhibits. There's a pet store specializing in dogs, Prudential Financial Planners, Urgent Care Center, and a computer networking store. So we're hoping that possibly a cheese store will come into the area. There's plenty of room for expansion. The landlord is hoping that this store is going to become one of the anchors to draw in other tenants to the plaza.
Does that liquor store have any history, do you know?
Where she worked?
1236405.
That's mine.
1236405. No. And She's going to make half of her retail floor space devoted to New York State products? That's what she offered in her application.
Yes.
I don't know if we put half. I mean, I have percentages here that.
I'll tell you what, I didn't make it up.
Well,
Yes, before you could say otherwise.
I mean, we've applied to New York Taste and we're looking to, join
Listen,
in.
I didn't ask anybody to put New York products in. I'm only reading what was submitted. And what was submitted was, I believe, that you offered to put half of the retail space devoted to New York State products. If that's not the case, then tell me that what you submitted is wrong.
I'm going to let the applicant answer, and if she's agreeable.
She already did. She already did.
Okay, that's it.
So is it New York State or not?
I just found
It's
that to be
yes.
completely disingenuous is what the reason I brought it up.
Let's clear it up right now. It's yes to the 50% of New York products.
Do you guys understand that you have to run your store separately?
Yes.
They're aware, very aware.
Yes, very aware.
Can I offer something in rebuttal?
Sure.
Okay, they say they're not opening in the village of Tuxedo Park. They're opening in Cedar Duck Plaza. The address of Duck Cedar Plaza is 549 State Route 17, Tuxedo Park, New York. That's the village of Tuxedo Park.
That's the zip code.
This village or town, it doesn't usually matter. It doesn't change the distances, so it's.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
and it's not like there's a barrier that people aren't going to drive into the village.
It's neither here nor there, sir.
Okay.
I think that we know for a fact that the closest store is 1.5 miles away, and that store is showing growth. And then the next store is over 4 miles away. So as long as you guys understand that you have to run your store separately.
Yes. And we have been doing with the
100%.
restaurant.
And we will check, and if you are not doing that appropriately, you will lose both stores.
Yes, you're welcome to come and check anytime.
All right. And with that, I will, thank you, and I will vote to approve.
Can one of the licensees from a closer store speak?
Yeah.
No, I already voted, man.
Okay, go ahead, vote. Yeah.
Commissioner Ford?
I don't want you to speak.
Why not?
Because they're voting. I don't want you to speak.
Why not?
Because they're voting.
Yeah, the other store, which is a mile and a half away, the numbers reported 39,428,472,613, so they went up in 2020, but there were 275 as of January 1st, 2021, just 1 month into the year. So, to Commissioner Fan's point, I think holding steady, if not even doing better, so I'm going to vote to approve as well.
I'm going to vote to approve, because as Commissioner Fan pointed out, 2 of the 4 closest stores are over 5 miles away. Or I'm sorry, 3 of the 4 closest stores are over 4 miles away, which I don't find convenient, just on a distance aspect. And then the closest store is showing a significant increase in sales, or a steady increase in sales over the last 4 years, indicating to me that there is an extra demand for alcohol. While Ms. Figueroa did, or I should say, what?
Figueroa.
I'm sorry, Figueroa. Did her application does indicate she will be spending half of her selling floor, I'm reading it right here, to New York State grown and produced products. I am not obviously going to hold her to that because that's awful steep. Although we do expect New York products to be sold.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Next Next is 128, that's the Wine Pro Inc.
I was gonna say that, but I didn't. How about this? It's the town supervisor that put her up to that.
Yeah.
He's the one who, his letter says she's gonna devote half of it.
I know.
You go first, right, Joe?
128.
Go on and go. Introduce yourself.
Okay.
Thank
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman, Bradley, Commissioners Fang and Ford, Bruno Joffrey. Haven't seen you guys in a while. Hope all is well. I represent the Wine Pro, and I'm here with my client, Anthony Savone. I understand his opposition, so we'll step aside and let Mr. Lynn speak.
Good afternoon. Charles Lynn, attorney for the protest. I represent two of the stores. The one is Qui Yi Wine and Spirits at 137-139 Halsted Avenue in Mamaroneck, and the other one is 329 Mamaroneck Liquors at 329 Mamaroneck Avenue. Both of those principals are here with me today, Joe Tom and Ron John Lee.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I just spaced out for a second. Tell me again who you're representing?
I represent the two closest stores, Qui Yi Wine and Spirits, which is at Halsted Avenue, and 329 American Liquors on 329 Mamaroneck Avenue.
And I don't have numbers for your first client, 137, 139.
The reason for that is that it's been 8 months before this application came to the full board. When they received the gross sales figures, my client had only been in the store for about 2 or 3 months. So on a transfer, it wasn't a new application, it was a transfer. So there wasn't any figures that could be supplied to the authority.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have QE Wine and Spirits being only 450 feet from the closest store. Again, although it's a transfer, it has been licensed and open and operating only for a few months under the new management. Although the original store had been operating for many years at that location. Then at 329 Mamaroneck Liquors, it's only approximately 560 feet from the applicant, and it's been licensed for a little bit more over 2 years. Again, that was not a new application, but it was a transfer. But again, both stores are very, very new in the area. I'd like to go to the gross sales figures because a lot of the gross sales figures showed not available. I explained about my client's store, QE, because it was only in operation for 2 or 3 months. Sound Shore Liquor, which is the third one, the location has a pending license. I don't know what for a transfer. I don't know what the status is because the public clearing service has been stopped and now under LAMP. I'm not able to find a lot of the information that I was before. So, but it was at that time a transfer ownership. In addition to that, CC Park Corp, which was the fourth closest store, also shows that the sales figures are not available. But the reason for that, I think, is that it filed a removal application of being 1.3 miles away to 0.6. And again, I couldn't get any real information on that, on the removal application, although I believe that it was approved in March of 2021. Again, because LAMP has restrictions that we are prevented from getting information that I usually have for the board.
But Mr. Lynn?
Yes.
Both places you just mentioned have active licenses. They could have responded to the request.
No, not only could they should have.
No, they should have.
Which two again? So CC Park moved to even closer to this location?
No, not yet.
Not yet. It has an application which I believe was approved by the board on by the authority in March 2021, which would put it closer. And instead of 1.3 miles, it now is only 0.6 miles away.
So it was approved, Tom?
It was originally denied and then approved, conditionally approved in March. The new license has not been issued yet.
And how far away is it?
Oh, it's gonna be, it's at 965 Mamaroneck, so let's see here.
No, that's not one, Tom. It's the one at 132 Halstead.
No, it's new location.
Oh,
The chairman asked me about the new location.
Yeah, what's the address?
965 Mamaroneck. I apologize.
Yeah, I think I heard that already.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
Indeed. Okay.
I'll get that for you in a second, Chairman.
Certainly crowded.
Can I continue while you look for that? Look it up?
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
So upon information and belief, there has recently been at least one new liquor store application that has been disapproved based upon public convenience and advantage for the village of Mamaroneck, even possibly two. Again, I usually have that information, but with the cessation of the public query, I'm not absolutely certain, but appearing before the board, I'm almost positive that at least one was recently within the year, maybe 18 months, disapproved on public convenience and advantage. As far as population and demographics, I have my statement showing that 3 zip codes covering applicant and the closest stores annexed thereto as Exhibit B, or all 3 have stagnant and decreasing numbers over the last 10 years. Also, the demand for liquor and the survival sale for liquor stores seems tenuous at best in the village of Mamaroneck. 2 of the liquor stores, 2 of the closest liquor stores, are just recent purchases. One has filed for the removal, and the other one is possibly having a pending sale. So I would not think that public convenience and advantage with 11 liquor stores within a radius of 2.2 miles, which was my survey that was supplied to the authority, 2 just 450 feet away, and another one just 560 feet away from applicant. It would not appear that this applicant will be nor would this applicant be supplying any new products or new services that the other current stores are not providing. It is true that the new store applicant is a wine store, but my 2 clients, Kiyi has a 50-50 split amongst wines and liquors, and Kiyi also has a 4,000 square foot store, 2,000 square foot, a 4,600 square foot store with 2,000 of retail space, so it has plenty of variety. It shows 1,860 different varieties of liquors and wines. In addition to that, 328 Mamaroneck Liquors has a split of 50-50 wines and liquors, and they certainly emphasize wines because that's their biggest profit margin. So I know this is a small store coming in, but it is a wine store. It's right on top of 2 other stores, and it's within 2.2 miles of 11 stores as shown by my map. So I would ask that this application be disapproved based upon public convenience and advantage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, Commissioner, Chairman. I'm here with the applicant, Anthony Savone, just to hit on a couple points. Yes, it's correct, this is a wine store. I just want to make sure that the full board received our supplemental that was submitted on Friday that had an addendum to some, since we filed, some additional services that would be available, addresses that in light of COVID-19.
We have it.
Okay, great. And I just want to introduce Just so everybody's aware, next door to my client's establishment is a restaurant called Enzo's. My client has worked there. His parents own the business. It's been there for 40 years. One of the things that came about was once this store next door became vacant, customers at Enzo's Italian restaurant have expressed an admiration of the wines that have been provided that they get from certain wineries in Italy, and they're very passionate about those wines. And when this opportunity presented itself for Anthony, who's the son of the owners, he wanted to open up this small boutique wine store that's really centered upon wines that none of the other stores carry, in addition to the education process. And he'll explain, I'll introduce you right now. Anthony will speak and tell you a little bit about himself and his experience and what he's looking to do here.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify? He's the son of the owner of the restaurant?
Yes.
That is next door?
That is next door, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me here. So pretty much what I'm intend on opening is not a liquor store by any means. It's strictly a wine boutique, but it is going to have very unique products that you will not find anywhere. And growing up, being born and raised in the restaurant for family restaurant, I gained strong relationships with many wineries and distributors, from Italy, and they all have very unique products that you will not be seeing anywhere else. Such as we come from Frosinone, very common wine from there is Cesanese. You can't find that anywhere. There would be more than one product of that. There would be multiples. Main focus would be regional Italian. There's 21 regions, so we'd have wine from the north, from the center of Italy, the south, and we would have a great selection of French wines as well.
Thank you.
And also, not only is it going to be available as a boutique to sell product, but it's also going to be educational. We're going to have virtual wine tastings. Being that we have a lot of unique products, the consumers, they'll be very unfamiliar with the product. I will educate them on where the wine comes from, the variety, and many different aspects of that. And also through social media, exhibit all these different brands that come in and stuff like that.
Are you familiar with the wines that are available at the stores that are closest to you?
I'm somewhat familiar. I mean, I know they tend to have the mainstream wines, like Josh Cabernet and Cavit and Mondavi and Santa Margherita, and those are mainstream wines that everybody knows. I have no intention of having any of those products. I want to bring something different to the table, something that you haven't seen. I don't want like a Josh Cabernet. I have connections where I can get northern Italian Cabernets, from small batch wineries and such.
And would you commit to not selling wines that are already available on the market?
Yes, I would.
No, hold on one second.
Can I just add a few items?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, he hasn't shown that there's a demand by the village of Mamaroneck. All he's shown is that a couple of customers have requested the possibility of purchasing certain specific types of wines. He didn't really answer the question as to whether he physically entered my client's stores or the other stores. So I don't know that he really knows whether any of these products are available or not. when he says that he's not going to sell those items that are...
Mr. Lin, you are welcome to add your 2 cents. We don't need you to give us a review of their presentation.
As far as he's not going to sell any of the items that are marketed, if he's not going to sell any items that are not marketed, all items are available with the wholesalers are marketed.
They will sell wine, but they don't have a wine list.
Okay, thank you.
And have you worked at your parents' restaurant before? Because that's not on your history here.
I believe it's in the personal questionnaire, but let me check real quick.
It's called something else. Luciano, you said Enzo. That's not the same name.
The Luciano is the employer. That's my father. He's the owner.
But it's Enzo's.
Enzo's
It's the
restaurant.
451.
451 Enzo's restaurant.
In addition, just to address the types of wines and liquors that are at those establishments, I did go and I went to the 4 closest. I went over those wines and liquors with my client, and it's definitely not something that what they carry is something that he's looking to have there.
So you would commit to look at their list as of today and commit to not selling what they have on their shelves today?
Yes,
Because that
100%.
really would be the only reason why you get this, because you're really right around the corner from another store.
Yes, 100%. That's not an issue.
I mean, this is different only because in some ways you already have a customer base and traffic will be driven from the restaurant. If people like the wine there, they're going to shop at your store. Presumably that's how you're intending for this business to live.
Correct. That's the goal.
All right, Donald.
Since it's a small store, I'm going to vote to approve.
It's right on top of a couple other stores, and I don't see enough numbers, so I'm voting to deny.
I'm voting to deny on the same grounds. There's 2 stores that are literally a 30-second walk away. I don't see the public convenience and advantage of adding another one, and we have absolutely no sales numbers for either of the closest stores by no fault of their own, but they're both transferred. Thank you.
Thank you.
As it's, just want to make an announcement, as it's getting late in the day, I believe we're going to re-impose the 5-minute limit for each side so we can get through the numerous items we still have signed in. Next is 155, that's ZZE.
Are you good with this?
Yes, yeah.
What are the hours?
Well, I'll find out the hours. I think that's the hours. But we can ask. Are you good with this?
If you could go ahead and just introduce yourself.
Yeah, who's there?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioner. My name is James Wang, the representative. He's the owner.
Good
What's his
afternoon,
name?
Chairman. My name is Zian Zhang. I'm the co-owner of the restaurant.
And what are your hours going to be?
It's going to be 11 a.m. to 11 p.m.
And you're only having recorded music, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead, Donald.
So, I just want you to know that there are some accusations on the record about how you've been running the business. So, just be very careful because there's someone who's watching you. Okay.
Okay.
And
sure.
with that, I'm going to vote to approve 11 p.m. across the board, recorded music only. Principals will manage. No private events, no promoters.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll approve under the same circumstances, same
Okay.
conditions.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to approve as well. I would suggest that your representative do a FOIL request and get the email that was sent alleging that you were breaking the law, so you know that we are going to be watching.
Okay, sure.
Because I'm sure he doesn't have it.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're approved. Next is 209. That's MASUTA, Japanese Fusion Inc.
Another one that shouldn't be there.
209.
It's the same law, the same rep?
This is a 500 foot.
That one was
Yeah,
good?
same rep.
Put your name on the
This
record.
also shouldn't be here.
Yeah,
So, sir,
Jin.
Yes.
What's the rep's name?
Mr. Wang.
Oh, yes,
James
yeah,
Wang.
okay, so James Wang, yeah.
All right. Mr. Wang, this is now the second case in a row that you were required to do a 500-foot public interest statement for your client so that they could get approval by an ALJ saying that there was or was not public interest. Because of the insufficiency on both cases of the public interest statement that you submitted, the ALJ ruled against you, only because of the inadequacy of the statement. And as a result, it had to come here to the full board. When it could have been reviewed, it created an enormous amount of work, not just for my staff, but it meant that your client didn't get their license probably several weeks after they could have.
Yes,
So
I
I would
understand.
suggest in the future that you do pay a little more attention to the public interest statement.
Okay, yeah, I will.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve recorded music only, principal as manager, no security, no promoter, background music only, Sunday to Thursday, 11 p.m., Friday, Saturday, midnight.
I approve same conditions.
Commissioner Ford.
I approve same conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is 183, ANABLE Liquors LLC.
Francis Buscemi for the applicant with me today.
Gosh.
Is Mr. Vase, one of the co-principals, and Mr. Backman, who
183.
I provided a personal questionnaire for as the manager of the business. Unfortunately, Mr. Zeldin, the other co-principal, is unable to be here today. He's came down with COVID, and he's recuperating.
Is there any opposition there?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's opposition.
Hello, my name is Victoria Conway. I'm the owner of Vernon Wine and Liquor. I am opposing this new license. Their location is less than 2 blocks away from us. It's a 2-minute walk. We share the same train station stop of Vernon Jackson on the 7 train. And that's where most of our business comes from, the train, but due to COVID, we've had less commuters with more people working from home. So sales have been down the last 2 years between less train traffic, more Drizzly, DoorDash deliveries, and this area is saturated with liquor stores. Less than 1 mile away, there's about 5 liquor stores in our area. Just
What's the name of your store again, please?
Vernon Wine and Liquor.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thanks. Anything else?
I'd just like to point out that, Hunter's Point liquor store is 4 blocks away from us, and then we have Blue Streak 6 blocks away. They're all very close.
No, we have a list. We got it.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else in opposition?
Hi, my name is Joyce Webson. I'm the general manager of Square Wine and Spirits. We're located at 2420 Jackson Avenue. So we are a half mile from the proposed location. There are, as has been stated, at least 5 stores within a half mile of this new location. Our numbers over the past 3 years have been, since from 2019 to through 2021 year over year, down 30% due to residents leaving the neighborhood and various factors that have been mentioned from other businesses through COVID. And the neighborhood and the community is already very well served by stores that exist there, and hope to recover and grow, and don't feel that another store is needed or would thrive in our neighborhood.
Can you just give me the address of your store again?
2420 Jackson Avenue. I submitted a letter on Friday, January 14th.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you? No? You're good.
I don't believe that the last person to speak is one of the 4 closest stores. Having said that,
yeah, but she's close enough. And can you answer a question? Your client, both clients, applied for a store in 2011 and were denied. And they didn't disclose that on the application. Is there a reason for that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Long time ago.
You're supposed to disclose it. I don't know what type of license it was, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not.
Liquor store.
I'm not aware of it.
Is he?
Yes, yes. But all right, but it's too big, yes.
You didn't report it on your personal.
We don't know that.
What?
We don't know that he was supposed to report it.
He just didn't realize what he was filling out. And
Well, come on. You guys
it's
are
not,
developers.
Mr. Chairman, it's not an excuse.
Own
I'm
the
not making an
building.
excuse.
You guys are developers. There are certain defenses that work for certain people. That's not going to fly here. I'm sorry.
And the application is pretty clear. All right, go ahead.
I'm not, it's news to me, Mr. Chairman.
Obviously.
You guys are spending $500,000 on this venture. Come on.
Go ahead.
You cannot tell me we didn't know what you were filling out.
The store is a 580,000 square foot store with 3,300 square feet of retail space. It's in a new condominium building of 22 luxury condominium units that have just gone on sale the other day. The specific area where this location is has had dramatic growth and continues to have dramatic growth. Within 1 mile radius within 1 mile of this location, you have 6,000 residential units which have come and are coming to market. 4,500 of those residential apartments are within 0.6 of a mile. We provided you the article on all of the building that's going on in the immediate area. Also, I provided you with a demographic survey. Within a half a mile radius of this location, in 2010, the population was 4,373. By 2019, it jumped to over almost 23,000, and in 2024, it's estimated to get over 26,000. Within 1 mile radius, the 2010 population was under 10,000 people. By 2019, it jumped to 75,000, and by 2024, it's estimated to reach 85,000. Over 62% of the residents in the area do not have any vehicle. So having a retail store in close proximity for residents to walk to is an important feature. The manager, Mr. Backman, which I provided you with a personal questionnaire. He's been a solicitor at Royal, which is a wholesale wine distributor. He's been a solicitor there for many years, so he is experienced in the regulatory aspects of the business. The store is going to be have club membership, educational courses, food and wine pairing events, as well as glassware and gift items. The specialization here for this store is that it's going to be looking with Mr. Backman's knowledge of the kosher wine market. It's going to have an extensive selection of high-end wines.
You got a
Store's
minute,
Mr.
Buscemi.
Not looking to get into, your national brand, lower-end stuff. It's going to specialize in seeking out fine and rare wines at auction and bringing them to market at the retail level at the store. The 4 closest stores, they all have high volume sales. They're all well over $1 million. The only store that's dipped a little is the VTRG store. You have Blue Streak Wine, which is doing over $5 million a year. We believe that this will serve public convenience and advantage. The population density is certainly sufficient, and the type of operation that the store is going to be catering to is something different than the other stores in the area, which are carrying more of that, your standard national brand products. Thank you.
Can you answer me a question? They have a pending on-premise license, actually, that was just denied, I think.
No, that was approved.
The World Spa Entertainment?
What is that?
World Spa, it's a wellness, health and wellness center. It's mentioned in my papers. It's in Brooklyn on McDonald Avenue.
And who's running that?
Well, that'll be run by, there's management involved. There'll be a personal questionnaire filed. Again, it's a health and wellness center with restaurant in it.
It's 50,000 square feet.
And just so the record's clear, Mr. Buscemi indicated Blue Streak Wine and Spirits is doing $5 million a year. They did $5 million. They did $5 million a year in 2020. The prior year, they did $2.7 million. The year after that, they did about $4 million. So that's not.
Blue Streak, right? 2020 did $5 million. 2021, it's almost at $4 million by the beginning of November.
Yeah.
So that's 2021. They're over $5 million. 2020 they're $5 million.
No, they're not. Come on, in a month.
And
too much.
You're misrepresenting.
Too
My
much.
point is
Too
you're
much.
misrepresenting what the store is doing.
It's right here, 2020, $5,088,000.
Yeah, with COVID, and everybody in this business understands what went on in 2020.
Mr. Chairman,
Including you.
2021, the store's almost at $4 million with 2 more months to go, the whole holiday season.
All right, I'm ready.
Commissioner Fan, you ready to vote?
The size of the store will offer retail space that will exceed all retail spaces combined for the closest 4 stores. And just in
probably
that,
beyond that.
and just in that fact, I just cannot find public convenience and advantage. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I was going to say the total square footage of the 4 closest stores is 4,000 square feet. The total square footage of this applicant is 5,000 square feet with 3,300 devoted to retail. So I just don't see the need for another store of that size a couple of blocks away from another store. So I'm voting to deny.
The four closest stores are within a half mile. The closest store is 0.2 miles away. The 4th closest store was licensed in 2000. Can we put the papers away, please? The 4th closest store was licensed in 2017. As was pointed out by both commissioners, these stores in their entirety do not encompass the square footage of this 5,000 square foot store. Based on the development that he did bring up, which is within a mile of the location, these stores that are already existing are certainly capable of serving them and would appear to be serving them. Plus, much of the development was prospective and hasn't even started yet. I just don't see
That's not so. That's not so.
I don't see any public convenience and advantage to adding a store of this size in this area, a walking area.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next is 177. That's CALLE 277E.
Sorry.
177, thank you.
Good afternoon, Lawrence Cara, accompanied by Principal Rosa Reyes with regard to 277 CALLE DBA Memories Lounge Restaurant. We're seeking full application predicated upon Rosa's record with the board. She maintains two businesses right now, two entities with you. NeoLivia Corporation, which is located in Hempstead, where this particular place would be, as well as Nautical Mile Inc., Seafood Grill on the Bay. I think it's vital to note that she has run with a successful liquor license since 2006 with no adverse history. She is a businesswoman, financially responsible. She wants to open the new establishment. She will be the manager to start with. She has adequate staff. She uses the same security that she's used over the past 15 years. Most importantly, she has gone to the village board, which was supportive of her, in addition to the mayor himself. During the course of various meetings, the board and the mayor did request that she have adequate security, which she is fully familiar with. And in addition thereto, they came to an understanding that she would be open 7 days a week with a 2 a.m. closing. It's vitally important for the board to notice that the 2 a.m. closing is not a 4 a.m. closing, in that she's not going to be the last place open nor congregate individuals who may cause problems. In addition thereto, she did the 500 hearing report was issued. The ALJ strongly recommended it. It is in a commercial area. There are no real bars on the street any longer. Many of them have been closed. The village people know her. They voiced no objection. In addition thereto, she will be seeking DJ, karaoke, recorded music, background, dancing. In addition to that, she has a cabaret license, which the village will issue. We've spoken to the village, they're supportive of this, and if you have any other questions for it, we certainly can answer those.
It certainly sounds like more like a nightclub to me than a restaurant with all of that. But my question to you and to her is, in the application, she says she's going to manage, operate full-time all hours, but she has Mia Olivia restaurant and also Nautical Mile that she's managed to operate them full-time all hours. So that's 3 places she's going to manage full-time all hours?
Well, she's a resident of Elmont. She lives about 5.5 minutes away from Hempstead. For the most part, since she's starting this endeavor, she'll be managing this. She has lead people that she can bring in. She has successful employees who have been with her for well over 15 years.
That's fine. She said she's going to manage, though. So we take that as personally, not having other people manage. So
no,
the point is that she said she's full-time manager at 3 different places now.
Each time she applies for a license, she takes on another full-time job. She now has 3 full-time jobs according to the application. That's the issue.
That's a lot of jobs, man.
Well, in response to that, I can indicate that Mia Olivia is open the 7 days a week. It's a small restaurant. It is in Hempstead, whereas the Nautical Mile basically only runs the summer. And it's really not that crowded, and the hours are limited. This will be a restaurant lounge. It has a very large kitchen on the 2nd floor. I have personally witnessed it. The bar is downstairs. We're looking for a DJ and music. There would be no live music, no promoters.
Is she hiring a manager?
You still haven't answered the question. How is she going to be in 3 places at the same time?
Nobody can be in 3 places at the same time.
Exactly.
She envisions working this establishment to have it running in successful fashion as the others. She does have managers and lead personnel in both of her other areas that help her from time to time. Her goal would be to move to this one first, organize it, be full-time there, but also use her managers to supplement Mia Olivia and the Seafood Grill as well. She's got competent staff. She's been there 16 years. The town and village know her, and she's a good employer. She's keeping her employees. They're trusted employees.
I don't know. He keeps talking about town, but I don't see any letter from the town. I don't have any support.
If you look at the 500 hearing report that was issued August 18th, I believe the ALJ makes reference to conversation with town. She had to go before the village board to get the cabaret license issued. She also had to, the ALJ notes that she met the town and the town is supportive thereof. and the town had requested adequate security and 2 a.m., not a 4 a.m. closing.
How did the ALJ learn that information?
How did the ALJ?
Did you tell her, or did she get a letter?
No, I can't answer that. Upon information and belief, I believe it was conveyed to her from the town, although not from the mayor's office, from the board itself.
No.
She met with the board.
The town wouldn't be at the 500-foot hearing.
We don't have a
No.
500-foot here. We have submission.
Correct. What I'm saying is,
The town did not submit anything for the 500-foot hearing.
in May and July, she met with the board. The board granted her the operating license, the cabaret license. In July, she met with the mayor personally, and they voiced no objection.
And the
They were also
ALJ never said anything about the applicant meeting, confirming a meeting.
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem. You're spouting off stuff that would be very, very helpful in the application, but we don't have any of it in paper. If anything happened from the town, it would be helpful if it was on writing, even if it's a meeting. But we don't have that.
The only thing I can point to, which is not what you're asking, but is somewhat conducive, is that they did give the notice form for the 30-day to the local municipality, and the municipality voiced no objection, and no one voiced any objection to the application. If the board is indicating that you would prefer to see, contingent upon this granting, a letter from the town, or from really the village board is what you're asking, I think, I can't get that, or we would get that and supply it for your consideration, or if you want to put it as a contingent.
I don't think any of us expected it or requested it, but the problem is you're telling us it exists and it's not here. So now I feel like I need to ask for it.
I'm not saying that the letter exists because I didn't know. I said upon information and belief. I certainly know she met with the village board because she got the cabaret license. I know she met with the mayor.
Yeah, but we don't even have that here. Do we have that here in our paperwork?
No, you do not.
That's my point, is that most places, they don't respond to the 30-day notice, ever. We don't ever hold that against them, that's fine. You're telling us they did, and that they did it in a positive fashion, which would be helpful for us to have.
I understand that.
All right.
I would indicate, however, she's got 16 years of no adverse history.
I get that.
And quite frankly, many occasions in Hempstead, when I come before the board and request this consideration, the town is very vociferously opposing it on numerous occasions where I've been before you. Not only do they vociferously oppose it, they actually show up.
The problem is, you're making factual assertions about what other people did without being under oath, without being the person who was there, and it's just not supported by anything. So you continue to do that. It continues to be a problem.
All right, John, let's vote.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
All right. Look, Ms. Rosa, I want to support your endeavors. I respect you for running clean businesses in the town of Hempstead. It's not the easiest thing to achieve. So I want to support in your expansion. But you, as we already established, cannot be in the same place for, it cannot be at 3 places at one time. So if you get this license, I'm going to ask you to submit personal questionnaires for your managers at your other 2 locations. Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah, of course. The people that work there.
Okay. And with that, I'm going to vote to approve. 2 a.m. across the board. No live music. DJs karaoke are allowed. 4 private events a year. Absolutely no promoters. Security guards as needed. And you should probably have a manager on deck, so I'm going to ask you to submit that as well.
How many private events a year did you say?
4.
4?
That's what she applied for.
You can. We don't need private events, do we? If it's more palatable to the board, we really don't need private events. I think that was just put in case someone has some sort of a birthday party or something, but if the
Look,
board
you have
feels.
4, I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference,
Okay.
though.
All right, all right.
So we'll give you the 4 private events a year.
That's fine with me.
I'll
Okay.
approve under the same conditions as quoted by Commissioner.
I'll approve under the same condition.
Understand, those questionnaires are required before this license will be issued.
That is
We need,
understood.
you got that, okay, good luck,
No,
thank you.
I understand. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 200, that's Anna Wine and Liquors LLC.
We gotta talk about the next time we have this many licenses.
You gotta follow the 5-minute time limit.
No, it's still, there's 30 of them in here.
It is.
37.
I know you caught up, and that's what this is. Go ahead.
37.
37.
Charles Lynn with the applicant, Anna Wine and Liquor. With me here is Moshe Shiv. He's the sole principal, and Elizabeth Whitaker, who will be proposed manager of the liquor store. Also, in support of the application is Mr. Bookman.
Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman for ERY Retail, the applicant's
All right,
last.
so-
Wait, Mr. Lynn, didn't we already hear from you?
We heard from me to the extent that we never got past the tirade that you went into about not having not having 2 liquor stores and 20 Hudson Yards, and that you
All right, well,
required.
that issue has now been cleared up, so go ahead and do your thing.
All right, thank you.
Are there protesters there?
Yeah, he's the protester.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, there is one protest.
No, he's not. He's representing.
Oh, all right, yeah, let the protest come in, I'm sorry.
And Bookman is the landlord.
Yeah. He's just always on the other side, I expected him to be on there.
Oh, once in a while.
You gotta watch him. You never know.
Go ahead,
Hi there.
what's your name?
My name is Sanjay Bobsar. I'm the owner of Wine Book Inc. at 554 West 30th Street. Kevin Kim from Amster Wine, located at 475 9th Avenue. He was at the initial hearing on January 4th. He couldn't come because he's sick. We bought Wine Book in 2012 when Hudson Yards wasn't developed and there was nothing there. Construction workers that were building Hudson Yards kept us afloat. Hudson Yards opened in 2019, and we finally started to see some sort of profit. As you know, 2020, COVID hit. Residential business went down, and some never came back. Corporate business was non-existent. It was very difficult to keep my store open with my employees left, and when the looting started in the summer of 2020. I was running the store by myself. As you know, Hudson Yards has changed dramatically. It's starting to get better, but not all residents are back. Corporate business is slowly coming back. Business hasn't been great during the holiday season. Christmas and New Year's was slow. I expected to be extremely busy for 2 weeks. That was not the case. Now I have a lot of leftover inventory after New Year's. Most importantly, rents have been dramatically increased in the area. I might not be able to afford the increasing rates, as this is in the slow recovery. Also, my landlord is also requiring upgrades to fit the decor of the area. Finally, and frankly, there may not be enough businesses in the area to survive if 20 Hudson and 440 West 30th Street open. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Applicant seeks to replace the Cinderella Liquor Store licensed in March 2019 and forced to close due to the pandemic in 2021. Cinderella was unanimously approved by the board on public convenience and advantage. All of the dynamics of Hudson Yards have not changed since that approval. 18 million square feet of commercial and residential space, approximately 4,000 residences, affordable housing, 14 acres of public open space, a 750-seat school. Hudson Yards is home to more than 100 diverse shop and culinary experiences, a portal to the world's most exclusive luxury brands, offices for leaders in industry, dynamic cultural institutions, public plaza, and the world's first Equinox Hotel, which is right across the plaza from Appleton, which is the main retail building within the Hudson Yards neighborhood. Under its lease, Anna Wines and Spirits has exclusive delivery rights and exclusive access to all addresses within Hudson Yards. As to experience, Moshe Ziv is the sole principal, is a renowned restaurateur in the Manhattan area with ownership of the acclaimed Mazone restaurant, Miznan at Hudson Yards LLC at 20 Hudson Yards, under serial number 1332874, was just licensed by the authority in May 2021, just a couple of months ago. As pointed out in Mr. Bookman's brief that was supplied as supplemental, the former Cinderella Food Market has been opened as an eatery by Mr. Ziv, principal. So his presence at the current Hudson Yards is quite significant. For the full-time day-to-day operations is the manager is Elizabeth Whitaker, who's with me today. She has over 20 years of experience in the wine and food industry. She received her BA in Communications from the SI Newhouse School of Public Communications at Syracuse University and her MBA from Columbia Business School. She spent 10 years as a marketing director for Co-Brand Corporation, the premier owner and importer of 5 wines and spirits. For the past 12 years, Ms. Whitaker has consulted on numerous projects within the wine industry. Much of her focus has been guiding boutique, family-owned wineries looking to increase their presence in the U.S. market. As part of my supplement to the board, I included a personal questionnaire of Ms. Whitaker. As far as the operation...
So, just in the interest of time, neither one of you included in your materials the amount of foot traffic that goes through this mall. So do you have a ballpark figure of how many residential units there are in Hudson Yards, and what's the size of the population of people that are working in those buildings?
I think Ms. Whitaker has some of the...
I think it's 4,000 residential units and about 100,000 people going through on a normal day when businesses are also open, and the office hours are open.
But we also have to understand that during the pandemic, situation has changed, but that's, it's also a major...
How, just explain to me how they get an exclusive delivery right. You're telling me that no other liquor store can deliver to Hudson Yards?
Mr. Chairman, I could address that, and this was the same as what was presented to the members for the Cinderella application. It was the same exclusive right. The buildings in Hudson Yards all have doormen and security. If you are an approved Hudson Yards delivery vendor, your delivery people can go past the doorman, past the security, up to a unit. Has to be kept downstairs, and you have to come downstairs to get it.
Oh,
So it is part of a Hudson Yards Eats package. There's a website.
I got it. It's just using the word exclusive is a strong word.
Well, the other the other piece of exclusivity is physical exclusivity, and this is the only liquor store, just like Cinderella, that is permitted to operate in the shop.
No, I got it.
All right, just for the pure fact of the flow of the 100,000 people and the fact that people who live in those buildings can walk downstairs without having to go outside onto the street, and the fact that this is going to be replacing the Cinderella store, I'm going to find public convenience and advantage and vote in favor of this application.
I vote in favor for the same reasons.
And I'm going to vote in favor too. And Mr. Lynn, I hope your client knows what they're getting into, because Cinderella had a very nice store and they clearly ran out of there as quick as they could. So
that was just the pandemic.
I don't think it was.
Liquor stores have really suffered in the pandemic.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Well,
Can I rebut for a second, please? Actually, the exclusivity of Cinderella.
Passed. The members
The
have
decision
voted.
has been made.
We're going to go into recess.
Thank you.
Can I just say one more thing about 440-3333?
Sorry, we're on a brief recess.
Okay, I mean, if I could get a notification for the hearing?
Yes, you'll get one.
Alright, so we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next item is 186. That's KC Wines and Liquors Inc.
Excuse me.
Yeah, 186, yeah. Thomas Burke from the law office of Stacy Weiss. I'm here representing KC Wines and Liquors Inc. This is the licensee and applicant, Mr. Agarwal.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Mr. Agarwal currently has a 1,500 square foot store in Belmore, Long Island. He opened the store and he's been there for 11 years. It's a very small, well, it's a very crowded store. He has 1,500 square feet, 975 square feet of retail space, 525 feet of storage space. I mean, he really can't expand his variety. I see in the store that he has turned square bottles and oval bottles on their sides just to make room. He's applying to extend to the store next door an additional 1,500 feet, which will bring him to 3,000 square feet, 1875 for
1785.
18 and 1215 for storage.
That's 1785.
1785 and 1215 for storage. Okay, he would have a bigger, more attractive, inviting store. It would make a greater presence in the shopping center, and he could have an area for wine tasting, which he doesn't have now. He could have an office, which he doesn't have now, and he could carry a much greater variety of products, especially those he finds that his customers are asking for. Lately, they've been asking for more high-end wines and high-end bourbons, which seem very popular. And
So why
other
wouldn't you
items.
get rid of the low-end stuff and just get the high-end stuff?
Well, I mean, get rid of it. What do you mean get rid of it? Throw it out?
No, I mean, sell what you sell,
there.
and start buying the higher-end stuff, the margins are bigger.
Yeah, but it's there. He bought it.
So let me
Paid
ask
for
you
it.
this, with the 3,000 square feet he wants to get, the total store, if you're gonna have a tasting room plus an office, how
No,
much is
I
left
didn't-
storage?
He has 1,215 feet for 1,215 square feet for storage. Okay, a tasting
So you're
area
not
is a
gonna have
table.
any, you're not gonna have, so you're not gonna have a tasting room or an office?
Sure, he's going to have a tasting area. It takes a little space with a table and a chair and a bottle and a glass. And then he doesn't have an office now, but he's going to look to he's going to look to build an office in the future. The office is not on the plans, as you can see.
So
I mean,
have
the
you read
sale-
the letter that you sent us? Because you talk about organic wines and
Yeah, he wants to sell those
friendly
things too.
wines and
Yes,
wine
he
made
wants
by
to-
women, but you're not
Yes, he
mentioning
wants to
that
s-
right now.
Well, he wants to, yeah, it's in my supplementary material. Yes, he wants to sell all those things. His sales have been flat since 2017. I mean, he was closed 1 month in
Yeah, which
2020,
is
but
shocking, because
he
everybody
didn't even
else
see
went
a,
up.
yeah, he didn't even see a COVID bump. So, I mean, he's doing these things in an effort to increase sales and increase revenue, but he's also going to offer the public wine tasting, a greater variety, an easier, more comfortable store to move around in.
There's no history.
No, no history.
History of the premises, no protest. Your overall doubling to 3,000, retail expanding a third from 975 to 1785. I don't know how the others feel, but I'm okay with this. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Or I'll vote to approve as well.
Chairman Brown.
I'm gonna vote to deny, but doesn't matter. All right, go ahead.
You got
Approved.
it.
Next is 203, that's Salvatore's Corp.
Okay, I apologize. This case was adjourned once, and that was on me because I had COVID, and I learned earlier today that my client has COVID.
Well,
I
we're
don't-
gonna,
203?
yeah,
Oh,
we're not gonna adjourn it, we're gonna send it back.
This is,
203.
Yes, 203.
Yeah, we have to hold this over anyway.
yeah.
Yeah, but like
It was held over last time at my request, but I don't think anybody was here.
Yeah, let's kick it to 219.
February 19th. Thank you.
It's February 16th.
Oh, sorry, 216, sir, 216.
I have it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
216.
By the way, I finally got in touch with somebody, but that's all.
Oh, okay, well, now you have another month.
Yeah.
So, okay, everyone's okay with
Yes,
this?
yes.
Yes. Next is 173, that's a request for declaratory ruling, Queens OP 1336114, the Beer Assembly LLC.
Which one is it? I'm sorry,
173.
This is a mess, too.
173?
This is a bad.
This is the
Yes,
one with the
this-
back.
Okay.
Can you put your name on the record?
Yes, good afternoon. My name's Kimberly Summers. I'm attorney for the Beer Assembly LLC. I'm here with two of the applicant principals, Helen Lee and Todd Leon. So, is it okay for me to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, great. So as you know, this is relating to an issue that was raised regarding the bathrooms at the applicant premises. There are currently 4 bathrooms that are there. They all have floor-to-ceiling doors. They're all single occupant use. One of them is an ADA accessible bathroom. So the bathroom itself includes its own sink as well as a toilet. The other 4 share a communal sink, and they're all housed within a larger room. So it was raised that there was a concern that this bathroom was actually a single bathroom as opposed to 4 separate facilities. As you're probably aware, the DOB never would have approved permits for this if that was the case. That we included a letter from the architect with our submission, which indicated that DOB regulations require 1 bathroom for every 75 persons.
Which
This
is
has-
actually, can I stop you there?
Sure.
Your first assumption there is wrong. Because my understanding is that's for restaurants. You are not a restaurant.
Correct. But,
So it
but
should
the
be, am I wrong in saying it should be for 45 people because it's a tavern?
This, sorry?
40 persons. One for 40 persons because it's a town.
1 for 40 persons. Either way, we're well exceeding that, and there are 4 separate restrooms. So
Well,
there are
then
4
we get back to whether they're actually restrooms or not. In my experience, every restroom has a sink that is aligned with the restroom.
Well, in that case, there would be at least 2 restrooms, thereby meeting the requirement of the State Liquor Authority for a minimum of 2 restrooms, because there is 1 bathroom that is the ADA accessible bathroom, which has its own sink.
Then there
But
is
she
a
still doesn't
separate
meet the
thing,
purpose. But how many people, what's the max occupancy of this place?
approximately 200 persons.
So then how are you meeting the 40 person per, one bathroom per 40 people?
There's two issues here. There's a threshold issue of whether or not a water closet on its own is a bathroom. And
which I don't know if it is or isn't.
Independent of a sink. And the way in which the law is written for restaurants, there has to be one sink for 75 people as well. So their assumption is that it's not, a water closet on its own is not a bathroom. And in fact, that law would require 3 sinks based on the number of people you have, not 2.
Well, there is one large.
There's one large type.
It's a very large.
It's one large trench sink, right?
But
Which services.
unfortunately, the regulation doesn't say if you have one large sink, you don't have to have more than one sink for every 75 people.
You're telling me that New York City signed off on this already?
Yes, they did.
Unbelievable. They don't follow their own laws. This isn't our law, this is their law.
In what context did they sign, what paperwork do you have saying that they've approved this as meeting their code?
Well, we have the DOB approval. In fact, like the beer garden is already like 75-80% constructed.
And as I'm sure you're aware, that they would not be able to obtain the certificate of occupancy if they hadn't met, if everything hasn't been signed off on by the city. And the certificate of occupancy is a condition of
Another
approval.
issue is they don't seem to be requiring them lately either.
But your office does. And so
I know,
regardless.
well, that
we'd have
that may change today.
It hasn't changed yet, and it is something that we've been required to provide up until this time, and certainly we're aware. Building permits have been applied for, those have been granted, construction is ongoing. So, I mean, all of the requirements, there's an architect working on this.
So let me go back to his question. What do you have from New York City that has approved this bathroom setup for the size of your establishment? Do you have a letter? Do you have anything?
Yeah,
I mean, I have the letter from the architect is what we were provided with at this stage.
Not the architect.
I mean, there's nothing.
No, but we have like a permit that allowed us to start construction 6 months ago. So we
Well,
wouldn't
they're
have
going to let you build it, but that doesn't mean they're going to let you use just this bathroom setup. Is there something that they say this is compliant with their administrative code?
I mean, the plans for this were submitted in order to obtain the permits.
Yeah, but the fact that they're letting you build it doesn't mean they're going to approve it. This is New York City, for God's sakes.
But then we can list it for this particular entity.
What have we
could
done
list
here?
a certificate of occupancy as a requirement.
I don't know.
mean,
I can tell you right now, based on my reading of the code, which I have an obligation to advise the board, based on my reading of the code.
Hello?
They're on mute.
Oh, it's intentionally muted.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
6 hours ago.
And try to get something, this can actually, since you're still under construction, this can actually wait.
I mean, is there a way where you can change your plans to include more bathrooms? Because, the reason why there is a regulation for bathroom is because people get into fights in bathroom lines. Like that, the reason why there is a requirement for more bathrooms is to avoid conflict and drama at your location. It's actually in your interest to have more bathrooms.
A water closet is a toilet, right?
Yeah,
Water closet is a toilet. At this stage of construction, to require everything be reconfigured to make an additional bathrooms, I don't know that that's possible. I mean, for state liquor authority purposes.
Well, you're trying to change the law. I mean, you're really coming to change the law because the requirement is, it's 45. One bathroom for
40.
every 40 people. So if your capacity is 248, That's basic.
I mean, even if we take your definition of water closet as bathroom, you don't have enough.
Yeah, you need 7 to
We
meet
would
the
be willing to
capacity.
reduce, I mean, if that's an issue for the State Liquor Authority, we'd be willing to reduce the occupancy in order to constitute
It's not,
this
you don't understand, it's not,
1%.
what you're giving us is, or what we have here, is a New York administrative code that tells us what their law is. You're clearly not within their law. We have nothing from New York City saying we don't care, hey, we're gonna okay this, except your word for it, which we can't just operate on.
Well, she's
I mean-
willing to
I
go
mean,
the other
they're-
way, so why don't we do what she just said? They're willing to limit the capacity to 160 people so that the 4-bathroom can serve.
I
Is that
mean,
what
that's
you
certainly
just-
fine. And again, I mean, I would just point that the regulation from the State Liquor Authority is the 2 bathrooms. And we are willing to provide a certificate of occupancy as a condition of approval to show that the city has signed off on these plans. Certainly nothing would have reached this stage for a project of this size without proper approval.
I'm sure you got approved. I mean, maybe they did approve the plan. It, in my mind, does not mean someone looked closely at them.
Yeah, I mean,
For example, did the submission say whether this was a tavern or a restaurant? Because there's 2 different codes that apply. And you seem to have gotten that wrong, or the architect did.
That was a reliance on the architect who indicated for a restaurant assembly with total 4 water closets. You have enough for an establishment of this size.
So maybe
And
you have
understood. But even so, if you read the rule on the water closets, and reading that in conjunction with the State Liquor Authority rule that there's a 2-bathroom rule requirement, it's still sufficient for the State Liquor Authority purposes. And then the issue just becomes whether or not the DOB signs off on it, which is really a separate issue from the State Liquor Authority. Because certainly
It's not. One, it's not, because you're gonna have to have them sign off on it at some way, shape, or form time for us to approve it. The second thing is, this is 1 bathroom to us. And in order to have 1 bathroom, in fact, with this number of people, I don't even think you can have 1 bathroom. But in order to have 1 bathroom, you gotta get a waiver from us. So it is our issue, unfortunately.
Well, it's the issue in the sense of there's 2 bathrooms, even if you were to consider the 3 stalls themselves with 1 sink as 1 bathroom, you still have a 2nd bathroom.
You are stretching the realm of possibility.
Bathroom.
All right, well, I will take the limiting of.
How many employees? Yeah, that's what we're gonna limit by
yeah.
employees. How many employees do you have?
I believe,
How many employees will we?
Well, I mean, we don't have any employees yet, but depending on demand, could be, up to 20.
it could be up to 20, but it just, at this point, they haven't staffed yet because certainly they're not open. But we could reduce.
No, so here's what we can do this one of 2 ways. You can put this off until you get us more clarifying information, or we can vote on it today and lower your capacity. If we lower your capacity, your employees are going to count towards that capacity.
Understood.
Which means you're down to 140, which means you're down to 140.
What clarification, well, I mean, 20, when we say 20 employees, we're not talking they're all going to be working at the same shift. So that, I mean, I'd say probably 10 at any given shift would be a reasonable expectation even on the high end.
But then
that
you
brings
have,
you to 150.
Yeah, but then you have 3 security guards. I really wouldn't run this business for any less than that. I mean, it's a huge space.
That's fine. We would, at that event, I think we would ask for 145, and we'll leave room for 15
And you're
with
comfortable
security
with
and
that?
presence.
Are you
Hold
comfortable
on,
with
and
that?
can we just for clarification purposes to review the options, what would you be looking for in terms of documentation from the city?
Something that says that they have looked at your bathrooms and that they are compliant with
their own code.
With the New York City Administrative Code
That applies to
27922.3 subsection C.
So something from the, so sir, is this something from the DOB, you mean?
And then the New York City Building Code Table 403.1. Yeah, something from them that lists the required number of water closets for taverns to be 1 per 40. What you're doing is in violation of their statute. If they're fine with it, then I'll sign off on it. but I need something that says they're fine with it. Because what's gonna happen is when they violate, if they violate you, we're gonna have to take the license away. Because you're not gonna be able to operate if they violate you after the fact. And if you think that's not possible, you haven't spent enough time in New York City.
Well, it's just like a little bit kind of confusing because we went through the whole DOB process, like the plan review. So the DOB, signed off on our application, gave us a permit to construct a beer garden. We spent upwards of $1 million at this point. So
I know a lot, but if you don't know how DOB runs at this point down there, you'll find out the hard way. I'm saying if you're not going to be open for a while, what's the rush on this? And go try to get the letter.
Well, the hope for opening is in April.
Yes.
And I'm sure you can understand and appreciate that DOB isn't moving very quickly, and it's taken us this long. We submitted our application in April.
Right,
Then take the
Then take the
145.
145, that's fine.
Right, and if at some point you can get, DOB to tell you that they approve at a larger occupancy, you can come back to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, we'll do that.
All right, so for now, I'm going to,
Approve a total of 150 with 140 for
I'm going to vote to issue a declaratory ruling that our 2-bathroom rule will be waived
If they're at 145.
if they're at 145 occupancy, which will meet 1 bathroom per 40 persons.
Well, no, it's 1 water closet for 40 persons.
Yeah, 1 water,
And
right.
1 sink for 75.
Right.
That would
That's
make what
right.
they are proposing to do, meet those levels.
That's right.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I'm good with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Next is 217, it's a proposed advisory for the certificate of occupancy with applications.
Someone hearing on that?
Yeah, hi, Bookman.
Hello. Max Bookman, Pozetsky and Bookman, representing the New York City Hospitality Alliance. I will keep my comments brief. We saw that this item was on your agenda. We reviewed the proposed advisory, and we are here to tell you that we support the advisory. It will be a means of addressing a problem that we're having in New York City. I don't know if this was specifically designed for New York City because it's a statewide advisory, but certainly in New York City, this will have the impact of lessening the blow of the extensive delays that applicants are currently experiencing with the Department of Buildings. They have been, their processes have been made very difficult to complete through COVID. Meetings with that are usually customary with supervisors are not happening at the speed that they should happen. And in varying levels of formality, the Department of Buildings, in case after case, have essentially told applicants that they may proceed and operate while the department continues to process their paperwork. And so the idea that the authority has to issue licenses with the requirement that applicants, number one, are still required to respect the local zoning and building codes and fire codes, and number two, that you'll require the certificate of occupancy at renewal, is something that we think will help people get licensed faster.
All right, so just so the record is clear, this is an advisory to temporarily eliminate the necessity of applicants submitting a certificate of occupancy from the municipality. And when I say temporarily, it is temporary, and it is in response to what Mr. Bookman pointed out, that in New York City, we have found that it is taking a significantly long time for applicants to get certificate of occupancies, and we have a significant number of conditionally approved licensees whose only condition that they have not fulfilled is getting the certificate of occupancy or the temporary certificate of occupancy or even a letter of no objection. This does not eliminate the need for the applicant to put the letter or the certificate of occupancy or submit it to the liquor authority. It just delays it and allows them to operate, assuming they have fulfilled all other conditions, until at least their next renewal date, which is when they would be required to submit the certificate of occupancy. This is permitted under the power under ABC law 110 subsection 6 allows the board to waive this submission as a condition of approval.
Yeah, we'll also say that if.
And it is statewide because we have to do these things statewide.
We'll also say that if we find that a location is open in violation of its obligations toward the city, or toward any city or municipality, they can be charged. They can be disciplined by the authority for doing that.
But that would occur once the city violates them.
Right.
So if the city, if whatever city is applicable is not writing violations for lack of certificate of occupancy, we will not be prosecuting for that violation.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also signed up to speak on this.
Have you gone to talk to DOB at all? I mean, your alliance, have you guys tried to get in there to talk about fast tracking some of these applications for restaurants?
We've not with the prior administration. We have hopes, and we have meetings that are going to be scheduled or in the process of being scheduled with the new administration, and their efficiencies are on this issue. And I could just tell you as a practitioner, anecdotally, we've heard from people who deal with DOB that they recognize the issue and are working to remedy it. But more specific remedies, we'll have to wait until we speak with them.
All right, because hopefully that can be some solution on their front, because this is certainly not the preferred way to do business.
All right, Mr. Booth, you wanted to say something?
Yep, so Carter Booth, as you know, I've spoken to certificate of occupancies quite a few times. I certainly understand the intent here, but you know, right now, CB2 has never seen as many applications in the last 10 years for previously unlicensed locations, and you can see that this clearly on the LAMP system. There's been no review for many of these locations of safety, danger, ADA, basements. Some situations are very straightforward, some are complex. But I think that there's a feeling from the people who I've discussed, and we only just saw this on your agenda, that the certificate of occupancy should continue to be a requirement, or perhaps contemplation of some other
It is still, we're not eliminating the requirement.
Understood. I mean, and it goes, you know, in speaking with a few people, I mean, this goes back to the intent of the 1993 legislatively passed 500-foot law as well, which contemplates as an element whether the application has obtained all other necessary government licenses and permits. The advisory also doesn't contemplate that somebody would just take the license and operate with it in the safety issues that raises, and that's where the concern is.
Mr. Booth, and this is my thinking on it. If these people are running a coffee shop if these people are running a coffee shop without alcohol, and the city of New York, whose code is what we're talking about, or any other city, their zoning code is what we're talking about, if they allow that coffee shop to operate and don't enforce their own law, how is the community any safer than if we give someone a liquor license and we're giving them the license? We're telling them, though, if the town tells you you can't operate, if the town enforces their own law, then it's their job, then they can't operate. It's not our job to know every zoning code in the state of New York.
Nobody's necessarily arguing that. I mean, look at the Happy Land fire, situation. There were building violations there, and that still occurred. And
there's no question,
also,
but who? I guess the point I'm making is whose job is to do the enforcement.
I understand what you described is not so much the issue that's the concern. The concern is for places of assembly, which you don't take into account in the issuance of a license, whether or not a job application has actually been approved or is actually in process. Whether or not the job can be finished within a 2 or 3 year time period of the renewal time period, depending on the scope. Many local authorities assume that the issuance of a license allows occupancy of the space and the serving of alcohol. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm just saying these are some of the real issues that surround this.
The bigger issue in my mind is that each municipality is responsible for enforcing their local codes.
and also in giving out certificates of occupancy or temporary certificates or letters of no objection. And I have businesses that have waited, and they wait long enough for the liquor license, and I'll be the first to admit that. They wait too long for it. And we're trying to alleviate that. But now, once they actually get the ability to have the license, they got to wait another 18 months for the certificate of occupancy, even if everybody else is in the building.
I understand that concern. I'm just suggesting that this advisory is too broad. You know, that at a minimum, it doesn't contemplate some of the more serious safety aspects. Your example is very good with the coffee shop. We see that all the time. The problem here is that people may move ahead in the issuance of alcohol. You know, somebody responding to a 311 complaint, and the general public, they don't know the other issues to make a complaint about that, and nobody looks at it. What you see is the service of alcohol. So I'm just saying that I think that there needs to be a little bit more thought put into this with respect to who this would apply to when they're coming before you for this. And I understand your position. I'm just saying that in the world that we see that this is
No, I mean, what you're saying is you're having the same problem we are, in that we can't get the certificates. You can't get anyone to enforce the lack of certificates. I mean, we're basically talking about the same problem.
Chairman Badley, I don't disagree. You know, we saw there was no response to many serious conditions. And it took significant amount of time to get people to even look at things within the last 2 years. I understand removing the backlog, you know, going through issues, but there should be a little bit more thought put into this.
We did put a lot of thought into this. I don't want you to think this was willy-nilly. This has been considered for months. But we haven't voted on it yet, so we'll see. But we take your criticism to heart. And it certainly can be changed if it doesn't work properly.
Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
Yes, and with Mr. Booth's well-articulated concerns in mind, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Chairman Rowley.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. And just to make clear, so that it is clear to anyone listening, the certificate of occupancy is still required. It's required by the next renewal date. Also, if the municipality indicates that no one should be operating at this location without a certificate of occupancy or a letter of no objection or temporary certificate, they can't operate. And in that instance, they not only will be violated by their local municipality, they will also be losing their license.
Next is 123. That's INTINI LLC.
This is the longest meeting in my career.
I agree. I was just thinking that exact same thing. I know.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford. My name is Noah Shalansky. I am the attorney for INTINI LLC, DBA 7 Bridges. I am here with the two principals of the entity, Lindsay Jones and Casey Shoddy. Good afternoon. I will keep this very brief. We've had unanimous CB6 approval. This application is unopposed. The ALJ noted 3 issues. One was the time that the music would be turned off in the outdoor space. We will agree till 10 a.m., although we are currently 10 p.m. We currently have no amplified music in the outdoor space. And the other issue, which is relevant, was the method of operation vis-a-vis the prior applicant. We are going to operate in substantially the same manner, which is a neighborhood beer bar.
Did the prior licensee have music in the outdoor space?
My understanding is that they did.
And your hours are Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m., Saturday and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 4 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
So you
Did
don't
the
plan on-
community board write a letter?
The community board did not write a letter.
So how are you representing to me that they are in support of this application?
Well, excuse me, not, if I may have misspoke to say of this application specifically, but we appeared in front of the community board. I represented the entity, both in front of the committee and in front of the full board, and there was unanimous approval for the applicant.
So you're basically going to operate it the way it has been operated for the past few years, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Same kind of clientele?
Yes, sir.
I don't understand. So you went to 2 meetings and you didn't get a letter?
That is correct.
Did they issue anything that says no objection?
They did not.
What about a copy of their minutes or something like that?
I can certainly look for that, but I don't believe that I have it. I don't know if they publish it on their website. I can certainly look. But they were certainly given notice of the 500-foot hearing and made no objection.
Well, the 500-foot hearing came out against you, so this is an uphill battle.
I think the 500-foot hearing, I think that everything was answered in a supplemental. I think you addressed her objections in a supplemental.
Yes, I did.
So. I don't know. You guys plan on doing any renovation in there? There's some parts of those pictures that look like it needs some work to me.
No, sir, that's part of the aesthetic of the establishment.
The graffiti in the bathroom and all of that?
Yes, dive bar
Okay.
chic.
Been in a couple of those, okay.
I mean, you're talking about 2 to 3 private events per month, but that maybe you will have security, because that doesn't sound right to me.
This was before the establishment was open. 2 to 3 private events a month has turned out to be wildly optimistic. It would be, at most 1 to 2 a month. Frankly, I think that there have been, in the 6 months the establishment has been open, there have been 2 complete private events at this point.
You guys have other licenses or no?
Yes. One other license for INTINI LLC, which is DBA The Hop Shop.
I see. And what is that other business?
That is also a craft beer focused bar, but full license.
No history, but you just opened up about a year and a half.
How far is that from here?
That is by walking distance, 20 minutes.
Okay. All right. Again, I don't have any information from the community board, but I'm going to take your word that they support, because this location was previously licensed with no real history. So, and given that you are clean history on your other business and you have a business model that you're basing this on, I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. 4 a.m. across the board, 1 private event per month, security guards as needed, and given you have 2 locations, I'm going to require you to hire a manager and submit the personal questionnaire for the manager before you actually get your license.
I think they're managing, right?
Yeah, but they will hire a manager.
They're going
Commissioner, if I could ask, these are sort of quiet neighborhood bars, and currently business as it is right now doesn't really support, especially with Omicron, the hiring of an additional manager. Ms. Jones has been acting as a general manager for both establishments because they are so close together, and they can typically be operated with 1 bartender and 1 server. I don't believe that there would
Well,
probably
your
be standalone
application says manager, so I'm not adding anything. I'm just saying that I'm going to take what you submitted. It says here hired manager.
Yes, Commissioner, and based on what we expected business to be and what we expect business will eventually come to, then certainly would hire a manager. Just at this moment, with the amount of money coming in, we would ask that that not be a condition of approval of the license.
How many private events did you say, Commissioner?
Just one.
One.
So Lindsay manages the place, but Casey doesn't work at either place?
Casey had originally started to train at the Hop Shop because the expectation that her current job would have finished, but she's part of a lung drug research study, and it has gone on longer than expected, so she has had to remain in that position until that ends. When that ends, she will take part in managing duties as well.
Okay.
All right. Then I'll just put manager as needed. Background music only. Karaoke is allowed. No promoters. I think that's it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Approved, same conditions.
I
Thank
will
you.
approve with the same conditions.
Thank you very much.
Next is 187, that's GADFLY Lounge LLC.
There is opposition on this.
Good afternoon, Frank Palillo, and there is opposition, so I'll step aside.
187.
Is this Kyle?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Barry Mallon. I am the attorney for the West 15th Street Block Association.
Mr. Mallon, can you pull up your mask, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I have with me also the president of the Block Association, who will speak after I finish. This location is a non-conforming space in the storefront of a residential building on a residentially zoned block.
All right, so before we go down that road, they already got a letter of no objection from what I understand, correct?
That's for the certificate of occupancy.
Then
Not
it's
for the
not a
grant
non,
program.
so the city has already approved the use, in my mind. So go on to the other issues.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I
But this is,
agree, I'm just not listening.
it doesn't
Go ahead.
resolve the grandfathering issue, but that's not the most important one right now. This is a 500-foot rule case. There are 27 licenses within 500 feet, but none of these are on this block. This is a residentially zoned block. All the licenses are on 7th and 8th Avenues. And by contrast, there are 40 residential buildings on this street, including 32 apartment buildings. These are with working families, families with school children. It's just an incompatible use for this block. The Block Association, as well as residents, have opposed this application. It's opposed by the state elected officials. The community board has not supported this application. Also, very important, the ALJ, in terms of the 500-foot rule hearing, has denied, has recommended denial on public interest grounds. The issue that the ALJ raised was that the applicant claimed that they had a stipulation or agreement with the community board. There is no such stipulation or agreement. The community board has not supported this. They have not provided public interest grounds
to support this license. If this was around on 7th and 8th Avenue, it would not have this kind of resistance. But this is on a block that is totally residential with thousands of people living here with a density that is highly residential. It's just the wrong location for this particular bar. And they've had problems, as you'll hear in a moment, with the past location, which closed some 2.5 years ago. There are more than enough drinking and eating establishments within 500 feet to satisfy the needs of this community. So in terms of the residential density and the accessibility of enough eating and drinking places within 500 feet, there is really no public interest justification, and this license should be denied on those grounds.
Thank you.
Hello, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford. My name is Steven Starosta, and I am the president of the West 15th Street Block Association. Our BA has approximately 300 active members and represent over 6,000 residents in a 3-block area on West 15th Street. Our Block Association is a long-standing member of the Council of Chelsea Block Associations. First, I'd like to thank the commissioners for all your time spent reviewing our side and the documents, letters, and comments we provided. I'd also like to thank our lawyer, Barry Mallon, who's been representing block associations and community groups since 1985. We feel incredibly fortunate Barry joined us on this case. Commissioners, as you've seen in our documents provided, there's a checkered past to these premises. The last tenant, and by the way, this was the very first tenant liquor license, a wine bar with a full liquor license, garnered hundreds of complaints that were brought to the attention of the NYPD, our community board, and the State Liquor Authority.
Can I interrupt you there? Can you tell me where those complaints were lodged? Because we didn't,
Sure.
We got maybe 2.
No,
We got none.
We got none, I'm sorry. And then the other one, if you're gonna say 311, well, the applicant, I think, put in the 311 calls, and it looked like within the last 4 years, there were under 5.
I submitted to the file, and I know that you have it because we foiled the file, probably at least 30 311 complaints, notices.
And what year? What year?
This would have been like 2010, 2011, 2012.
That's what I'm talking about. We're in 2021. Right, go
Okay.
ahead.
Let's see. No mitigating measures, especially with the French doors open and any outdoor seating, are going to change the fact that these premises are located in a residential apartment building on a residentially zoned block. There are 40 buildings between 7th and 8th, all of them residential, most of them built in the 19th century. We do have a few businesses, 6 to be exact. There's a laundromat, an optometrist, a dentist, a hair salon, barber shop, and coffee shop. All of these commercial operators operate within residential hours. According to the SLA Zola map, there are 27 liquor establishments within 500 feet of these premises. At 750 feet, there are 54. Within 1,000 feet, there are 77 operators with liquor licenses. We don't need another bar in Chelsea. What we do need is something else, businesses that really do serve the public interest. Commissioners, we trust you'll make a determination that is fair and just, and we hope you'll take into account the hundreds, thousands of residents, my neighbors, whose homes will in some way be impacted by this decision today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Ask you a question? So I'm looking at the stairway that goes up into the building, and to the left, I'm seeing the laundromat and cleaners.
Correct.
Right? Then I'm
Yes.
seeing a bunch of doors there, then the stairs, and I'm seeing a window, doors on the other side. Which one is the location here that we're talking about?
It's at 258. The address is 258 West 15th Street. The location, which had originally been 2 separate commercial spaces, which is now 1, it's on both sides of that staircase.
That's on both sides of the staircase. Got it. Thank you.
Correct.
That's what I want to understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
not recently, but because it's odd that it clearly is under the staircase.
I know, and people are clearly gonna be hanging out on the stoop, like it's.
All right, go ahead. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi, thank you so much for your time today. My name is Cara Pally. I'm here with my husband, Joe Pally. We're the owners of GADFLY Bar at 258 West 15th Street. Also with us is our manager, Gabriel Sinku, and he's here representing as well.
Thank you. Step to one side. I apologize. This morning, I forwarded to Secretary Roper the dismissal of the non-conforming use violation. It is no longer an issue. I recognize that it has to be to you by 2 o'clock on Friday, but it was just done yesterday. In addition to that, I included in my submission the actual YouTube clip of the community board meeting. I believe our meeting with the subcommittee lasted just under an hour. It was a very loud, very long, loud, contentious meeting at which the community board subcommittee asked for various concessions from my clients. Each and every concession was agreed to, including, I believe, an 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock closing. The applicant has done extensive soundproofing in the premises. The community board meeting was held on June 8th. The community board subcommittee meeting was held on June 8th. The application was filed shortly afterwards. Early in July, I prepared a 500-foot statement. In the 500-foot statement, I indicated that there was indeed a stipulation with the community board because I personally and my clients witnessed the subcommittee agree to approve with stipulation. However, on July 28th, the community board elected not to follow the recommendation of the subcommittee and instead asked the authority to take no action until the building department issues are resolved. I stand here today with both building department issues resolved. There was no intentional misrepresentation. We honestly left the meeting realizing that we had given in to every request and there was no reason why it would not be denied. In addition, this block association does not speak withdrawn. This block association speaks for its members only. It does not speak for the residents. In your packets, you have nearly 200 letters of support from many people who live on this block, people who live in this building, and even one member of Community Board 4 who wrote a letter in support of this application. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Palillo, are you the person who gave your clients the notice to post in front of how to notify the SLA if you have comments?
No. I don't know how to do that. I don't know if I do.
Because at the location, there is a notice that is supposed to be used to notify the community of hearings and that this is a pending application. That notice is kind of hidden on the side of the window. And on there, it's very faded copy, and on there, it's an address of the State Liquor Authority from 2018.
Commissioner Fan, I'm not sure I understand. Is it the SLA notice sign?
Yeah. Did you provide that to your client?
I
Because
did.
that notice
I did. Has the wrong address on it.
Okay, so can you explain that? Did you not know that we've moved, sir?
I did actually, was aware of that, Commissioner Fan. I just picked up the wrong form. I apologize.
Mr. Cole, that's not an answer. This is
It's
a
the
very
truth.
hotly contested situation. Your clients have been accused of misleading the community. I was there yesterday. The notice doesn't even have the right information on it. And in the front, where it's very visible, I see your support letter that asking the community to support you, which some people have done. But the notice that is required by the SLA, it's basically hidden.
I don't know what that is.
Well, they found it.
We got a letter.
We formally had the permits
Say-
up.
say-
It's just
So,
deceptive. It's not the
apologize
proper
for
way
that.
to do this. If you
it
were to
absolutely-
do it, then put them side by side at the very least.
So if I could just explain very quickly, so I previously had our work permits posted and that SLA letter, as well as for a long time the community board notice, were all posted together in the same place very prominently. At one point, I put up blinds recently in the last, we're talking just in the last few weeks, and I moved things around. We also had new signs put up on the front window. Again, that notice is still up. There's several windows, as one of you noted from the photos. The whole front, storefront is windows. And I didn't think that was, if you walk up to the door, it's right there to the right of the door. It was absolutely not intentional that I was trying to hide that notice. I don't know.
I mean, that's very hard for me to believe that it's not intentional the way it's posted.
It previously, all those notices have been up. We're talking about going back to May since that notice has been up. And it wasn't in that spot the whole time. It was even more prominent.
Commissioner Fan, there could be no intent to deceive. There was nearly an hour-long meeting with numerous residents opposed to this application.
Well, right now on the record, I don't have any stipulations from the community board.
No, he said he didn't get any because he thought he was going to get, correct me if I'm wrong, but you thought you were going to get them based on the subcommittee meeting. You went and assumed they were coming, you put it in the application, and then after the application went in, the full board denied the entire application.
No,
They haven't denied it.
Actually, there are
They just asked it to be delayed, so.
The Department of Buildings issue could be addressed. That's now been resolved.
So why don't you do another pass and go back to the community board?
Wait a minute.
That's the best. Either I can deny it or you can go back to the community board. Which one do you choose?
Commissioner, okay? Let's just for a second
I
realize.
don't have a support from CB4, and you know my history, and you know the community.
You have a signed stipulation from CB4 that we signed that night.
I don't have that in my record, sir, because it wasn't submitted. So.
Because of the.
There's no stipulation on the record.
There's no stipulation adopted by the community board, but we signed one at the subcommittee.
So, look, I can hold this over to 2/16, and that will give you more than enough time to go back to the community board and try to get those stipulations submitted, because they wrote a letter that says, please delay this, and those issues.
They did not oppose this application.
Okay, well, then I'm just gonna have to vote to deny because I don't have the information. I can't grant this license today, so either you take the next 4 weeks and try to get this from the community board.
4 weeks is not going to do it. This community board meets the second Tuesday of every month.
Okay, then I can go to the end of February.
Commissioner Fan, did you take a look at the YouTube clip? That was part of my submission. You saw at the meeting the subcommittee approved it.
Yeah, but then the full board didn't vote for it. Then the full board didn't vote for it, and.
No one's accusing you of making a misrepresentation, but we still are where we are.
I didn't think anyone was.
Actually, they had, but we credit what you said in your defense. But you don't have this community board's approval. You don't.
Yeah, and I can't move forward without that because this is on a residential block. This is, and honestly, the hours that you've agreed to. I know this area really well. I live right there. I don't know if you're going to make it with 11 o'clock on a side street. To be honest, it's just, it may really be a blessing in disguise if you don't get this. But I'm willing to wait until.
We're not turning back the investment already. We're committed to those hours.
I'm sorry, with all due respect, we've made the financial investment. We are committed to those, we're committed to succeeding with those hours. We do not have a concern. We are structuring our business for it to work within what we agreed to.
I'm going to hold this over until March 2nd. That's 3 meetings from now. You should be able to get something from them.
Even with the precedent of the former business, us, doing the same stipulations as them having no history of violations or,
True. I'm sorry, Kara.
we're all looking at the same documents. The former business did not have the noise complaints. It did not have, as far as we know, any disciplinary actions with the SLA.
I know, but you're opening a bar in front of someone's home, the stoop that's in the middle there,
we've agreed to have
I
security
don't
as
know,
well
I mean,
as
when you
needed.
look at the space, you should have registered that if you're serving alcohol, people are gonna be just standing there in front of people's homes, like.
We haven't applied for any cafe sidewalk permit, and we've agreed to have security as needed if it were busy, to just make sure that it stays clear out
Okay.
there.
Look, I
It's
already
just-
said
it's just,
it.
Commissioner,
Either I can deny, or I'm gonna give you the time to try to go to the community board and get this worked out, and I'm only doing that because I trust that something can get worked out.
But
So,
Commissioner, I appreciate your concern, and I know I've seen you doing this on prior cases. The bottom line is you're talking about putting them back nearly 2 months. And they can't afford to keep paying rent. We've been doing this deal since March.
I already voted, so, or I can vote to deny, sir, one or the other.
I'm well aware, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ford.
Well, they gotta agree to have it put over. They're not agreeing, I take it?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
They don't have to.
You guys agree, you can put it over.
Alright.
Doesn't need to be a negotiation.
All it takes is.
I mean, you're operating pretty much as it was operated the previous licensee for the most part, is that correct?
Well, with regard to the hours, yes. I mean, our business is different. We have no connection at all or affiliation with the previous owners.
And
So
they have no history with us either, no adverse
Right.
history whatsoever. And actually,
And we
it was
spent a
licensed.
considerable investment in soundproofing that we took very seriously, that request from the community and the community board.
Can I just add one thing? The landlord is here, would like to just speak for 2 seconds if you'd let him. He's been here all day.
The who?
And the landlord. I understand this may be put off, but I don't want to make this man stand here another 8 hours.
Okay.
Come, Jim.
Hello, my name's Jimmy Sands. I represent the landlord. I work in the
You
office as
represent the
well.
landlord or you are the landlord?
I work as my father and mother are the landlords. I am the office manager. So we've had this property. I understand that your concern is people maybe sitting on the stoops. That could easily be remedied. We can install a gate, swinging gate, so for only tenant access to the stoop.
Yeah. And the other.
Oh, and yeah, the previous, it was the previous tenant that they did have some 311 complaints a long time ago. But after conversations with them, they cleaned up their act very quickly. I can't have a tenant that's unruly for the neighborhood or my building itself. It's my investment. So this place shows that it can operate very clean, efficiently, and within the best of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just be heard very briefly on this?
No.
No.
Members are considering.
I'm going to go with Commissioner Fan and hold it over for you guys to get some official community board input to us in writing.
I'm going to, I probably should do the same. I was gonna deny it, so I'm gonna do the same, put it over.
All right, so it's over to March 2nd.
Thank you.
Get something tried in community board.
Is that the right date, March 2nd?
March 2nd, that's the first one in March.
Let them fight it out.
Oh, they listen to me anyway.
What number is this?
171.
Not a tree.
Hi.
That's why I was gonna just bang it.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be good. Daycare's now.
I'm okay with this.
Yes, I'm okay with this.
Go ahead and put your name on the record just so
Hi, my name is Christina Drager. I'm the office manager for Disruption Grain LLC. I submitted the application for Anthony Morales, who's the gentleman with the record. We just want to hire him as a delivery driver and a warehouse worker.
Okay,
Yes.
you're good to go.
Sorry you waited all day for this. He's
Okay.
and I appreciate that you're, giving this opportunity to someone who had perhaps not so good luck in his life. So
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. It's been, we try to do everything compliantly. So we're good to go. He can just start.
yes, absolutely.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we don't need to submit anything else, right?
No, you
I
don't.
think you're good to go.
You'll
Thank
get
you,
a letter.
Commissioners.
You'll get a letter. Just keep the letter for your records, but you can hire him right now.
Okay, you got it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Next is 216, that's 212 Lafayette Associates LLC.
Is that Palillo? Right there?
Is that who signed it?
Lafayette Associates?
Yeah, it's
Right.
Palillo.
Yeah, he's there, all right.
Good afternoon, Frank Palillo here.
Which one?
216.
Accept.
Commissioner Ford?
Accept.
Accept. Thank you.
Next is 146, and this is you too, Frank, I think they're all.
Yeah, no, it's in me.
That's 146 Calabria Restaurant LLC.
Accept.
Give me 1 second here.
Accept.
You said so too, Commissioner?
Which one was that again? I'm sorry.
146.
Accept.
153, that's
Thank
Vogue
you.
Restaurant and Lounge, Inc.
You sleeping? Frank Palillo, just introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Delby Castro.
Oh, another licensing. Ugh.
This application for an on-premises liquor license to the premises that was previously canceled. I can save a little bit of time and mention to you that Delby has no relationship with the prior operators. The only relationship is a bona fide purchaser.
Why does he need 4 a.m. for a restaurant?
The 4 a.m. is because that area is not very residential. However, it is very commercial. There's a Department of Sanitation. There's 5 hotels in a mile and a half.
Hospital.
There's a hospital. These are all 24-hour businesses, and this restaurant is hoping to capitalize on that. There is.
It's very hard to get food.
Sorry?
It's very hard to get food at that time.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, well, who's going to run your other business?
Your other business is how far away?
My other business is 15 minutes away. My father is helping me.
With the other business?
With the other business.
So you'll be devoting full time here?
Yes, I'll be devoting full-time about lounge.
Okay. And I think your application mentions private events. What kind of private events?
We honestly don't know. There's probably very little call for private events, but I think we put in a minimal amount that we'd like to have, if given the opportunity, birthday parties, retirements.
All right, I mean, when I talk about private events, I mean private, like birthday parties type private events, not like promoted parties.
No, there's absolutely no promoted events.
Is that understood?
Is that
Okay.
understood?
Yes.
And this is recorded music only, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And it's 2 a.m. across the board?
No, it's 4 a.m. across the board.
That's what the
Kitchen
chef's
closes at 3:30.
Well, the chef is only there to 2 a.m., according to the.
Yes, we have, right, but we have a kitchen staff that's there past 2 a.m. The chef leaves at 2. We have line cooks and prep cooks and everyone else. You're just not gonna, you're not gonna pay a chef to be there till 3:30.
So there'll be a cook there until the end.
Correct. At least one.
Okay. All right. Since the Community Board 4 in the Bronx is in support, I'm going to vote in favor of you with 3 to 4 security guards, principal to manage, recorded music only, 3 private events a year, no promoters, That's it.
Commissioner Ford?
And 4 a.m. across the board.
Commissioner Ford?
I approve on the same grounds.
Chairman Bradley?
I approve on the same ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Next is 180, that's Atlantic Bar Group LLC.
We could save time here. I screwed up the 500-foot hearing. Sorry.
Okay. Where's your client?
Actually, the LJ indicated that public interest had not yet been met, and I offered to meet it. I thought that might be a more efficient use of time, but Commissioner Roberts felt that it should go to the full board. There are no other issues here. This license is, the application was approved by the community board, and I started doing the application, I got distracted and missed the last three. I do apologize. I'm well aware, Mr. Chairman, that I'm wasting resources, and I apologize.
No problem.
Where's your client?
My client's not here. I didn't really think there was any reason for him to be here. It's on me. The only reason this is up here is because of me.
Well,
if you want them here, I'll have them here next meeting. If you feel the need to ask questions, I'd be happy to.
try to minimize creating work, so.
So how, you got support from the CB on this? With the DJ?
Yes.
On Orchard Street?
Yes, in fact, one of the community residents visited my client's other premises in Brooklyn. And that was the tipping point. He was very pleased with what he saw in the premises in Brooklyn. It's called the commissioner. You have not seen them up here. There's been no disciplinaries, I think 4 years, potentially.
Isn't this the same CB that was here today?
No, this is CB3.
No. It's three.
All right.
Ready to vote, Commissioner Beck?
Yes, I'm going to vote in support with the adopting all of the community board 3 stipulations. Sunday to Wednesday, 2 a.m., Thursday to Saturday, 3 a.m. Live music is not allowed, no promoters, no ticketed events, no concerts, no scheduled performances, background music only. No happy hour, no unlimited drinks, no pub crawl, no party buses, no lines outside. There will be communication and phone number provided to the community for someone to call. Security guards as needed, managers as needed.
Commissioner Ford?
Approved, same conditions.
And Chairman Bradley.
Approved, same conditions.
Thank you.
Next is 201. That's OMAR'S LDS LLC.
201, you said?
201.
This is
That's the
over. I was going to say that we have noticed from Mr. Palillo that the CNC from this case to be put on the board was withdrawn.
Okay.
So then why
I'd
are we
like to-
here?
Well, I was going to ask that question too. May I just explain? At the last meeting, I got the feeling, I'm not 100% positive, but I got the feeling the members were not going to accept the offer in compromise unless I responded to council's questions, interrogatories, whatever. So as a result of that, I set about complying with it. I withdrew the CNC because I would not have it ready by today's meeting. And as I stand here, it's still not ready. So it's not as though I'm playing games. I'm trying to do what I consider to be the right thing. And I'm also
Okay, so what do you want to do?
Well, at this point, I'm being forced to operate in the blind because, Mr. Chairman, you indicate you reviewed the emails.
I got, Mr. Palillo, I have the email here. I'll
Which
give
one,
it
sir?
to you, because it was sent to you, and it's connected to your email, and it has a list of 14 types of documents that were requested, none of which we've received. To my,
And the date of that-
to the
and the date of
information,
that- and the-
to the information I'm getting from the prosecutor.
And the date of that email, sir?
I don't know, you have the date of
It's
it?
June 16, 2021.
June 16th, 2021.
Mr. Palillo, with all due respect, your claim to be doing
You
the
don't
right
mean,
thing.
you don't mean that,
is-
sir. You don't mean that.
No, I do mean with all due respect. Your claim to be doing the right thing is suspect, because you are not a person who doesn't read his emails or know what's going on here. We obviously can't, and I have a problem sending up a CNC to the board where I have an availing charge, and we've asked for documents relating to availing, and you've been ducking sending them to us. So,
I have to
your
just
assumption, let me finish
respond.
what I have to say. Let me finish
I
what I
have
have to
to
say.
Okay.
I'm gonna have the same problem if you send another CNC to us.
Don't. Until these documents are turned over, there's no point.
Mr.
Because
Chairman,
that's why I brought the list with us, and if you need me to email you the list, I'll do it. But it is
No.
in your email.
Mr. Chairman, last meeting, maybe I misheard. Last meeting you said I had quote unquote all the emails. I didn't realize you
do.
were referring to that one email.
No, no.
Where's the email?
I don't know.
I have the chain of emails that you had with Miss Marsico.
This is so.
Then you certainly have the one where I requested a bill of particulars in June. That I'm being
Well, then,
forced.
then
that
here's the
no, but
deal. I'll
excuse
make
me,
sure,
sir.
I'll make
Excuse
sure
me.
she sends you the bill of particulars. You
But you're
get these
asking
things
me
together.
to do. You're asking me to do the authority's job.
No,
You're asking
no,
me
I'm
to
not.
give you everything, but you won't give it to me. With all due respect, Mr. Meyer.
We're not asking you to do the job. These are records that our investigators would ask you for normally. And we're not getting anything.
Why won't the authority respond to my demand for bill of particulars?
We'll give you the bill of particulars. I saw the email. She offered to do the hearing as quickly as you wanted. I'll have, you know what? I'll have her. Here's the deal. All right, here's the deal. There's no point in the CNC. Here's the deal.
No, I'm not gonna make
We're gonna go send you the bill of particulars. She's going to send you a hearing date, and then we're locked in. So then there's no confusion. She will do that by next Monday.
Well, why are we, what is the expression locked in me? I don't understand. Well, I would just like to see what the charges are.
You're locked into a hearing date, and prior to that, she's gonna give you a subpoena for the records that we need.
No, wait a minute. You maybe didn't hear me. I am in the process of preparing a response to all 14.
You've had, in my mind, you've had enough time. We're now at 7 months.
Without having the bill of particulars. In the same 7 months.
You're gonna get the bill of particulars on Monday with a hearing date.
Mr. Palillo, you didn't want a bill of particulars, you wanted to bring the CNC to the board. So now we're here.
No, we passed,
Prior
that's
to the
passed. I gotta
CNC
go home. I've talked
Prior
about
to
this
the
enough.
CNC, I asked for a bill of particulars.
No, there's
Mr.
no
Chairman,
CNC. That's off the table. We are done with CNCs. You'll get your bill of particulars, you'll get a hearing date and a subpoena.
Wait a minute. Time
No,
out.
we're done. We're done.
No, we're
I
not
gotta
done.
go home.
I'm going
We
to
all
respond
gotta
to
go
those 14. My plan is to respond to those 14 charges, and then, based on those responses, because Mr. Meyerhoff's right, it is my responsibility to come between the authority and the licensee. It has to pass the smell test for me in order for me to submit a CNC based on the response to those 14. It has to be.
Question your sense of
You're
smell.
telling me after 7 months, you don't have the business records of this company
What business
related
records are you
to the
referring to?
liquor.
Specifically, what business record? Give me one. Pick any one of those 14.
Documents regarding or reflecting accountings, records, or payments between the licensee and Larena. You don't have payments
Doesn't
between the
exist.
licensee.
Doesn't
They
exist.
don't exist.
I already got.
Then there's a.
Does that exist?
All right, we're done.
Okay.
Back to council.
I just-
and then
I just-
please email
I just wanna make-
Margarita. Please,
I just wanna
please
make-
email Margarita. Can I finish? Please email Margarita that she's to supply a bill of particulars, subpoena all these records, and then set a hearing date. And he's
I want
right,
the
you're
op-
playing games. Now, maybe you're doing it for
I'm
your
not playing
client,
games.
but we're done.
I'm not playing games. Wait a minute, Mr. Chairman. This was a summary suspension case. I made an offer to a summary suspension. If you look at the emails, my understanding was we'd deal with the summary suspension, and then the authority would pursue charges on the other availing and other items.
That never happens.
Yeah, it does. It's in Margarita's email. I want to respond to those 14 things, and then I want the opportunity to revise that OC to reflect if there's anything that I did wrong.
No, it's done. You've had 7 months to supply those records. You didn't do it. It's done. We're going to subpoena them.
Nor did you. I'm waiting 7 months too.
You're going to get that within less than a week with a hearing date. You'll be fine.
I will be submitting an offer in compromise.
Well, it's not coming. Council, and I'm going to ask the board to vote on it. Please do not send any offers in compromise to the board on this.
That's absurd. That's absurd.
You're playing games and we're done.
I'm not playing games. I want to see a bill of particulars. How is that a game? In every case at the authority,
I have all of your emails. You were in Cape Cod. You were here. You were there.
Cape Cod was nice.
All right, next case.
Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford, do you agree?
Yes, I will go with the chairman.
agree as
Thank
well.
you.
You're telling this licensee he can't submit an offer in compromise.
You already did, and we turned it down. No recon.
No, I withdrew it. No, I withdrew it. I withdrew it, sir.
Well, I asked you to bring your client. He's probably living in Florida at this point.
No, he's not. I'll have my client here at the next meeting. In fact, I'll have the responses. I'll have the responses to all 14.
Okay, you could have brought him today.
There shouldn't be a next meeting until the hearing's over. So, next case.
Next is 127, Lowe's USA Inc. I believe I saw that sign there, but I also received an email.
This is cancel and bond. I'll accept cancel and bond.
Yeah, accept, cancel, and bond.
Cancel and bond.
You have company.
Yeah, you should be the next one.
Oh, the next, I thought you went to the non-public.
Next is 176, that's Yellow Brick Wine and Liquor LLC. Is that correct?
Oh, I think the screaming just.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Did you sign in for 176?
Yeah, no, when the doors started screaming, everybody else feel like they can.
Well, and I don't think they hear you because you don't really put microphones there. I'm yelling.
Yeah, because, hold on.
But.
Yeah,
165,
I got something.
165 and 166, Pop Seafood Shack and Grill LLC.
Just hiding something.
$20,000.
What number, Donald?
165 and 166.
$20,000.
Wait, 155?
No.
I think I messed up with that.
Wait, so 150?
165.
Wait, sorry, 165?
65, 66.
All right, I'll accept.
Oh, yeah, I'll accept 20.
Accept.
Yes, accept 20,000.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Next is 189, Broadway Market and Rocky Point LLC.
Conditional no contest plea, improper masking.
Accept.
See you.
Accept.
Thank you very, very much. I'll turn the light off like Mary Tyler Moore said.
Thank you.
He's with me. Yep. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Jonathan, that's it, correct?
Oh.
Yeah. Am I free to go?
Yes, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Never happened.
You're not authorized for overtime, Jonathan.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Alright, 129, it's an offer of 6,000.
I'll accept 6,000.
Accept.
130, it's an offer of 1,500.
Accept.
Accept.
131 is an offer of 1,500.
Accept.
132 is an offer of 3,000.
I'm gonna lower this to 2,000.
2,000. Did we do 123 already? Yes, we did.
Yeah,
That got approved.
2,000 they lowered it to.
Yeah,
2,000.
Okay.
133 is an offer of 6,500.
Accept.
accept.
134 is an offer of 2,500.
Accept.
Accept.
135 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500 accept.
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 136 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500 accept.
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 137 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000 accept.
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 138 and 139 is an offer of 1,500.
Accept.
Which one is this, 138, 139? Accept.
Accept.
140, 141, and 142 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
144 is an offer of 10,500.
10,005.
10,500.
Accept.
145 is an offer of 2,000.
Accept.
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 147 is an offer of 3,000.
I'm going to counter at 5,000.
Counter at 5,000.
146, that's what it was?
147.
I'm sorry, 147. Second time, right?
Just consistently doing the same thing.
Yeah,
If there's a third time, it's over.
5,000.
148 is an offer of 1,000.
Just to be consistent, I'm going to counter at 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
149 is an offer of 1,000.
1,500.
1,500.
For 149?
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
150 is an offer of 4,500.
I'm going to dismiss charge number 3 and accept 4,500.
I'll do the same.
Same. Yep.
I think my ears are getting the
156,
circulation cut off.
Restaurant wine applications.
What are you on your head? Oh, no, yours is on your ear.
156, let's see.
A restaurant with 4 employees, no security, principal, operate and manage, recorded music only. Previous license year was revoked in 2020. Applicant, principal, and previous principal live in the same building. They were selling drugs out of the previous location.
Investment is half first month's rent.
Denied.
Denied.
Vote to deny.
157, it's a change in method of operation.
Wants 4 a.m. closing every night, has 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. He said that the time that was put on his license was incorrect, but we put the time on it that the community board agreed to. Prior license here was canceled. We approved this in May of 2019.
And the licensee now appears to be unaware of why his hours are restricted.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Of concern.
Right.
I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny too, just so it's clear. The hours were restricted because that's what the community board recommended. It was a 500-foot case, and we agreed with the community board, and the hours remain the same.
Because the prior location was canceled.
Right.
Yes.
Deny also.
Yes.
158 is a corporate change application. Secretary's office received a request to adjourn to February 2nd. COVID excluded.
Which number is that? I'm
Okay,
sorry. It's right.
adjourn.
Is that-
158.
Who's this?
2-2.
Who asked for the adjournment?
The attorney.
Oh, yeah, who is that? All right, it doesn't matter.
To 2-2? Okay.
It's someone
Jessica
from,
Mori.
Robert Skeen's office.
Okay.
159, it's a corporate change application.
I'm going to deny.
Well, there's an issue here because we don't have a license. We know that the licensee is deceased.
Actually, the licensee never became the licensee.
Yeah, he was
The
deceased
person- She
before.
died before we issued the license.
But the other problem is that the person who's the administrator of the estate has a significant negative adverse history with us. One of her places was canceled, there was drugs, shooting in the parking lot, and a police focal point. I'm gonna deny as well.
Denied.
What?
And we need to know who was running the place when the guy
What do we
passed
do
away.
about the license that's sitting out there too?
It should be put in safekeeping.
Well, I would.
Until they get a new
it's actually-
administrator.
It's not bona fide.
Well, they can send the investigator out there.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You were gonna suggest something.
No, I was just gonna say, we could send enforcement out to confirm some of this, and then, send something to council's office to see if there's sufficient evidence for any charges.
Well, there's clearly evidence for charges already. The problem is charges will then result in the place remaining open until the charges are resolved. I suppose we could suspend the license.
We have in the past, and I'm not making any suggestion. We have in the past done a summary when no one's in charge of the place.
Well, let's just send enforcement out and find out what's going on. For now.
So we're dying, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
She wasn't getting it anyway.
162 and 163 is an all for 4,000.
I'll accept 4,000.
4,000.
164, it's a no contest default.
Cancel bond.
Cancel and bond.
Wait. Can we just go off the record for a second?
Mm-hmm. Go on a brief recess with council.
Back.
164, I'm okay with cancel and bond.
Okay.
167, 168, 169, it's offer of 10,000.
This has supposedly no notice.
We don't know.
We
Is
don't
what it
have
is.
evidence
Of
of
notice.
notice to the owner in between these charges. If we did, then this would be 3,000, 6,000, and 9,000 together.
So 19. But we have no evidence that he was notified. But
It's 10,000 for that third usually.
right.
All right.
So it should be
10,000 accept?
19,000.
Yeah.
18.
No, it's 10,
It's
9.
3, 6, and 10.
And 9 and 10 is what it is. 3, 6 to 10, right?
So it's 19,000.
Yes.
I'm at 19,000.
19.
Counter offer at 19.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ford, you said.
Yes. Counter at 19.
That,
Next is 170, it's an offer of 6,000.
I'll accept 6,000.
so
6,000.
no problem. We'll be done in like 10 minutes.
172 is an offer of 1,500.
Accept.
1,500.
179, it's a new grocery store beer line product application.
This is just moving within the same mall.
Yeah, I'm good.
I will vote to approve.
Approved.
Probably the only closest thing to a mall in Caroga Lake. I'll approve.
188, it's an offer of cancel and bond.
Accept.
188.
Yeah. Accept.
What happened to 179?
179 we approved.
Oh, I forgot 179.
Oh, I'm sorry. 179.
179 was Caruga Lake.
Yeah.
That was
176 is the one.
Yeah, did you?
176 was the package store removal, which we just approved.
I called 179 because I accidentally left out 176 myself.
Okay.
All right, so let's go back and do 176 and go right through.
176 is a package store removal.
All right, so
Okay,
we
so-
all voted to approve that.
That I approve.
This one too. No big deal. No protest. Same plaza.
179,
It's a new grocery store beer line product.
No, yeah, it's Caruga Lake, Fulton County, AX.
Yes.
This is a guy who got denied because he failed to disclose his criminal record. He has now disclosed it and reapplied. And it was minor.
and you're okay with it?
Yeah, I'm voting to
Yeah,
approve that.
I did too.
Okay, all right, then I will vote to approve.
So 188,
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
Accept.
190 is an offer of 10,000.
Accept.
Accept.
191 and 190, oh, sorry, Commissioner Ford, you.
Yes, accept.
191 and 192 is an offer of 6,500.
6,500.
Accept.
Accept.
193 is an offer of 1,500.
I'll accept 1,500.
Accept.
194 is a hearing.
Not guilty, yeah, it's a hearing decision. Once
Sustain the
minor
charge.
charge, licensee has The disorderly premises is an adverse history.
I'm at 4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
Charge sustained.
Yeah, charge sustained.
Yes.
195 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
Accept.
196 and 197 is an offer of 4,000.
Accept.
Accept.
202 is a new contest.
This is the one where we wanted to bring the guy in, because obviously he did not come in.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
207 is a warehouse permit.
I will accept, I will, vote to approve.
Yeah, I do too.
Which one is this one? I'm sorry.
Warehouse permit.
207.
207. Approve.
So with 208, this is a grocery store application. Attorney requested an adjournment to March 2nd.
March 2nd?
Yeah, applicant has COVID and apparently there's a death.
All right, March 2nd.
March 2nd.
March 2nd.
211, the delegation of powers for the licensing board.
I vote to support.
I do too.
I vote to support.
212 is the delegation of power for reconsideration.
I vote to rescind.
I do too.
Same here. Rescind. Away.
213 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500 accept.
Which one was that?
13.
Yeah, accept.
214 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
215 is the delegation of power for the hearing bureau.
I will accept. Oh, you want to put this one over?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
Okay.
Two what?
Two.
2-2?
Yeah.
218 is an offer for 6,500.
I'll accept 6,500.
Accept.
Do I need to save that delegation of power for the healing bureau, or we get another one? I'll accept the one you're talking about, Donald. I accept on 218, I accept.
You'll get a new agenda sheet, but.
All right, that's all I need, okay.
219 is an offer of 10,000.
Accept.
10,000.
I will accept it. In line.
All right, and I don't have anything else.
Oh my God.
I'm officially canceling next meeting.
Meeting's over.
Because we've had too much.
There's only 6 licensing matters on the next